All right, so here is the big 485 page PDF. Now, it can be a little bit overwhelming when you download a PDF and you see that it's 485 pages. I get it, but it's worth it. It is worth going through. And I'm going to try to give you a little teaser here of why you should go through this, I guess. The first reason, obviously, is for facts or is for data. So if you don't believe what is being written in this report is necessarily facts, it is data. So we are collecting data. The first thing you're going to find from page 1 through 5 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS 2015-28. Report is dated 1/17/2015. You have the occurrence dates of 1/17/2015 at 1400 to 1/18/2015 at 5:30 a.m. 0530. Page 6 through 8 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant, January 17th at 15:06 military time. That would be 3 p.m. Page 9 and 10 is the actual search warrant that is signed by the judge of the district court at 15:06. Page 11 is Brian Bones' receipt, inventory, and return. This shows that at 1651 they searched the house, the vehicles, and the bodies. They collected items AV-1 through AV-22. Pages 12 through pages 13 are written by Sean McKnight. The receipt, inventory, and return. Date of search warrants issued by the judge is the wrong year on both pages, 12 and 13. The collected items AV-23 through AV-55 were collected, or at least written down, by Sean McKnight. And you can see on this, you can see that it's noted who actually collected that item. You'll see a TB, Tara Becker, SM, Sean McKnight, and so forth. BB, Brian Bone. So that's what those little indications are next to it. Page 14 through 17 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS Investigative Supplement Report, 2015-28/1. Report date is 1/22/2015. Two case files are mentioned here. The AVPD 15-303, and the other case file that is mentioned here is the MNBCA Forensic Laboratory S15-00662. Okay, so 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 are CDs. There are 3 CDs out there. 1.1 contains the raw digital images of latent prints from the crime scene. 1.2 is a CD that contains raw digital images of handwriting on wall from the crime scene. And 1.3 is a CD containing raw digital images of bloody footprints found at the scene. Page 17 specifically mentions blood footprints. Now, I know that there is an image out there, a couple of them out there, that when I first saw the pictures of bloody prints on the kitchen living room area floor, I thought they were handprints. I really did. I go back and forth sometimes, but I do, right now at least, I do believe, yes, they are footprints. So I've been looking at any evidence of them being either footprints or any mention of them being fingerprints. But here they are specifically mentioned on page 17 as footprints. So we're going to start there. Okay, we're going to say, okay, this is what the BCA, this is what the investigators concluded at this point, that they were footprints. What's even more interesting is that you can clearly see that it is one foot. It is a right foot. So here's what I have some notes for about page 18 and 19. This is a laboratory analysis request at the attention of Tommy Booth. The estimated due date for these latent prints would be 4/26/2015. The estimated due date for the question documents, which we'll cover later, would be 4/26/2015. So they're saying by 4/26/2015, they should have some answers about the latent prints, and about the questioned documents. The circumstances and purpose of the analysis is for the latent print comparison and the handwriting analysis comparison. Sticking with that document on page 19, the document was submitted by Elizabeth Elyers of the BCA and received by Carol David on January 26, 2015 at 11:17:48. Page 20 is interesting because it's a draft page. Draft is written 3 times in red on this page, and there's really not much to this. This was filled out, and this is, okay, so we're getting into the ACISS report. Now remember, ACISS report 2015-28. And what you're going to see is a lot of these documents are going to have the same name, ACISS report 2015-28, but then it's going to have a /2/3. Let's go to page 21. MNBCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/3. The report date is 1/26. This is the preliminary autopsy. Okay, so page 23, 24, and 25 are the press release report about this case regarding David, Kamel, and Rania, released by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And it basically says David died as a result of a suicide. Kamel died as a result of a homicide. Rania died as a result of a homicide. By 1/21. There's no doubt in their mind. Or they wouldn't have released those documents. But they needed to, especially for public panic and really especially just for all of the conspiracies. But I didn't think that they really gave the conspiracies any chance. They did not even want to consider a conspiracy here. That's the way I saw it. I don't see any. I mean, you can read these police reports and you can clearly see they're very careful to mention the public is not in danger. Everything is fine. We got this case solved. That's pretty much all we were getting. And that just fueled so many conspiracies. And instead of helping these conspiracy theorists kind of understand what was really happening, a lot of people just went silent. They went dark. And I can understand, it really puts the investigators in a very tough spot, especially if they really do want to help the public understand what happened here. It's a very tough spot now because it is an ongoing investigation. But at the same time, they're completely discrediting any possible theory of foul play. They're completely glossing over any possible explanation, any reason, anything that might show that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty. It's one thing to accuse him, but it's another thing to actually prove it. They were successful in accusing him to a point, and up to a certain date is what I think. They were very successful in trying to convince the public and trying to convince the average person that David Crowley was guilty. They failed, and they continue to fail. And the reason the case needs to be reopened is because they will continue to fail to prove David Crowley is guilty because they cannot prove it. I truly, honestly believe that. Now, can I prove that they cannot prove it? Yes. If these documents, if what I have, if everything that I've seen is what they base their theory on, unless they have secret knowledge, some hidden information, unless they have things that we're not seeing, yes, I believe we can prove that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty based on their evidence, based on their documents, based on their photographs, based on their reports, based on their comments, based on everything they have given us. There is no way that the police, that these investigators can look at the documents, look at the photos, look at everything they've given us and say, okay, you will understand now why David Crowley is guilty. They really didn't even try. They were already thinking it didn't matter what they told us. we were still going to think David Crowley was not guilty. That's their own fault. And they were monitoring the group page. They were monitoring the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page. So they knew that there were people like me who were not convinced. They lumped people like me into a category where everybody thought that the government killed David, and that was it. That's totally wrong, and that's totally unfair to real people who were really looking for what really happened here. They did a big disservice to us. So I think they were kind of like, well, it doesn't matter what we tell you, you're still going to think David Crowley didn't do this. And to me, that made it sound like, okay, so then you're not going to put any effort into it, right? That's pretty much what you're telling me. And that's what I told, well, I didn't tell Gummert. That's what I should have told Gummert is, you just said that no matter what, you think we'll still be convinced that David Crowley did not kill his wife and his daughter and then kill himself. Even though I've stated publicly many, many times that I'm open to it, that I want to see it. I want the evidence. They didn't even look at that. They didn't even care. Because it wasn't about that. Those are the people they should have been focusing on, not the people who were set that the government killed David, or that David was part of some global conspiracy, or it's going to release some movie that was going to change the whole world, or whatever. So they did a very big disservice to the public, because they did not help us understand. They didn't even take the time, really. So anyways, Gummert did. Gummert at least took the time to answer those questions. He tried to back out, kind of, not really back out, but at first he was not going to answer those questions. But he's a man of his word. Gummert is a man of his word, and he answered those questions, and I thank him for that. Page 26 is ACISS Attachment 2015-28/4, report date 1/26/2015. And this is in regards to the latent prints of David Crowley in the DD-214, which is his military record. That was requested by Chris Olson. Status was approved, and the approved date is 1/26/2015. The record originating date is 1/26/2015. It says on January 21st, 2015. Oh, here we go. Here's the FBI thing now. Because it was always, were the FBI involved? Were the Department of Homeland Security involved? Were the FBI involved? Who was involved? So now we have the one mention of the FBI in these documents. I think this is the only mention that you'll ever see. And it's only for Olson to request from the FBI, from the Minnesota FBI, David Crowley's fingerprint card taken by the U.S. military on 6/24/2003. And this FBI agent, Travis Yarberg, sent Olson David's DD-214 on January 21st, 2015. This shows they had David's fingerprint. This is going to be one of the most important things that you're going to read in these documents, simply because of they have one match to David's fingerprint, one. And it's on the notebook in the office bedroom. That's it. They don't have a fingerprint. They don't have a palm print of David's on that gun. They can't do it. Now you could say, well, it's because the gun was there for 3 weeks. Say it's because of the dog, whatever you want to say. That is a fact. They could not put the gun in David's hand. That's a big thing. It's a huge thing. It's one more reason to reopen this case, I think. You talk about the smoking gun. The bloody gun might be the smoking gun. Okay, so Olson gets the fingerprint card from the FBI on January 21st. Then on the following day, he receives David's DD-214 from SAIC Michael F. McDaniel. So even though we were told that the FBI were not involved, technically they weren't, and technically they were, right? They weren't involved in the investigation. There's no proof that they were involved in the investigation, but they were contacted. So, semantics, yeah, okay. I'll give them that one. And then page 28 through 31, another ACISS crime scene supplement, 2015-28/5. So now we're into the fifth part. Still dated 1/17/2015. The crime scene processing. That's what we're going to be going through here now. The BCA received a call at 14:17. They arrived at 15:30. Their work was completed on 1/18 on the following day at 4:30. The BCA on page 28, you'll see the BCA took 800 photographs. They took a photograph of the exterior, the interior, general area, point of entry, no. Point of exit is no. Shoe prints, no. That was interesting. Footprints, yes. Tire tracks, no. Tool marks, no. Victim injuries, yes. Weapons, yes. So when you think about just another thing, going back to those shoe prints, I did notice that comparisons to the officer's shoe prints were made to shoe prints in the snow. And then I wondered, did the police ever compare David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow? And then I wondered if the police ever compared David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow. Page 31 shows Ellier's story. She was contacted by the BCA's Operations Center, and she was requested to respond to the crime scene in Apple Valley. SSA O'Donnell documented the crime scene through video, which was recorded onto a mini DVD and which was later transferred to a DVD for easy viewing. So the photos are on a DVD that is marked item .2. Page 32 and 33 cover the Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/7. So now we're to the seventh document associated with this. The report date is 2/13/2015 from 17:05 to 17:13. Okay, these reports and exhibits are received by the Apple Valley Police Department. Report by Chris Olson on 2/13/2015. S.A. Olson received 20 PDF files. 20 PDF files. These files included reports and other investigative exhibits relevant to this investigation. If you look at page 34 through 37, you get half a list of the top 200 donors. Start with number 1, and it's a big jump from number 1 to number 2. Okay, so page 38, you'll see here, we got the training here that Kamel and David took. If you're looking at page 40, you'll see Kamel's training verification through Quorum Security Incorporated. Page 43 has the gun that David gave to Danny Mason as a gift. Page 44, Kamel's firearms bill of sale, purchased on 7/25/2009 at the Gun Zone in Dallas, Texas. She paid with a check, total of $508.76. She bought a Springfield XD 40 caliber, serial number US 163310, signed by Kamel. Page 45 through 47 is David's training verification certificate, course completed on November 8, 2009, and done by the same company, Quorum Security. Page 48 is David Crowley's private firearm transfer to Adam Schambauer. It's dated September 17, 2010. It's given as a gift, and it's from the AR-15. It is the lower receiver, serial number 61242. Page 49 is a private firearms transfer from David Crowley to David Stark, dated June 17, 2012, conducted as a sale. David sold Mr. Stark a Springfield XD 40 caliber subcompact, serial number US 163310. Kamel buys this gun on 7/25/2009 in Dallas, Texas for $508. Sells it, or David sells it, to David Stark June 17th of 2012. Page 50 through 133 are the police reports. And here we go again, the police reports. There are some police reports in here, and there are some police reports that are missing. The ones that are missing look like it's generally the ones at the end of the 94 pages. So that's curious. The last update that we get where the case is exceptionally cleared is not in this set of police reports. That's a big deal. The other interesting thing to notice about this is some of what was censored in the 94-page PDF is not censored here. So there is some good data there. There is some good stuff to actually go through. It'd be good to have a full comparison of everything about what is blocked out in the original 94 pages, and then compare that to what is not blocked out here in these 70 some odd pages that we have of police reports. Page 134, 137 is the BCA lab analysis request by Tommy Booth. The section involved the crime scene team. The estimated due date is 2/17/2015. Firearms, the estimated due date is 5/18/2015. Latent prints, the estimated due date 4/18/2015. The nuclear DNA, estimated due date 5/18/2015. And the question documents, estimated due date 4/18/2015. This is all on page 134. The evidence list begins on page 134 as well and goes through all of the items number 1 through 48. Now, you'll notice just 1 through 48, because right now they don't have 49 through 56, and then later they'll have 57. So you're going to see this document, 3 sets of the same document here. Okay, and as we move on to page 138, the AVPD press release. Now we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these press releases. Note these dates, note these times. This is very important. All right, so on page 138, this is the very first one. This is the first press release. Suspicious deaths. And you'll note here, it does not mention a double murder or suicide. This was set to release at 3:30 p.m. January 17th, 2015. Little over 2 hours have passed, and the first press release goes out. Suspicious deaths. Doesn't really say much. Shouldn't say much because they don't know much. This one is dated January 18th, set for release at 11:40 a.m. This one does mention a murder-suicide, but they're very clear to make sure that there's no threat to public safety. To me, that shows, and I think this has been brought up many, many times, but just to say it again, it does show that by this time, the police were working with the theory that David Crowley was guilty. That is their working theory. They don't have 2 bullets yet. They don't have item 53. They don't have item 57. Item 57, obviously, they don't find that one until February 18th when they're told about it by Chris Klein, or else they would never have item 57. So thank you, Chris Klein. Think about that for a second. Let's say they never had item 57. This wouldn't match up. Nothing would match up. Of course, only 4 bullets and 6 casings found on January 17th does not match up either. So if you're still looking at page 139, you can see, based on this, that the medical examiner's office is still working to positively identify the 3 dead bodies. They haven't identified them yet, and they're already working with this theory that David Crowley is guilty. Even on January 19th, they don't have a positive ID, page 140. But they're already treating this as an apparent murder-suicide. So maybe they're just being cautious. Maybe that's just legal speak, and they're just making sure CYA. And on page 141, dated 1/21/2015 at 3 p.m., now they have a positive ID. So by 1/21, they have a positive ID. They have already said that they believe that this was a murder-suicide. We can conclude that by 1/21/2015, the police are working with that theory that David Crowley is guilty. They're not looking at other theories. They're not looking at foul play. They've ruled out foul play. Okay, page 142 is going to be the fifth and final press release that we're going to see here. And the investigation is still ongoing. Last verified activity from the residents was late December of 2014, according to investigators. Captain John Bermel is actually quoted in this last one. He is quoted, "The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, but that analysis will take time." Page 144, 145, and 146 all look like they are trying to identify Kamel. January 18th, 1:49 a.m. Ryan Olson sends Sean McKnight this image on page 145 to identify her by her tattoos. Probably one of the fastest, easiest ways to identify a person, I would think. We're going to move on to page 147. Page 147 shows how they were trying to identify David Crowley through the tattoos. And you will note that date originally sent from Ryan Olson to Sean McKnight on January 17th, 2015. Okay, page 150 to 151 is a release form where they are releasing the dog to Dan Crowley Jr. The dog was obviously impounded on 1/17/2015. It's a mixed breed. It's a male. Dan Crowley Jr. claims that dog on January 21st, 2015, according to these documents here. So this fax that we're seeing here, this document was faxed from the pet hospital to the Apple Valley Police Department on January 21, 2015. You can see that on page 151. On page 152, you will see that on January 23rd, 2015, Tommy Booth is notified that the forensic scientist assigned to the nuclear DNA section assignment in this case will be Rebecca Diane. Page 153 is the handwritten report with the list of authorities involved. This lists everybody who was involved in this case. Page 154 through 157 is Kamel's messages with an unnamed person. The dates include Monday, November 24th at 9:57 a.m., where she met with somebody at a coffee house. Kamel's plans for after the holidays. Quote, "I'd also be interested in planning a more elaborate, fun get-together after the holidays." On page 155, she's corresponding with somebody on December 3rd, 12:39 p.m., and she responds on Friday, December 5th at 11:53 a.m. So you can read page 154 through 157, and you can see, and you can judge for yourself. Because we get down to page 156, and now we're in December of 2014. Page 158 shows what guns were taken from the house on January 18th, 2015. There are 9 in total. On page 159, you'll see that Brian Bone is trying to get access to David Crowley's Dropbox. He is requesting a preservation of the account and any account associated with this specific Gmail account, crawls04@gmail.com. Page 160 through 162, we're back to the BCA Forensic Science Service, filled out by the AVPD Brian Bone. This is for the nuclear DNA test. Specifically, look at what it says under latent prints here. Elimination principles from all principles? No. Major case prints, finger/palms for crimes against people? No. Is the evidence process? No. DNA cases. Known DNA samples from all principals. Yes and no. Still on page 161. It clearly says yes and no. Both of those boxes are marked on page 161. Page 162, the elimination principles, names David, Kamel, and Rania. Alright, page 164 shows Joe Cooksley as the forensic scientist assigned to the crime scene team. Page 165 shows that Catherine Roach is the forensic specialist assigned to the nuclear DNA section. Page 166 through 318 shows David Crowley's Facebook account activity. Page 319 through 332 is David Crowley's conversation with Brendan J. Look at page 335 and 336 now, and you will see this post that was removed. You won't find this post anymore on David's social media. This was removed, a removed post, page 335 and 336. So the police were able to get a record of this. Alright, page 337 shows Sean Wright with Luke Radowski. Again, you gotta ask why. What is going on here? Well, obviously, to the police, page 337 relates to 335 and 336, or it also relates to 338. Check out 338. That's when Sean Wright starts asking for the admin rights. So I was just wondering, when I looked at page 341, I was like, why is this post here? And then I scrolled up to page 340, 339. Now, the thing is, if they already think David Crowley is guilty at this point, why are they doing all this? Why are they going through all this stuff? I don't know. Page 342 is the email exchange between David and Jason Allen. Now, Jason Allen forwards this email to Sean McKnight on January 20th, 2015. David sent this email on 12/17/2014. He was planning for the future. He was actively planning for his future. How does that equal a suicide? How do they go from planning your future to committing a double murder suicide? Page 345 is a picture of David, Danny Mason, and others on Facebook. Page 346 through 349 is the AVPD Property and Evidence Report. Very important document here. Page 350 is the Property and Evidence Report, dated 1/22/2015 at 1:59 p.m. This is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet. It's also listed as item 026 on there. Page 352 is another Property and Evidence Report with the bodies in the bags. This is print dated 1/27. Page 353 is David's clothing list. Page 354 is the evidence receipt for David's clothing list. Page 356 to 358 is the same thing for Kamel, her evidence receipt. Page 362 is the property release form for the same bullet that was found on January 20th that rolled out of the carpet. Very interesting. The item number 53 was found on January 20th. Okay, page 363 to 367, forensic laboratory analysis requests for nuclear DNA comparisons for item 50, item 51, and item 52. David's known blood sample, Kamel's known blood sample, and Ranya's known blood sample. They also requested nuclear DNA comparisons for item 53. That was submitted on 1/23/2015 at 10:05. Page 368 to 372 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant and supporting affidavit and search warrant. 373 to 375, Brian Bones / Sean McKnight receipt, inventory, and return. Now we're getting to the nitty-gritty. AV-1 through AV-55. You'll notice on page 373, it's dated 1/17/2015, but on page 374, it is dated 1/17/2014. Simple error, minor error. Here we have 23 through 44. Looking at page 375, going to AV-55. 367 is the receipt of filing search warrant. Contains a copy of the warrant. 378, AVPD Detective Michael Tietz to AT&T National Compliance Center for AT&T, sent on 1/22/2015. Page 379 shows AVPD's attempt to contact T-Mobile. Page 380 through 384 is a search warrant application for AT&T phone record 651-333-0072 between the dates of 9/1/14 and 1/21/2015, signed on 1/22. Page 385 to 389 is a search warrant for AT&T phone record 212-470-5794 between the dates of 1/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 390 to 394 is the search warrant for the T-Mobile phone 254-616-0461 between the dates of 1/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 395 is a search warrant for the AT&T phone record 612-999-4890 between the dates of 9/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 396 to 399 is when Gummert learns in regards to Ranya's school that David and Kamel had multiple emergency contact numbers on file at the school, including the number 612-999-4890. Page 400 to 404 is Sean McKnight's search warrant for the computers and digital media storage, and the list of items are included. This evidence may show motive, pre-planning, intent, or a recording of the crime itself in video, still images, or audio form. And we know that's not true. 28 devices were found in total. This is the autopsy of David has not yet been started. If you look at page 401, just going to quickly go to a different document here to refer when the autopsies of David were done. Autopsy here says 11:50 a.m. So page 1 of David Crowley's autopsy says 11:50 a.m. But Sean McKnight's report clearly says the autopsy hasn't even been started yet. And it's signed and dated 13/30, 1/18/2015. Okay. Page 405 to 409 is Brian Bone's application for a search warrant and supporting affidavit. They are requesting financial records, Wells Fargo records. On page 407, there's indications of financial trouble. From what they say, Detective Bone thought money and debt can be a contributing factor to motive in cases of homicides. He doesn't specifically say this case on page 407, but he mentions that they might have financial trouble. There's indications. What are the indications of their financial trouble? Because people told them that? Page 410 through page 413, David Crowley's financial records warrant and application requested by Brian Bone on 2/2/2015 at 2:13 p.m. They are requesting AAA credit screening and financial records. Page 414 to 418, Kamel's financial records warrant and application, also requested by Brian Bone on 2/2/2015 at 2:13 p.m. Page 419 to 421, cover David Crowley's Dropbox search warrant and application. This is also requested on the same date, 2/2/2015, 2:13 p.m. by Brian Bone. Page 422 to 427 is the Equifax request from AVPD with the warrant attached. This is requested by Brian Bone on 2/4/2015 at 4:22 p.m. They are specifically requesting financial records for Kamel. Page 428 through 432 is pretty much the same thing, but for David Crowley, it's an Equifax warrant and application. Same date, 2/4/2015 at 4:22. They want David's financial records. So they have this stuff. And we see at the very end of this, again, there is very little proof of any financial trouble from what I can see here. And that doesn't include David's pending deal for his Hollywood project. And it doesn't include the $14,000 check that was left on their front doorstep. And they're still saying that there's indications of financial trouble. With the $14,000 check found on the front doorstep, it's hard for me to believe there's indications of financial trouble. Why aren't the police seeing the same thing? Why aren't investigators seeing that same thing? Why did Mason Hendricks not want this to be made public? Did not want this in the police reports that were given to us? He told me that. Because this kills that story. This kills the whole theory that they had major money problems. Page 433 is the Apple Valley Police Department Incident Recall Report from Sidra. And this one is dated 10/18/2014. This is when Sidra goes to the Crowley house and is turned away. She wants to go see her sister. She goes there to pick up one of her dad's cars. She does not see her sister. She does not see her niece. She only sees David. From what she says, David won't let her in, won't let her see them. And she's worried. Who wouldn't be worried? You should be worried. This is the second call. This is Sidra's second call to 911. The first call you'll see on page 343. And that one happened same date, 10/18/2014. This call was at 19:08. They arrive at 19:30, and this is closed at 19:51. That's page 434. Take a look at that one. 2 calls within 2 hours. So she's in the lobby of the police office asking for assistance getting the cars back. The police can't help since it's a civil issue. All right, page 435 to 436. Back to the BCA ACISS Crime Scene Supplemental Report. This is 2015-28/8. The report date is 2/18/2015 from 0 to 0. This is item 57, a bullet found a month later. Police will try to tie this bullet to David's murder weapon. I don't think that they'll be very successful. The call was received at 2/18/2015 at 16:30. The time that they arrived is 17:30 and the time completed is 19:30. 2 hours. Exactly. 28 photographs were taken this third time that they've come into the house now. They recovered a spent bullet. Christopher Olson. On Wednesday, February 18th, 2015, Special Agent Lance Lehman is contacted by the BCA's Operations Center to respond to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. Lance Lehman is briefed by BCA Special Agent Chris Olson, and the purpose of this event was to document and recover a spent bullet from the attic. And the BCA crime scene team was on site as well, including Joe Cooksley, who was there on the first day, on January 17, 2015. He was there, and Beth Wolf. Special Agent Lehman took the 28 photos, item 8.1. This is all on page 437. Really good stuff here. The record original date is 2/19/2015 at 9:55 by Lance Lehman. Page 439 to page 442 are the crime scene drawings. Very interesting stuff here, especially when you think about the 3 different dates and you look at the dates on here. So there's no doubt they had to update this twice. Page 443, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment. The report date is 2/3/2015 for nuclear DNA. And this is 2015-28/10. Page 444 is the Forensic Science Laboratory report on the examination of the physical evidence. For nuclear DNA, it lists items 1 through 53. That's it. That's what they're testing for nuclear DNA in this document at this point, up until this point. Page 446 are the results of the lab exam. This is the blood. Presence of blood is found on the pistol, item 1A, in 4 areas. It's 1A-1, which is the grip of the gun, 1A-2, which is the slide of the gun, 1A-3, which is the trigger of the gun, and 1A-4, which is the muzzle of the gun. They also find presence of blood on the magazine, item 1B, in 1 area called IB-1. They find blood on the knife, which is item 8, in 4 areas, 3 samples collected. 8-1, which is the blade, 8-2, which is the inside, 8-3, which is the handle. They found presence of blood on the pin, item 40, 40-1, on the grip of the pin. They found presence of blood on the notepad, item 41, 41-1, on the front cover, 41-2 on a page. They found, okay, now we're getting into bullet. I'm going to call this bullet 1, item 42, bullet 1. They found blood on the bullet, item 42-1. 42-1 is the actual blood on the bullet. Bullet number 2, item 43. They found blood on the bullet, item 43-1. We're still on page 446. And we're going to look at bullet number 3, item 44, blood on the bullet. And the blood on the bullet is labeled as item 44-1. Here's where blood was not found. Blood was not found on 1B1, which is a cartridge. Blood was not found on 1B2, which is a cartridge. Blood was not found on 1C, which is a cartridge. Again, blood was not found on 45, which is a bullet. Page 447 shows the hair and fiber and when they were collected on. Not examined at this time were items 4 through 7, 10, item 13, item 16 through 22, item 25, item 26, item 28, item 29, and item 31 through 33. This is signed by the forensic scientist in charge, Rebecca Diane. Okay, page 448, Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment, 2015-28/11. This is dated 3/11/2015. Lab number 2, crime scene team. Page 449 is a forensic science laboratory BCA result of the field examinations report 2, item 1 through 57. Brian Bone requests BCA crime scene team to go to the house to look at the hole in the ceiling and search for any possible related bullet. So Brian Bone calls the BCA Operations Center sends out their team on 2/18/2015 to recover item 57. Hours in the house from 1745 to 1945. Page 452 shows the observations of the scene. Page 453 shows the description of the bodies. This is a very important read. Okay, page 454 shows HCME entered the scene at midnight on 1/18/2015. The bodies are taken 90 minutes later. Fragments of bones and tufts on the hair were observed on the area rug in the living room. Page 454 is a list of items collected. Item 1, Springfield XD, XD546473 with blood on it. Cartridge cases, items 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37. Cartridge item number 7. 3 bullets, 42, 43, and 44. Bullet fragment item 31. Book with blood on it. Item 4. Pages torn out of the book with blood. Item 5, 6, and 10. The knife, open. Locked back knife. Item 8. Page 454 clearly shows that the knife was open. Blood swabs from the wall. A and B. Items 11 and 12. Page 455. Blood swabs from the east wall. Item 29. Blood swabs from the south wall behind the Christmas tree. Item 33. Blood swabs from lower front right corner of the recliner. Item 34. Blood swabs from wood floor outside of area rug. Items 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, and 32. The magazine from item 1 had blood on it, ridge detail, loaded with less than 4 cartridges, also a cartridge in the chamber. Page 456, item 57 is mentioned. A projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited the attic. From the island counter wall below the countertop, items 16 and 17. Blood swabs of underside the island countertop, item 28. Blood swabs of the laptop's A key, item 24. Blood swabs of the keyboard surface, item 23. Blood swabs from the island countertop next to the laptop, item 25. Blood swab of tissue box, item 26. Blood swabs of cell phone, item 35. The dishwasher was open, dish racks pulled out. Blood swab of the kitchen floor, item 21. Blood swab inside the dishwasher, item 22. Page 457, items 46 and items 47, the notepad and the note page, possible handwriting samples from Kamel. Page 457, item 48, checkbook from David, possible handwriting samples from David. Blood swab collected in hallway outside of the office, item 27. Blood swabbing of office desk, item 39. Blood swabbing of notepad, item 41. Possible bloody ridge detail and blood on previous page 2. Blood swabbing of pen, item 40. Open safe in the master bedroom. Loaded magazine with keys and miscellaneous items. There is a swabbing of push keys on the top of the safe, item 38. Page 458 is the house diagram. You have the basement wall bullet here. You have the hole in the south wall. Chemical testing failed to detect the presence of lead. Bullet item 45 was retrieved from inside of the wall near the hole in the basement. This is all the basement wall bullet. The bullet hole in the living room was underneath the area rug. Holes were observed in both the area rug and the wood floor underneath that rug. Chemical testing of hole in wood floor failed to detect lead. Page 459, additional items submitted. Item 49 by Special Agent Chris Olson. Item 50 through 53 by Whitney Dorn. Item 54 through 56 by Special Agent Beth Ellers. Nuclear DNA tests were done on items 1 through 45, items 50 through 53, and item 57. Latent prints were done on item 1, item 40, item 41, item 49, and item 54. Firearms. Item 1 through 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, item 37, item 42 through 45, item 53, and item 57. Question documents, item 41. No analysis at this time was done on items 46, 48, 55, and 56. This is dated 3/11/2015. Page 460, the Minnesota BCA ACISS Lab Results Attachment 2015-28/12. The report date is 3/16/2015 for nuclear DNA. Page 461 is about Rania Crowley's known blood sample, which is item 52, single source composite DNA profile. Page 464 shows the nuclear DNA tests were done on item 1, the gun, which is 1A and 1B, item 8, the knife, blood swabs for items 11, 14, 23, 27, and 35. Nuclear DNA tests were also done on item 38, the push keys from the gun safe, item 41 from the notepad, item 42, 43, and 44, which are all bullets, item 45, which is the bullet in the basement wall. This is all nuclear DNA tests. These nuclear DNA tests were also done on item 50, which is a blood sample of David Crowley, item 51, a blood sample of Kamel Crowley, and item 52, a blood sample of Rania Crowley, page 465. These tests were also done on item 53, the bullet that rolled out of the rug, and item 57, the bullet that police found in the attic. No blood on that bullet. Sampled, collected, labeled as 57-1. Still on page 465, here are the DNA results. Item 1A-3 is a mix of 2 or more people with major male DNA profile that matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. Rania cannot be excluded from being a possible contributor. Kamel is excluded. Item 1B is a mix of 2 or more people. Major male DNA profile matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. Kamel and Rania cannot be excluded as contributors. Estimates 99.95 to 99.97 of the general population can be excluded. Page 466 is item 8-1, which has a mix of 2 or more people. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being contributors. 99.95 to 99.98% of the estimated general population can be excluded. Items 11 and items 44-1. Single source female DNA profile matching Kamel. David and Rania are excluded. Item 14, 23, 27, 42-1, and 43-1. Female DNA profile matching Kamel. David and Rania are excluded. Item 35 has a mix of 2 or more people. Kamel and Rania can't be excluded. David is excluded along with 99.9998% of the general population. Page 466, item 38, which shows a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Kamel. Major DNA profile does not match David or Rania. However, David and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors to the mixture. Page 467. Item 41-2 has a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Kamel. Major DNA profile does not match David or Rania. David and Rania are excluded. Item 45-1 shows no DNA profile obtained. Item 53-1 shows a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Rania. Major DNA profile does not match David or Kamel. David and Kamel are excluded. This is very important right here because item 53-1 is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet on January 20th. What you're reading here shows they did not have the bullet that they will say killed Rania until 4 days after the bodies were taken out of the house. That's ridiculous. 4 days after, January 17th goes by. Bodies are taken out January 18th. January 19th goes by. January 20th, when there's cleaners in the Crowley house, a bullet rolls out of a carpet, lands on the hardwood floor, cops are called in to collect this bullet, this document on page 467 shows this is the bullet that killed Rania. Most likely. That's what it's telling me. They missed this bullet too. The only bullets they found, if their logic is correct, the only bullets they found on January 17th were related to Kamel. Page 467 to 468 covers item 57. There is a male DNA profile that matches David Crowley. Kamel and Rania are excluded. Insignificant genetic information led to no statement on minor types. Page 469 is the autopsy reports. Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/14. The report date is 4/14/2015. This is the final autopsy reports. Page 470 shows that Chris Olson receives the final autopsy reports. Final autopsy claims David died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Page 471, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/15 with a report date of 5/24/2015. Lab 5-FA. Page 472 covers the forensic science laboratory tests on firearms. Lab 5, there's an item list. This is dated 5/22/2015. Page 473 shows the results of the laboratory examination. On item 1, the gun fired item 2, fired item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37, for a total of 6 .40 cal Smith & Wesson cartridge cases. Now, item 1 also fired item 42, item 43, item 44, item 45, item 53, and item 57, for a total of 6 .40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullets. They find matching features between item 57 and item 31. So item 1 fired item 31. Item 7 was not examined. It's a cartridge. So they take the matching features between item 57 and item 31 to show that item 1 fired item 31. Examinations of item 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57 showed them to be consistent with bullets from the Winchester PXD1 brand cartridges. You know, when I first read this, I thought it was the other way around. I thought they were using item 31 to help prove item 57 was fired by David's gun. Reading this now, I'm looking at it differently, and now I'm thinking they're trying to say what they found with item 57 helps them prove something about item 31. They don't even know that David's gun fired item 57, and they're going to use item 57 to help prove that David fired item 31. Lisa Kinsella is the forensic scientist here. Page 474 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/16. The report date is 7/2/2015. Lab 6. This includes a list of question documents. Includes 41A-1 to 41A-59. Lots of items to cover here. Okay, page 476. We're talking about blood. Item 41A-20A. 2 ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 of item 41, the spiral notepad. Item 41A-21A. 2 SDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 21 of item 41. So the comparisons will not be done at this time. If you're looking on page 477, comparisons of item 41A-30 and question writings and photographs saved, item 55, will not be conducted at this time. Still in the handwriting now with page 478 with alternate light source examining results. Exams of item 41, front, back, 59 pages inside, failed to reveal any latent writing material. Items 41A-1 through 41A-59. So they go all through these 59 pages. 41 is the notepad. 41A is the paper on the notepad, and 41A-1 through 59 are the pages. The indented impression examination results are also listed here. These impressions were done on 41A-20A and 41A-21A. Limitations. Additional writing impressions were developed that could not be interpreted. Page 480 is the BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/17, dated 9/10/2015, September 10th, 2015, done by Lab 7. Page 482 shows the latent prints, dated 7/31/2015. List of items submitted are all from page 482 to 484. This includes the gun, the magazine, the pen, the notepad, 59 pages. Item 49 is a known fingerprint card of David Crowley. Item 54 is a CD with images of 25 NEF images. Item 58 is a disc with images of latent prints from 1A, 1B, 41A, and 54. Latent prints. Item 1A, latent palm print, which is labeled as LP1A-1. Item 1B, latent fingerprint, which is labeled LP1B-2. Item 54, a latent palm print, labeled LP54-1. File names BCA499, NEF through BCA5001, NEF. A limited examination of latent prints is apparent blood from item 41, 41A, 41A1 through 41A59, all submitted as item 41. So on the notepad, they find 2 latent prints that are suitable for comparison. The latent prints, item 41A-30, latent print impression, could be from a finger or a palm. Item 41A-31, latent fingerprint, LP41A-31-1. This is blood. Now don't forget, they searched in the Muffin database and no suitable candidate was generated for these latent prints. Latent print results, page 485. LP1B-2 is a fingerprint inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. LP41A-30-1 is a palm or fingerprint inconclusive to Crowley for the same reason, because there's a limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. It's not a good enough latent print. LP41A-31-1 is a fingerprint with David's left middle finger on the note page. 2 palm prints, LP1A-1 and LP54-1, could not be compared due to no known palm print of David, according to page 485. This is dated 7/31/2015, well after they had contacted the FBI and the military. So they have palm prints, but they can't match them to David. They have a fingerprint, 2 fingerprints. Can't match them to David. Yet they're still going to go and claim David is guilty. Contact information is left if additional examinations are necessary. I believe they are, so hopefully we can get to that. Contact the BCA latent print section. This is written by forensic scientist Jennifer Kostrowski. They reviewed 5 latent print results, 3 fingerprints, 2 palm prints. Okay, the 3 fingerprints, LP1B-2, inconclusive to David Crowley. LP14A-31-1, inconclusive to David Crowley, which is the notepad. LP1A-30-1 is inconclusive to David Crowley, and this is the note page, number 30. LP41A-31-1 has David's left middle finger. This is the only fingerprint that they have, is of David Crowley's left middle finger, found on the note page, page 31 of the notepad. That's it. It's all they can conclusively say. That's what they have. A left middle finger for all of us, pretty much. Okay, palm prints. LP1A-1, no palm print comparison. LP54-1, no palm print comparison. They have no palm print comparison for David Crowley. Fingerprints don't match except for one. Don't match the gun, don't match anything else. Until we meet again, the gray stage continues. Here is the Apple Valley Police Department Property and Evidence Report, print date 1/20/2015 at 10:43 a.m. Item number 1 is the mail recovered from the mailbox for 1051 Ramsdale Drive, collected by Brian Bone. Item number 2 is a toy wrapped in black and white gift wrap labeled From Uncle Danny, collected by Brian Bone, AV2. Item number 3 is a brown paper bag containing a bill, a black flashlight, VFW mailing, a card with check for $14,000 from Daniel Crowley, and a gift from Sue and Al containing a coloring book, collected by Brian Bone. In the notes section of item 3, which is also AV-3, this says, contains check, be sure to properly destroy. This was found on the front step of the residence. Item number 4 is a world map wrapped in black and white gift wrap with label From Grandpa, collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-4, found on the front steps of the residence. Item number 5 is a bundle of assorted shooting targets, also collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-5, found on the front step of the residence. Item number 6 is This Week newspaper dated 12/26/2014, found by Tara Becker. This is AV-10, and it's found in the kitchen trash can. Item number 7 is a document with the name Kamel on it, found by Tara Becker. This is known as AV-11, and it's found in the kitchen. Item number 8 is a report card for Rania Crowley, dated fall of 2014, also found by Tara Becker. This is AV-12. This document is found in a Cypress School binder on the kitchen counter. Item number 9 is a document with a list of contributions. This is also AV-36. This is found in the office printer. Item number 10 is a 2010 daycare document from JC Childcare, a 401k statement in the name of Kamel Crowley, a healthcare statement with Park Nicolette Clinic stamp on it, an immunization record for Rania Crowley. Item number 11 is the firearms document, also known as AV-39. Item number 12 is a blue folder with the medical documents for Kamel Crowley. So they had her medical documents or some type of medical documents. This is also AV-40, found in the office file cabinet. Item number 13 is a birth certificate and medical and dental records for David Crowley. This is found in the office file cabinet as well, and it's AV-41. Item number 14 is a black rectangular gun safe with keypad on top, collected by Brian Bone. Item number 15 is a Springfield Armory handgun magazine containing 11 rounds of .40 cal Smith & Wesson ammunition, collected by Brian Bone. AV-44. This is found in the gun safe of the northeast bedroom. Item number 16 is a box of Winchester brand .40 cal Smith & Wesson ammunition, collected by Brian Bone. This is collected in the trunk of the vehicle in the garage. This is also AV-46. Item number 17 is a black plastic Springfield Armory gun case containing manuals, also collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-47. It is a gun case found in the trunk of the vehicle in the garage. Item number 18 is a Marlin Model 60 rifle collected by Michael Tietz. This is also AV-48. It is a weapon in the southeast downstairs bedroom. Item number 19 is a gun case containing a HK USP 40 handgun found by Michael Tietz. And this is also found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. And this is AV-49. Item number 20 is a Remington Model 700 rifle with scope and DBM collected by Michael Tietz. This is also AV-50, and this is found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. Item number 21 is a Remington Model 700 rifle with HFP collected by Michael Tietz. This is AV-51 in a black Pelican case with item AV-50, found together with AV-50. And this was found in the southeast downstairs bedroom as well. Item number 22 is a black plastic gun case containing DPMS AR-15 with scope, handguard, and black flashlight. This is AV-52, and it's also found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. And lastly, we have item number 26, which is a bullet found at the residence after a call from the cleaning crew. And this is ammo found on the scene at 1/20/2015, print date 1/22/2015. This is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet when the cleaners were there on January 20th, 3 days after the bodies were found. This bullet will eventually be tied to Rania, meaning they did not find the bullet that they're going to say most likely killed Rania till 3 days later. Item number 27 is one bag identified as 15-0366 David Crowley, contains clothing from victim, list of bag inventory scanned into case file. And this was given to them by the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office. Item number 28 is one bag identified as 15-0367 Camille Crowley, contains clothing from victim, list of bag inventory scanned into case file. This is the clothing for Camille. Item 30 is photos of David Crowley that's put on a CD disc, and it's given to Brian Bone by the Medical Examiner's Office. Item 31 is photos of Camille, and item 32 are photos of Rania. Item 33 is the crime scene video on a CD. This was given to Brian Bone by the BCA. Item 34 are the crime scene photos from the BCA on a CD. And again, this is given to Brian Bone by the BCA. Item number 35 is a CD with all the Wells Fargo records received via email from a warrant. This is given to Brian Bone by Wells Fargo. Item number 36 is a CD with all AT&T records received via email from a warrant. Item number 37 is documents, credit reports for Camille and David Crowley received from Equifax. Okay, and it looks like all of the firearms were released to Brian Bone on 4/1/2015. All the firearms except for the murder weapon, of course. And then on 4/6/2015, all of these firearms were picked up by Dan Crowley. I'm not sure if it's Dan Crowley Sr. or Jr., but you will be able to tell by the phone number. Item number 39 are the bone fragments located near David Crowley's body by the medical examiner. Item number 40 are bone fragments located near Camille Crowley's body. Item number 41 is a USB flash drive from Dropbox.com with files from David Crowley with his password here. Item number 42 are records from AT&T for the phone records. Okay, and then in these documents it skips down to number 50. Item number 50 is a computer chip. Item number 51 is number 6 on AV warrant, ECU number 14, listed as electronics. Item number 52 is also electronics, and it is number 7 on AV search warrant. Let's see what number 7 is. It's also electronics. Number 7 is an iPhone, okay, with the brown plastic case with the skull, found in the kitchen by Tara Becker. Item number 53 is number 9 on the AV search warrant. Okay, number 54 is number 13 on the AV search warrant, which is an iMac computer. It's like it's found in the kitchen. Item number 55 is number 26 on the AV search warrant. Let's look at number 26. Miscellaneous power cords. Okay. Item number 56 is number 35 on the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. Let's look at what number 35 on the AV search warrant. It is a Pelican case with 6 hard drives. Item number 57 is number 20 on the AV search warrant. Let's take a look at what number 20 is on the AV search warrant. And that is a password list. Okay, password list. There we go. Item number 58 is number 21 on the AV search list, which is another password list. 2 password lists here. Item number 59 is number 22 on the AV search warrant, which is a hard drive, rugged LaCie, LACIE, orange color. Oh, one of those big ones. Okay. Item number 60 is number 24 on the AV search warrant. I don't know why they can't just list this for us, but whatever. Let's go ahead and find number 24 is a black jump drive. So item number 60 is a black jump drive. Item number 61, which is number 25 on the AV search warrant, is a card reader with scan disk, 64-bit. Okay, number 62 is number 27. Number 27 is a Lexar card reader with memory card. Item number 63 is number 28 on the AV search warrant. And 28 is a hard drive with iron enema on it. Item number 64 is number 30 in the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. Let's take a look at what number 30 is. It's a Seagate Anchor 008. Item number 65 is number 32 on the AV search warrant. And 32 is another hard drive, a Maxon. Item number 66 is number 33 on the AV search warrant. AV33 on the search warrant is a blue USB thumb drive. There you go. Item number 67 is number 34 on the AV search warrant, and number 34 is a Skillcraft USB thumb drive. Item number 68 is number 37 on the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. They have 37 listed as a hard drive. And this name is interesting. Go ahead and look that name up. Tell me what you find. Item number 69 is number 42 on the AV search warrant. And 42 is a phone with a black case. Item number 70 is number 45 on the AV search warrant. And 45, let's take a look at what that is. 45 is a tablet with a pink case. Item number 71 is number 23 on the AV search warrant. Looks like hard drive for family photos. Number 23, I'm going to go back just to check that. A Toshiba hard drive, family pictures. Okay, number 72. Item number 72 is number 8 on the AV search warrant. And this has Black Mac laptop. It's a computer. And item number 73 is the ECU record. It is a CD disc. Okay, so that was 57 pages of Apple Valley Police Department property and evidence reports covering all of the items. You'll notice there were some items missing. Specifically items 23, 24, 25, 38, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49. So I'm going to try to find out what these other items are that I was unable to find here. I guess there will be a part 2 once I find out what those other items are. Okay, everyone, thanks for staying. Thanks for listening. The gray stage continues. We will get to the bottom of this. Truth is on our side. And never give up. So right now we're going to look at all of the photos that we have. I've tried to separate them and sort them so that I can give you all of the different photos that we have of the front of the house, back of the house, west side. Now we're going to look at BCA 4464. You can definitely see part of Kamel. And the interesting thing is that rip. You can see the tear right there. You can see how close David's body is where the Santa Claus ornament is. That's where David's body is. So the sweat's where the rip is. I think that's going to be one of the big keys there. You see a little blue bandana. That's where Rania was. So I don't know. Maybe her head was there where this couch was. Somebody's head was there, I believe. It's starting to make more sense that it's Rania. In the lower right corner, you also do see those footprints. And in the lower right corner, you can see the blood splatter, the blood spray, and even some dog feces. You can also see that there too. Another interesting thing is, looks like what might be a second backpack on the table in the back as well. This also gives us another angle of that dog food that is there, and it does look opened. So the dog food does look somewhat opened. BCA 4760. This is a wider angle of a shot that we got before. You can also see it has the pin and some of that purple outer pin shell. The scarf or the shawl really looks like it used to be white, drenched in blood now. That's another thing we can tell from this. The black hair, you can see all the black hair. You can see the white stuffing from a stuffed animal, apparently. More Quran pages, just everywhere. And another piece of a skull. Curious what the pin was for. Why would there even be a pin in this area? 2 pieces of skull is what we can see, because you'll see another one at the very bottom of this image. And there should be a lot of blood in this area. We do see some dark spots in the carpet. So the question would be, how much of that is blood, if any? What would blood look like 3 weeks later on a carpet of this color? Does it match what we're seeing here in between 4 and 5? These Quran pages, now we're getting a better look at where they are, which ones were out, and then of course right above 6 you have a piece of bone there. Now let's look at BCA 4777. It's very hard to tell if there's any blood on that Christmas tree. So far I would say no. If it was, it would have been marked. There would be some blood splatter that the police would have marked, but there's nothing there. There's nothing to indicate that there's any blood on that Christmas tree, which I find a little odd when you think about the trajectory of the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. But here we have the hand. I think it's on the ripped out pages of the Quran, but it could also be leaning up against that Quran as well, which is also weird. I mean, obviously the whole thing doesn't really make sense. There's been a lot of talk about the hand sign that David's hand appears to be making. That hand sign can mean multiple things to multiple people, obviously, but it is interesting. I don't know if it looks like it's forced that way. It might. Hard to tell. But yeah, like it kind of makes it look like a trigger, like that's where the trigger would be, where the trigger hand would be. So yet no image of the gun. One thing we still don't have is a clear image of where the gun was found. But in this image, the gun should be a little to the right of this hand, in the upper corner, close to where that 5 is. The torn out pages, we have the hair. It seems to be everywhere. You can see in this photo that blue tube is down. Sometimes it's down, sometimes it's up. You see the hair. Look how far the hair is next to the number 4, next to that white stuffing. Look at how far away the hair is. I'd like to ask everybody, what can you see from that hand? How decomposed does this body look from that hand? Because we do not have a clear shot of that hand. Even in the photo that showed the 3 bodies, you did not really get a clear view of this hand. So I'm interested to see what people think about the decomp. Is this 3 weeks of decomp here that we're seeing? Is it possible that the dog could have eaten the other hand? Look at how this hand looks. There's a little purple thing in there. Some questions about what that might be. Part of an ornament. I don't know what that is. But it is the hand. Look at that hand. What do you see? What does it tell you? It's telling a story. Even the way that the hand is laid out, it's telling a story. We just got to make sure we get the story right. The Quran looks purposely open to that page. It's set down right there. There's no way David would have been holding this, obviously. This was set down on the ground in this area. Why? Why would it be set here? BCA 5052. This is that same hand. Angle is a little different, but it is the same hand. It is that pinky finger. You can compare those 2 photos and you'll see it is the pinky. He had a long sleeve shirt on. The shirt was white. Obviously it's not white now. It's almost the same color as the hand. A little bit darker. Might be some other issues with that forearm. It kind of looks like it's been touched, but for whatever the dog didn't touch that part. Above the 36 is probably a piece of either David's head or Kamel's head. Now, if you look next to that pin, to that white pin, a little south of it, you will see the brown hair, which is probably David's hair. That's probably David's hair there. So maybe this is a part of his skull, because we know that some of his skull was also missing. But this is a piece of skull. Here's the question. Does this piece look like a dog has been chewing on it? Like a dog has been gnawing at it? Or is this a direct result from a gunshot wound? Those are some of the questions. That pin, if you also look at it, maybe that purple thing that we were seeing, that little purple piece, could be the outside of this pin, possibly. But it's interesting. The torn out Quran pages clearly show us what we've already known, is that there is a deep hatred for the Quran and for Muslims, apparently, from what we're seeing here. The question is, where is that hatred coming from? Right next to the casing of 36. If that's what David's left hand looked like, then it's really important to understand what the right hand would have looked like, or it's still there. It's very interesting that there is a request for known DNA samples for victims, but not for a suspect. That makes me wonder if at this point they are also treating David as a victim. We know very soon that's going to change. He will be a suspect. It's pointed out that no one has been charged in this case. Page 84 is specifically referring to David Crowley, and it is quoted as saying, "Only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. Rope/bracelets on his left wrist. His bare left foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot partially exposed. A rip was observed on the left thigh of his pants. A portion of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's lower right leg. His right sleeve was pushed up and a tattoo was visible on his right forearm. For Kamel, her left arm was under her body extended towards the right. Her right arm extended over to her left. Both of her hands appeared to be missing. Only a portion of her skull appeared to be attached to her spine. They also noted a rip in the rear right leg, and they state that she was lying on top of a blue blanket. For Rania, she was lying on her left side with her left hand extended out to her front. Her right arm was missing. She had a blue top with white polka dots that was pulled up around her neck, exposing her torso, and she was barefoot. Page 85, personnel from the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office entered the scene at approximately midnight on 1/18/2015. A hole was observed in the remaining portion of the skull attached to David's spine. 2 possible holes were observed in the remaining portion of Kamel's skull. A hole was observed behind Rania's left ear. Additional tattoos of David's left forearm and tattoos on Kamel's back were also found. Still page 85. The bodies were removed from the scene at approximately 1:30 a.m. on January 18, 2015. Several fragments of apparent bone and tufts of apparent hair were observed in the area rug in the living room. They found 6 cartridge cases, item 2, item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37. They found 1 unspent round, a live round, it's item 7, 3 spent bullets, item 42, item 43, and item 44. They also have item 31, which is a bullet fragment. Regarding the bloody footprints, looking at page 86, they state that a chemical was used to enhance any possible ridge detail present within the prints. The prints were documented with photographs prior to and after the application of the enhancement chemical. Page 86. So here is just one example of them taking photos before and after things are moved, before and after chemicals are sprayed and used. It's interesting, on page 87, they're already talking about item 57, where they say a hole was observed in the living room ceiling near the front entry. Characteristics of the hole and its surrounding area indicate that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. A bullet, item 57, was collected from the attic in the vicinity of the hole. It's also important to note that there were 2 ways to get into that attic. You can get in there from the master bedroom, but you can also get to the attic from the garage. There's another entry in the garage. Sticking with the basement bullet, there's actually 5 holes here. It begins with a hole in the area rug in the living room. The second hole is in the living room floor that goes through that wood. The third hole would be above the ceiling tile in the basement. The fourth hole is the removable ceiling tile. And the fifth hole is where the bullet is retrieved from inside the wall near this hole on the south wall. Going back to the description of David, looking at page 101 now, we see that there is a rip in the navy blue shirt, quote, ripped on bottom. There is a rip near the left leg, possibly, if I'm reading this right. The left foot is covered by the blue blanket, right bare foot partially exposed. Part of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's leg, arms fully extended to his sides. Right hand missing with possible tissue attached. Still on page 101. From neck of the shirt, visible vertebrae and back portion of skull attached. Piece of skull within the back part of his skull was still there. The right forearm is purple and black. Left hand is purple with leathery textured appearance. There's a tattoo on the right forearm. David's stomach is exposed. Light skin with purple discoloration. His left leg through the rip, light skin with yellow discoloration. Right foot, purple discoloration with leathery appearance. Right forearm cool to the touch, stiff. Stiffness in stomach. Skin slippage. Mummification, possible animal activity and skeletalization, page 102. For Kamel, there is a rip in the right sweatpant, brown sweater lifted partially up, black undershirt, gray state shirt, we know that's a gray state t-shirt she was wearing, tan undergarment exposed, still page 102. Lying on her stomach with her left arm under the body extended towards the right. Right arm extended over to her left. Just the skull was observed through the neck hole of the shirt, I'm guessing. I'm not sure. Neither hand visible. Right leg rip. Yellow, purple, green skin exposed on lower back and right leg through rip. A bead of liquid on the lower back and right thigh. Temperature and stiffness not checked. Skeletalization. Possible animal activity. Possible bloating. Blankets above head area of Kamel, page 104. For Rania, page 102 to 103, she was barefoot, gray sweatpants, halfway down the buttocks, all the way up the front. Shirt was around her neck, entire torso exposed, on the left side, left arm extended out in front, right leg crooked and knee upward, entire right arm missing, first stated as her left arm. Red, purple, yellow discoloration at the torso and left arm. Purple discoloration on both feet. Skin slippage, marbling on the torso, mummification of fingers and toes, detached hair, possible animal activity. Taking a few steps back to page 103 through 104, and some of this will be found on page 106 and 107 as well. The cartridge cases. Item 2 was found in the corner of the carpet. Item 3 was another cartridge case on the east side of the living room near the stool behind the recliner. Item 9 was found in the living room. Item 30 near the south wall to the left of David. Item 36, another bullet case to the left of David. Item 37 was found on the floor by the couch. Those are the 6 casings found here. Item 2, Item 3, Item 9, Item 30, Item 36, and Item 37. 6 cases. They should be looking for 6 bullets, but they're not. They find 4, and that's it. They find 4 bullets and leave the house. So item 42, 43, and 44 are spent cartridges that are found in the living room carpet with hair on. Item 45 is the bullet that is found in the basement that is tied to the hole labeled as F. Item 45 is the bullet from the basement that is tied to the hole labeled F. So here you have 4 bullets here. That's it. And they're happy with that. Now there is another fragment. There is item 31, which is a fragment, a bullet fragment, that is found in the living room carpet near the south wall to the left of David, page 104. Then you have item 7, which is a cartridge found in the living room, never used, did this jam. Did the gun jam and that bullet had to be taken out? Why is this bullet, why is there one live round, one unspent round found in the same area as Kamel? In the same area as where these 3 bodies are. Okay, if you look at this, if you were to look at 42, 43, 44, and 45, okay, we know that those are bullets found, right? Item 31, you could try to tie that to one of the other bullets. They still leave the house with 6 cartridge cases and only 4 bullets. And there's 2 other bullets in the house that they won't find till 2 days later and 1 month later. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. We are now going to look at item 53. This is the bullet that was found on January 20th, 2015. I'll show you the photos first. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos, and then we'll discuss it. So let's go through these 6 photos here. This is pulled up against the blood wall. So where that couch was, the couch has now been moved, and this desk is pushed up against that same wall. You can see to the far left, you can even see that Even though you may be killed resisting, the act of resistance on a metaphysical level has value. David Crowley completed a revised script of Gray State on June 2, 2013, and asked a select group of people to review the updated version of the story. On October 23, 2013, the rough cut of Gray State: The Rise was finished and ready for review. Exporting the rough cut now, David Crowley wrote on Twitter, "So stoked." On December 9, 2013, Crowley added 6 months working on Gray State: The Rise. It's finally taking its final form, but holy Moses, what a shitty shit ton of work. David, Camille, and Rania Crowley moved into their new home in Apple Valley, Minnesota on December 13, 2013. On December 18th, David posted on Facebook that he had lost a crucial hard drive during the move to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. The only real loss after moving to a new house last weekend was a crucial hard drive for The Rise. I guess the next few weeks will be spent salvaging everything that was lost. The following day, he wrote, "File recovery sucks, but it's better than not having files to recover. This could take a few weeks." By December 27, 2013, the documentary film was getting back on track. Finally getting back on track with The Rise. She's been teaching me patience by making me work for the 660 missing clips that remain and crashing at least 6 times a day. The manuscript for Gray State was about to go through a serious revision on January 15, 2014. Some seclusion writing this weekend, David Crowley wrote on Facebook. For those of you who read the GS script, it's about to get gutted for the necessity of a clear, concise, entertaining, and effective film. For all the chewy details that are going to get cut, well, there's always the novel. 5 days later on January 20th, the story for Gray State had completely changed. After 2 years of trying to extract the Gray State story, I think I finally may have done it. The story has completely changed, is working beautifully, and the new outline was completed in only the last 3 days. With this new story, it will not be hard to attract funding. The following day, David Crowley explained he had rediscovered the ending to the Gray State story. It's a strange experience finally feeling genuine love for characters I've created. The most painful part of writing the conflict for these people who are precious to me is that I must now torture them, punish them, and drag them through the dirt to reveal their essence of form. Yesterday morning, I rediscovered Gray State's ending, and the final feeling captured was of such gentle sadness I've been stuck in it ever since. On January 22nd, 2014, David was still settling into his new home. Spending today building 2 big fucking new desks to create a man cave mega desk, then relocating all of the Bullet Exchange inventory to my basement. On February 2nd, David explained the plot of the fictional film Gray State. Gray State, a wounded veteran leads the insurgency against a corrupt government after his city is put under martial law. The use of force, David Crowley posted on March 7, 2014, no matter the context, should be a shameful last resort, indicating an utter defeat of intelligent faculty. This is the difference between men and children, and also why our childlike society celebrates violence in its exercise of authority. The very next day, David wrote, "Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State." 2 days later, on March 10, 2014, David was happily unsubscribing from liberty and conspiracy feeds on Facebook and Twitter. Too much of the backbiting derision they claim to oppose. See you guys. It's been fun. You'll still like Gray State, though. Then on March 11th, David asked the question, you know what liberty feels like? Unsubscribing from hundreds of Liberty or Death Fuck the NWO pages and Twitter account. This movie was steadily progressing on March 19th. Today, in place of thousands of post-it notes, David wrote on Facebook, pages of scribbles, and 30 feet of plot points, I have a 118-page script outline hybrid that may be only days away from a solid draft 1. The original Gray State story took 8 months of solid work. This story took less than 2 and is better in every way. On March 22nd, Camille was reading the first draft of the new Gray State script, according to David's post. On May 15, 2014, David spent a very welcome morning laying the groundwork for another 6 films I've been having ideas for. It's nice to finally be free from Gray State. Boy howdy. On May 22nd, David Crowley's dream had finally come true. It just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned in the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with a producer who above all else wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. On June 30th, posting as the Gray State page on Facebook, David Crowley gave an update on the Gray State movie. The past month I've been meeting with some LA-based producers, crew, and other industry contacts, and together we are building the team that will combine our passions and talent and belief in Gray State to optimize its message and reach of its exposure. This has been a truly exhilarating experience. My attorney and I are reviewing the option contract this week, and once that sucker is signed, this whole Gray State thing is going to finally, irretrievably, and monstrously take off for the stratosphere. And in such a way that the message will be preserved, and perhaps even continue in sequels, TV series, and video games. Seriously, talk about taking over the mainstream. This has been my life's work for nearly 4 years, and it is extremely gratifying to be backed by such a raging horde of superfans. Thanks for all your patience, guys. See you at the premiere. September 30th, David Crowley spent some time on Facebook answering questions from his supporters. It seems like there are a lot of questions and expectations about this project. For the next 20 minutes or so, I will answer your questions directly. There are 2 very important posts from David Crowley that were either deleted or have been hidden from public view. One post was made on December 9, 2014, and the other was dated September 30th, 2014. The missing post from September included a question by a supporter as well as an answer by David Crowley posting as Gray State. In this post, David Crowley mentions his plans for rebuilding a trustworthy team. Asked what his biggest holdup was with the fictional movie, Crowley responded, "I'm doing this myself. I say we and team a lot, but when it comes to nuts and bolts work, writing and leveraging the product into securing Hollywood money, it's just me. I hope to change this by reinvigorating the process and rebuilding a trustworthy team." Now, we still do not know who removed or hid this post from the Gray State Facebook page or why. Hopefully this post will reappear one day. Responding to a question about when the documentary Gray State: The Rise was going to be released, David Crowley responded, "The Rise suffered a catastrophic hard loss earlier this year. I am working to get it back together, hopefully for a free online release. You guys deserve a little something. I really have to be careful though, because a mishandled doc release could absolutely sink production on the film or series. I'm treading carefully, making sure that everything works out for the best." September 30th was a very important day as David Crowley had big plans for 2015. Today's post represents the first visible beginnings of the Gray State resurrection. I can't get into too much too soon, but with the right amount of hard work, strategy, and miracle juice, the beginning of 2015 should see some amazing progress. Crowley also wrote about a new, revamped website coming soon, and many of his last known conversations involved plans for the future of his projects. Over and over again on September 30th, 2014, David wrote about his vision for the Gray State franchise, a series which could be produced and released way faster than a film, has the potential to subvert the system. How can it not? Sorry guys, but Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, while entertaining, lack a real-world purpose. Gray State will not fail you. How could it? Creating the Gray State franchise was David Crowley's full-time job, and he was doing everything he could to ensure the success of this franchise. It'll either be a great success story, a spectacular, highly visible failure, but either way, I guess we all put in our best shot, right? I guess that could be said about where the country is headed too. The questions kept coming, and David Crowley answered as many questions as possible within those dedicated 20 minutes. Crowley was attempting to reach out directly to his supporters and doubters in order to address the criticism the project received for its multiple delays in production. Starting a Kickstarter campaign for future production costs is more evidence that David Crowley was actively planning for the future in September of 2014. We want to run a Kickstarter, but if we do, it'll be for a very specific purpose. like hiring a behind-the-scenes crew to document production, run live broadcasts, and give constant updates to the fans. I never wanted the fans to fund this. It's like making your kids pay for their own Christmas presents. David was still trying to get big budget funding for Gray State in September of 2014. I believe this shows David was not defeated by his earlier failures in Hollywood, as some have claimed. His words seemed like those of a rejuvenated artist who had a story to tell and who wasn't going to stop until his concept for Gray State became a reality. Hopefully the strength of this project as a whole and what it represents with the people will help me get a big budget without sacrificing my intent. But hey, if I can't, then I will take it back to low-budget indie like the 2012 trailer. This too shows David Crowley had a plan B, just in case the big-budget dreams came crashing down. New developments have enhanced the project's honesty and dedication to its origins, wrote Crowley. This is going to be brutal. Crowley also reminded people to stay tuned for updates. We will keep the entire production process as wide open as possible. In response to the comment that it's been 3 years since Gray State was first developed, Crowley responded, "No, it's been a lot longer and there are years to go." In a separate comment, Crowley confirmed his long-term plans. The film is ready to go, but it may take forever and then still fail at any point in production. A series might be immediately tangible, and instead of interfering with the film, set it up for success a year or two down the road. Big picture stuff. More evidence. Now he's planning for a series that will lead into a film. More evidence of David Crowley planning for the future. Crowley's most challenging thing about the project was trailblazing this timeline. It's been either a very small team or just me alone working on this thing for years, trying to make it work. I do not just want this movie done so the fans can see it online. I want millions to get blindsided by it in theaters. Alright, thank you for joining me here. We're going to go over the 21 questions for Detective Gummert. These questions were filled out and sent to Detective Gummert back in 2016. And on May 10, 2016, Detective Gummert sent an email response to the 21 questions. And these 21 questions, from what we were hoping, was going to help us understand why the police thought that David Crowley was guilty. I also want everybody to keep Detective Gummert in your prayers. I think he's out on a medical leave right now. Pray for his safety because
Mr. Alam did not speak to any of the family. Sidra was the sole person dealing with everything. Miss Alam was really sick at the time, and they were in Dallas in another hospital. So Sidra basically told Mr. Alam, you know, don't worry about anything. I'll take care of it. You worry about Mom. Her husband will take care of the businesses, and she'll handle all of this. So that was what was decided in between all three of those.
Do you think that any of that was encouraged by the Gray State team?
So I believe when the whole documentary thing happened, I think, yes, I do believe, I think they took advantage of Sidra, you know, her being naive and, you know, wanting to see the good in everyone, which, I mean, even from certain things that had happened and while I was there, I kept telling her, you know, just don't trust everybody. And, you know, it stuck out to me, especially with Mason Hendricks. He really didn't want Mr. Alam on the documentary. He kept pushing for just Sidra. He even told her not to tell Mr. Alam about this documentary. he put her in a position where she was very, she didn't know what to do. But yeah, I definitely think, they kind of liked that they were just dealing with Sidra and not Mr. Alam. Because in all reality, if Mr. Alam had been dealing with all this would have been a whole nother thing. It wouldn't have transpired to all of this. It wouldn't have gotten to this, especially with the documentary.
Have you seen the documentary?
Yes, I have. I have.
Do you have any views you want to share?
And, which one? The previous cut or the one that's out there on Netflix?
The previous cut.
Well, what could I say about that? They picked and choose what they wanted to put in there, obviously. They did a lot of editing. They just took out some words that Sidra had said and Mr. Alam had said. But the things that should have been there weren't on there that they really wanted on there.
When you're comparing the two versions, is the narrative a lot different?
The one thing that stuck out to me on the second one, the official one, they kind of try to make Kamel look crazy, in all honesty, by showing her clip. And you know what the crazy part is? Mr. Alam had never seen that footage till the day it got released, so that was the shitty part in all
really?
This. Yeah. We had never seen the footage, and that is why he was so upset that that's his daughter, out there looking crazy, and that's not something they even asked for permission. So, Eric Nelson definitely had an agenda on what he wanted to show. So, after the rough cut, that was sent to Mr. Alam, Mr. Alam basically said he wasn't going to sign any paperwork till he saw what the direction was going to be. And that's something Nelson had said, that, everybody's story was going to be told, and he didn't have an agenda. Just whatever the interviews were, he was just going to present them how they were. So I'm glad Mr. Alam was pretty smart, and, he wanted to see the rough cut before he signed it. I mean, they were pushing Sidra to sign her part, but Mr. Alam made sure and was firm that Sidra didn't do that. Once he got the cut, he was not happy with it. He told him, what's the moral of this movie? What are you trying to get at? What's the point of it if there's no lesson? Because that was what was told to the Alam side. There was going to be a lesson in this. There was going to be something for others so they can be enlightened. PTSD or mental abuse, or for with women, just something. There should have been something. In all honesty, there was nothing about that documentary. I don't see why the Crowley side agreed to it. It shows their son as a crazy lunatic. If the roles were reversed, I would have never wanted that out for my son, But that's just me.
Yeah. But if they could show that it wasn't just him, and it was her too, then it goes.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I felt. There was no reason for them to put that footage in of Kamel,
Agreed.
I feel like the reason why they put that in is to put that pack theory in people's head that, maybe she was going crazy, maybe they decided it together. So I just didn't see the point of that. And, another weird footage was Ronnie in the basement, and that made no sense. And the other one I'm glad you brought that up. the footage of Ronnie talking about the bloody man, they make that seem so bad, and it's actually really funny. It's I don't know if you've seen in the big certain movie productions, there's this little red man that shows up before a movie starts.
Can you name one? Because I've been looking for this for months, maybe years now.
I will get back to you on that.
I can't find it.
I will get back. I will get back to you on that. Cool. Yeah, but it's this little red man that they always scared her with. He was a little red man, and that footage was actually recorded by.
Could be a touchstone thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it could be. I think so. I'll look into it. I'll ask Sidra. She probably knows. And I'll let you know. But yeah, it wasn't anything. I mean, yeah, I know as the third person looking in, it sounds so creepy for a little kid to say that, but she was a very, she had a very broad imagination. She talked like that, and they just turned it around and made it sound so awful for her.
No, she was very bright. That's the way. Yeah. She was bright. She could understand all the. Yes.
She was extremely bright. When I met her, she it didn't seem like I was talking to a 5-year-old. She was very intelligent for her age, and I think that was part of her autism. I know that they're very bright, and so I think that has to do with that. But yeah, just going back to the documentary, certain things they showed had no reason to be on there, and that were shown were completely out of context. So that was what Mr. Alam didn't like.
Yeah.
And the sad part is, the Alams were. This had already been decided, and there were they got their interviews towards the end. It was around July. Sidra was 9 months pregnant when they shot all that. So apparently they weren't even going to be on the interviews, and not Danny Mason, I always get them confused. Mason Hendricks convinced Nelson to put them on there. So yeah, it was a pretty shitty part on their end, and I think Crowley's are to blame too, because they had no contact with the Alams. Sidra was always the one trying to contact them for anything, and I get they feel guilty or with what happened, but communication was very, very poor, and it was all through Mason and Sean, and they shouldn't have been even in the middle of this, in my opinion. It should have been the families talking, and that just wasn't it. Dan Senior never wanted to talk. It would be through email or a text message, and a day late or a week late conversation. So yeah, they're a hard family to communicate with, and that's something even his friends say, that's just how they are, that they're a little weird, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, right, which is different than saying that, because they weren't talking to David or because they didn't talk with him every day or whatever,
Yeah, because that's something Mr. Alam brought up. He said, I understand, from our side, we're far away, we're dealing with Nyla's sickness. Well, what was y'all's excuse for not, being in each other's lives, he's like, if that was me and my daughter isn't talking to me for this long and she lives literally 10 minutes away from me, I'll pop up at her house, So, I don't know. Their family was a little odd, but I'm not going to say too much on that. I don't know them that well, so.
Yeah, sure. Can we go back to a little bit about when we're talking about Rainey in the basement? And can you give us the correct pronunciation of what the daughter's name? Yeah. Can you say her name?
Her name is Rania.
Okay, thank you. Rania. Okay, so can you give us a little thing, because you've watched that documentary, you've seen both versions of it. The version that certain people have kind of teased us with or tempted us with or whatever, but in that version, what is happening with Rania in the basement? Is there any...
Honestly, there was no point of them putting that on there. It was just a little tantrum. She was in timeout, and that was all there was to it. And it was funny how she was acting. And David loved, the thing with David, he documented everything. This may be TMI, but he even recorded her first poop, But that was just him, he loved recording things like in the moment. You'll see a lot of their pictures. They're not posed pictures. They're in the moment pictures. That's what he loved. So it was just something he documented, and they chose to use that, I guess.
Yeah, that seemed kind of strange. Out of all of the stuff that they had,
yeah,
that seemed kind of strange that they would use.
They were
that.
just really trying to, prove how David was, and make him look uglier, in my opinion.
But they put that, like, it's not just that they showed it in there, it's where they showed it. They showed that in the cult section. So we're here talking about this cult, this and that, and, like, I don't know, like, a lot of that stuff.
You just don't get a good feeling after you watch that.
No, because it's just more like fear. It's like, well, it raises so many different things, whereas a documentary is supposed to give you closure. It's supposed to help us understand what really happened here so that we can move on. This did not. This is not a documentary. So,
absolutely not. I completely agree with you, and that was part of the reason why Mr. Lum and Nelson were going back and forth. He said he was going to add some stuff in the end. Apparently he added the dog at the end. Apparently that was supposed to be a lesson, which I don't see how. It's just crazy to me. I don't know how David's family agreed to this. I wish they would have taken back their interviews too, and this wouldn't have happened. But
now, is it possible that they signed the same contract that I signed, and that then they saw it later and they were like, wait a minute, like, what the heck
because
is going on here?
When I went with Sidra to the hotel where they were gonna shoot their interviews, they wanted them to sign it there, and Mr. Lum was not okay with that. He's like, no, I will not sign any paperwork till I see what your agenda is. So, yeah, that could very well have been what had happened. But I also do know Sidra had told me that Dan Sr. had talked to her a little bit about this, and he didn't want to go through with this. Apparently Nelson had reached out to him when all of this had happened, right away, and he shut him down. But I think the Gray State family had a lot to do with why they went through with this. That's just my personal opinion from what I saw. I totally
agree. Mm-hmm.
They pushed it. Honestly, Dan Sr., he's a very sweet man from what I have heard, him talk, the way he's talked to Sidra. He's a sweet man. Think he got manipulated into doing this. His friends basically, that's what he told Sidra was, they said this would be a tribute to his son, which I don't see how the heck this is a tribute. But, like you said, maybe he signed it off thinking that would have been a tribute. And afterwards, it wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it was kind of the same thing that they told me. Oh, we just want to get to the truth. We think you guys are great. You guys are on to it. We just want to get your guys' side. And I'm sure, and now what I'm learning is they told everybody else the same thing. We just want to get your view.
Yeah.
That's it.
Absolutely.
But make sure you sign this document. Like, the only reason they wanted me to sign that document was so that I could not sue anybody else, so that I cannot sue it.
Absolutely.
It was just like, wait a minute. Like, so I even tweaked it, and they didn't really notice it, but it was just like I don't really care, because I don't have anything, but it shows that they were not trying to make a documentary. They had ulterior motives, from what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They told everybody, different stories, and I really wish, everybody got together before
Sure.
all of this.
But they were, yeah, but they were keeping us separate. They were trying to make both families think that people that were asking questions were the enemy.
Yeah.
And that's,
it just shows their motives. When Mr. Alam at the end, he told him, there's no way he was gonna sign off on this documentary, and Nelson said he respected his wishes. He would take off both Sidra and Mr. Alam's piece on that, and that was the end of it. And he said he was going to let him know when this aired. He was going to have him fly out to New York and all this stuff. But, they honestly, it's pretty crazy, but they didn't even know when it was going to get released, the documentary. I actually told Sidra, because I would regularly check up on y'all's page, and that's where I saw it at. And I told her, I was like, hey, did you know that the documentary is getting released? And she had no idea. And then she told Mr. Alam, and Mr. Alam actually flew out to New York with his lawyer. And he was present at the release, but they had no idea. They were undercover.
Right, which they shouldn't have had to be if all of this was just going to lead us to the truth, right? There was no need for any of that.
Supposedly they went through tons of stuff and went through all of his videos. And I think that's something that Dan Senior had told Sidra about. That was part of the reason why he wanted to go through with it, because he wanted someone to come in and dig information. Because that's something he has always had trouble with. He always told Sidra, he can't find the why, So I guess that's part of the reason why he went through with it. Maybe someone would be able to find the why.
Do you know who interviewed them?
So I don't know names exactly, but Nelson was there. I was there. I was sitting outside when they were getting interviewed. Nelson was there. Mason was there. Chris Peck was there. And there were two other guys that were holding the camera, and there was a skinny guy that was holding the microphone, I believe. Yeah, they wanted to interview both Sidra and Mr. Alam separately, but Mr. Alam didn't want that. He said that if they wanted an interview, it'd have to be together, so they both sat down together. So on the raw footage, they basically, if they wanted to show Sidra separately, they just zoomed it in all the way on her to make it seem like she was separate.
So how much footage is there of them? Of the alums.
They try to get Kamel's side of the view on who she was as a person. Sidra talks about that. They talk about, when they got married. Mr. Alam was opposed that. They talk a lot about, most of it was for Sidra's side, when she went up there in October. So they touched up on that. Her interaction with David, and just basically he asked stories of Kamel, and if we knew anything about her paranormal activities, and if they had any occurrences. And Sidra had mentioned one that she had when she went up there in Minnesota when they were living in their apartment. So she brushed up on that part, so that was on the documentary as well. And they ended it showing that she was pregnant, and something good was going to come, which was so stupid. But sorry, I just really hate weird. The documentary.
No, I do too. I've only seen it once, only seen it once, and it was the only time that I watched it live. So I do not want to see it. But wait, so
yeah, it's a bunch of vomit. Yeah, they actually didn't have the dog part. Then they ended it with showing Cidra's stomach and just saying, "Okay, yeah." Well, you know they showed it because Cidra's due date was actually Ranya's birthday, so they thought that was so intriguing. So they wanted to end it there by saying, "Oh well, this baby's gonna come on Ranya's birthday," kind of thing, you know.
Oh. Okay, so they're pulling at our heartstrings. Okay.
Yeah, they even said that they were going to do it that way because it was just crazy to me. Like, it was just so stupid. Yeah. I'm glad they pulled it out because, gosh.
That seems weird. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. They wanted some kind of emotional thing to end with. That's why they chose the dog. So everybody, he even said it. When Mr. Alam said, take our stuff out, he said, okay, we'll all have to take some stuff out. We'll go ahead and put the dog on there, so we could have that, ending to it. And, everybody can feel happy, giddy, I guess. I don't know how you could feel that way, but.
So this has to be clear. In the first Apple Valley Police Department press release, this was released at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on January 17, 2015, 2.5 hours after the bodies were found. And they are treating this as suspicious deaths. Saturday, January 17, 2015, at approximately 12:56 p.m., Apple Valley police officers went to the residence on Ramsdale Drive on a report of dead bodies inside the house. The initial responding officers located 3 deceased persons inside the residence. The investigation into the matter is ongoing. Agents from Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are assisting Apple Valley Police Department detectives in the investigation. One day later, January 18th at 11:40 a.m. Central Standard Time, here is where they start accusing David. On Saturday, January 17, 2015, at approximately 12:56 p.m., Apple Valley police officers went to a residence on Ramsdale Drive on a report that a person checking on the residence saw dead bodies inside. Responding officers found the bodies of 2 adults and 1 child deceased inside the residence, the result of an apparent murder-suicide. At this time, it is believed there is no threat to public safety. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office is working to positively identify the 3 deceased. Again, not positively identified until January 21st, but we're already accusing David of the crime. They haven't even done the autopsy on David yet, and they're already accusing him of this crime. David's autopsy will begin about 10 minutes later at 11:50 a.m., January 18th. Investigation into this matter is ongoing. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Dakota County Sheriff's Office are assisting the Apple Valley Police Department with the investigation. So now we have the Sheriff's Office also assisting. All right, now the third press release is January 19, 2015 at 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now this one gets a little more in-depth, pretty much the same thing. Responding officers found the bodies of 2 adults, 1 child deceased in the residence, the result of an apparent murder-suicide. Police located a firearm at the scene and have determined the cause of death to be gunshot wounds. This is an isolated incident and the public is not in danger. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office is continuing its work to positively identify all of the deceased. No positive ID yet. Investigation into the matter is ongoing. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Dakota County Sheriff's Office are assisting the Apple Valley Police with the investigation. So by the 5th press release, now we got names: David Crowley, 29, Kamel Crowley, 28, Rania Crowley, 5, all dead of gunshot wounds. Investigators found a handgun next to David's body. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner determined Kamel and Rania died of a homicide, while David Crowley died of suicide. So here it is. By January 23rd, we see what the medical examiner's office has determined. Now we need to understand why they determined that. That's going to be our focus here today. They also say, while this remains an ongoing investigation, updated information is being made available about the incident. The 3 bodies were found in close proximity of each other in the front room of the residence. There were no signs of intrusion or struggle. There's also no sign that they found a bullet hole right above their heads, but we'll save that for later. Investigators have determined the last verified activity from the residence happened in late December. Investigators seized several personal electronic devices and computers from the residence. The Dakota County Electronic Crime Scene Task Force is completing forensic analysis of the devices. The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, said Apple Valley Police Captain John Bermel, but that analysis will take time. The investigation into this matter is ongoing. Minnesota BCA is still involved. Dakota County Sheriff's Office still involved, assisting with the Apple Valley Police Department. January 23rd, 2015 at 10 a.m. When you focus on the documents, you get some clear facts. You have clear questions, but clear facts. And sometimes those facts are just questions. They're interchangeable, apparently. All right, so let's go through this. The medical examiner examining the bodies. Okay, so the final diagnosis of the medical examiner's report stated Rania was shot in the right parietal scalp. The bullet went through her brain and exited the left side of her scalp. 3 gray-colored metal projectile fragments were found in her left temporal skull. The trajectory was described as leftward, downward, and backward. It looks like Rania was shot from behind on the right side of her head, next to the ear. The range at which she was shot could not be determined, but there was no suit or stippling, which would have indicated murder at close range. The final autopsy report, initially dated February 6, 2015, with signatures dated March 16, 2015, stated Rania was found partially decomposed with moderate decomposition. Livor, discoloration of the skin, and rigor mortis, stiffness of death, were absent. Even so, according to the external examination, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, blistering, slippage, and partial mummification of the face, left hand, and feet. Examiners also observed evidence of post-mortem animal scavenging. The evidence was the absence of the right arm. Possibly related to animal scavenging was the jagged and tattered skin and soft tissue defect where Rania's arm would have connected to her shoulder. According to this report, the 10x8 defect exposed the glenoid fossa and the lateral right 1st through 4th ribs. Also observed was a fracture in the 3rd rib and numerous short white hairs adherent to the pants. Kamel's autopsy began with Assistant Medical Examiner Mitchell Morey as the pathologist. Detectives Sean McKnight and Brian Bone observed the autopsy. Kamel was identified by dental radiographs and tattoos. Kamel weighed 85 pounds. Lividity, discoloration, and rigor, stiffness, were not recognized on her body. Body cavities contained small amounts of decomposition fluid. Kamel was shot twice with both entrance wounds in the left posterior parietal region of the skull. The trajectories of the 2 bullets were listed as left to right and back to front. However, in the external examination, the trajectories for both bullets are listed as left to right and front to back. Large skull fragments are also mentioned. The scalp was absent according to the report. The missing portion of Kamel's head was most likely the right side of her skull. All that remained of her head were portions of the posterior skull, specifically most of the left occipital bone and portions of the adjacent left parietal bone. No brain tissue remained in the skull. Irregular bony and soft tissue margins were consistent with canine scavenging. According to the report, most of the head and the hands are missing. Many of the bones found were consistent with fragmented digit bones. The distal aspects terminate with absence of the hands. Bone fragments, wavy dark hair, and white cotton debris were all mentioned under the internal evidence section of the report. Amongst this bony material, the report continued, are 2 mandibles. One shows numerous restorations. In addition, there are 2 fragments of bone with 2 and 4 teeth. Multiple irregular bone fragments range from 1.2 to 8 centimeters in size. Regarding animal scavenging of Kamel's neck, the forensic pathologist wrote, the anterior musculature, hyoid bone, and laryngeal cartilages are absent due to apparent animal scavenging. All that remained of the neck was the exposed and intact cervical vertebral column. There is extensive bloating, the report continued, skin and slippage, and discoloration of the body surfaces. Hair was found on Kamel's right sock and the anterior left leg. The left sleeve of Kamel's sweater was frayed. Decomposition fluid and apparent blood were both present on the sleeve. Underneath the sweater was a gray state t-shirt soaked in decomposition fluid and blood. At 11:40 a.m. January 18, 2015, the Apple Valley Police Department released their second press release. This one states David Kamel and Rania Crowley died as a result of an apparent murder-suicide. This is interesting because David's autopsy hadn't begun yet, and the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office was still working to positively identify the 3 deceased. David's autopsy began 10 minutes later at 11:50 a.m. The pathologist was Jessica Lelinski, who was once again assisted by Mitchell Murray. Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone were both present during the autopsy. Due to the condition of David's head, the pathologist was unable to determine the entrance, pathway, and trajectory of the gunshot wound. They did determine the bullet exited through the left parietal bone and scalp. External beveling, external cone shape, and radiating linear fractures were visible on the left parietal bone. The posterior calvarium and overlying scalp were visible, as was posterior neck skin, soft tissue, and the cervical spine. The scalp had patchy, short, brown hair. Skull bone fragments ranging from 1.5 to 14.5 centimeters are mentioned in the internal evidence section of this report. The skull bone fragments articulate well with each other and with the remaining calvarium of David's head. Separately, a non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment has a rounded defect along with one edge with apparent internal beveling. The bony skeleton, the report continued, apart from previously described skull injuries and artifact due to animal scavenging, is intact and normal. The gunshot wound was 2 by 1 centimeters and was a regular edge. The bullet was not recovered at that time. They would not find that bullet until a month later, only because they were notified about it. Examined separately from David's body at the time of the autopsy was a maxilla with well-preserved teeth. The report also claimed Palaio was responsible for the absence of David's brain, the majority of his skull, neck skin, neck soft tissue, neck muscles, the hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, the tongue, the larynx, the trachea, and the thyroid. The remaining bone fragments are irregular and of unidentifiable origin or consistent with phalanges. Regarding the missing right hand, the distal right forearm shows intact, smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. The left hand was mummified. In one crime scene image, the index finger of the left hand is pressing against the thumb. According to David's autopsy, dried drips of red, brown, blood-like material are on the dorsal left hand between the thumb and first finger. Additionally, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, slippage, blistering, and mummification of the left hand and feet. David weighed 128 pounds and was identified by dental records and body tattoos. Medication and food were not found in his stomach. Now, I also wanted to take a few minutes to thank all of the many researchers out there, all of the people who have been helping us on the sidelines, out in public, in their spare time, praying for us, wishing us well thoughts, encouraging us. I thank all of these people who are seriously trying to get to the truth, regardless of your view, regardless of what you think happened, regardless of what you think about the people who are researching it. The main thing here that everyone needs to understand, and a lot of people do understand it, and a lot of people still act like they don't, but they do. There is no evidence that will conclusively prove that David Crowley is guilty. There was no reason to close this case and claim that David Crowley was guilty. In this country, you are innocent until proven guilty. David Crowley was never proven guilty. How did we get here? In the beginning, you had many people telling us there's nothing to see here. Pay no attention to the man behind that curtain. It doesn't exist. It's not there. Life is good. Enjoy your family. Enjoy life. Forget about this case. La la la. It's an illusion. It's gone. Puff puff pass, right? and it's gone within the blink of an eye. Real life doesn't work like that. And a case like this cannot work like that. When a child is involved, you have to take this seriously. When two young people are involved, these people were under 30 years old. These are babies. These are what I would call babies. They're very young people who were doing a lot of interesting things. These were bright people. These were not mentally ill people. These were people who had a lot of things going for them and might have had a lot of targets on their back. Those targets will be exposed, whatever it is. We are dealing with multiple things now. It's not just about who did this. It's not just about why they did this. Mr. Alam told Sidra's friend the one thing he doesn't understand is the why. We spoke with Russell. Russell says what we need to understand is the how. I want to understand it all. I can't have one without the other. Gotta have it all. Gotta have the full picture here. Now, regardless of what we might think about the Apple Valley Police and the mistakes that they made, and there were many mistakes, it's not all of them who made the mistakes. Unless we're talking about the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. They all made that one. Nobody saw it. That's clear. If there was a photo of it, or if they noticed it in the corner of one photo that they took on January 17th when they found the bodies, if there is a photo that shows that there was a bullet hole in that ceiling, that's even worse, right? But at least it was there. So a few steps are being taken right now to get that answer. A black Springfield XD40 handgun, item 1A, was found on the living room floor, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. The presence of blood was found on the grip, item A1-1, the slide, item A1-2, the trigger, item A1-3, and the muzzle, item A1-4 of the gun. Ridge detail blood was found on the magazine, item 1B, and labeled as item 1B-1. 2 cartridges were removed from the magazine and labeled as item 1B1 and item 1B2. Item 1C was a live round found in the chamber of the handgun. So here we have 3 live rounds found in the gun. Hairs and fibers were found on the gun in the magazine, and they were labeled as item 1A-5 and item 1B-2. Okay, now there are several blood mixtures found on the gun, specifically on the trigger.
The weird thing about me is I get to see both sides. I agree with you guys at certain aspects, and I agree with Sidra, As far as journals go, I think that should be released, but that's just me, The reason why I say that is the journals have a lot of information, David's were a little weird, he wasn't the easiest person to read, but as far as Kamel's go, that's all she spoke about. So I think, like, maybe in time, Sidra would be willing to, release some of the journals, but it really shows you what Kamel was going through. And I don't think she even understood what she was going through. So, it started in July when Nyla got sick. And, she started writing just, I guess, her thoughts and stuff. And she talks about her dad and how frustrated she was with him and just, back and forth with the family. She was just trying to understand her feelings. And I think she was just very confused because she wanted to be there for her family, but I don't know why she didn't say that on her journals, but David didn't want that. He didn't want her coming down here, and that was the plan. Even after she disagreed with Mr. Alam about, doing chemotherapy and stuff, she was supposed to come down here for Nyla's surgery. Mr. Alam was going to buy her a ticket, and, even though they didn't agree on things, they were still, she was still there for them. And then one of the journals that stuck out to me was overnight, she sat down with David and he convinced her that she shouldn't come here. That's not her family anymore. Ronnie and David are her priority, and, let them figure it out. And it's just a pattern. Like, it's very interesting, reading them and seeing how it shifts and how her, even her own emotions change. She starts doubting herself. She starts off strong, and you can see a pattern.
Kamel's mom, is going through all of this pain, all of this suffering. Why wouldn't David want Kamel to go see her mom? That
was
kind
about
of bothers
control. It was more about control for him. I think ever since that time when Kamel called her dad and said she was leaving him, I think ever since then it was very, I guess he was scared for that. He didn't really like for Kamel to come down here. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but she's only came down to Texas twice. And it was the 2 times that she got the cars, and one of those was Sidra's graduation, but any other events, she never came down to Texas. Sidra was the one that would go in the summer and, spend Christmas with them because she just couldn't come down here. And I think that speaks, like, a lot, too, because it just shows, what daughter wouldn't want to visit their, her family and her friends in Texas? And I think that speaks a lot from his side on how controlling he was on that aspect. Everybody, every man is different, and to a certain extent, there is some control there, and that's totally fine. Everybody has that in their relationship, but, to a point where, you can't do certain things. He's making her quit her job, and he even writes that in his journal on how he planned it, and he was surprised that he was able to convince her. So, it just shows manipulation, it just shows, like, how possessive he was over her. And, the night of David's reunion, he writes about that, how, one of his old buddies from school, complimented Kamel and, called her beautiful and whatever. And, he didn't like that. And he just writes a whole article, which was so crazy, and it shows his possessiveness. He says she's mine, and I married her because of her beauty, and it's bizarre. I don't have the journal with me right now, so I could read it, but he was very possessive. Even Ronnie, he writes about her, how he came in between their marriage. And, you know, as a parent, I would never think my daughter would come in between me and my husband, you know. So, I mean, it just shows how possessive he was over Camille. So I think that's part of the reason why, you know, she wasn't able to come down here. He was scared. He didn't want her, you know, coming down here and maybe, you know, changing her mind and wanting to stay here in Texas. I don't know what was going through his mind, but I think that had a lot to do with it.
So when you say his journal, because we've heard from different people, multiple sources, blah, 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 about different journals. When you say that he wrote this in his journal, can you clarify which journal you're talking about? Because I've heard about several journals.
So the only journals I've seen is a written journal that he had. He had 3 journals. He only wrote in one. One of them had 1 page on it that apparently he was going to, you know, keep up with, but he never did. But the one I'm speaking of was a DK and a heart on it. That was the front page of it. So I'm guessing that was David and Camille. And
so these are
it was a written journal. Yes, these are written journals.
Okay, yeah, because we've heard about a written journal, a video journal, and then I guess this journal that came out.
I don't think there's any truth on the video journals. That is something I asked Sidra about it, and she said that it was said that there was an online journal, but she hadn't seen anything from the online journal. It was just a written one that she knew of, and that's something we both have read.
With her journal, was there anything in there too that would help us understand why the family thinks David Crowley is guilty?
She talks about a lot of you know, mental abuse and, you know, him wanting to try different types of what would you call it, like drugs. And, you know, you could tell that she was very, the way she wrote her journals, it basically, she was talking to the journal as to, like, I feel like that's something she was venting, like she was living 2 different lives. She was agreeing with David just to keep the peace in the house, but the way she truly felt, she was writing down on her journals. And there were a lot of different instances where she also spoke about being scared of him. She wrote one time that she took Ronnie out to, she just left the house because she was so scared of David, because I think that was the time when he tried shrooms. And he was hallucinating, and what else did she say? She said, I wish I had the journals on me, but she basically just talks about how scared she is, and that's not something that Ronnie should be around, and apparently she didn't even know he was going to do, which she was really angry about. They hadn't, that caused a really big rift between their relationship, because that's not something that Kamal wanted Ronnie to see, you know.
Was David doing this by himself, or was he with friends?
No, this was by himself. And she wrote that she locked him in the room. I don't know which room she locked him in and how she did that, but she said that she was scared for him and she didn't know how to handle it. And she also wrote that she thought about calling his dad, but and she also wrote that he has alienated everybody, and I don't even know who to reach out to anymore. And, you know, just certain things she says, it just shows how alone she felt. And, you know, it shows that she didn't agree to it, you know, most of the things that were going on. It's just, you know, it's just beyond me that she was such a strong, independent girl, and she didn't think I just don't know why she just didn't leave, you know. if she felt that way, you know?
Yeah, I can.
But,
I mean, I can relate to that because I've dealt with a similar thing, and you do kind of wonder that, like, why don't they just leave? But obviously,
yeah,
it's not.
I mean, I've never been in that
easy.
situation, so I mean, I wouldn't, you know, I thought about it, you know, but I've also heard that's, I guess you just get so into it, and you feel like you can change them, you know. So
Yeah.
I guess that's why they
true.
stay. But
do you know who? Go ahead.
Oh no, what was that?
I was just going to say, going back to the drugs, I was just trying. Do you know who he got those from? Is there any mention of, like, who? Because obviously he doesn't just. And really, to be honest, you know, I've never done shrooms or anything. But if I was going to do something like that, I wouldn't want to be by myself, and I definitely would not want to be around my wife. I'd want to be with close friends that I trusted.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was something. That was part of the reason why she was writing in her journal, because she was so that he would do that to her. You know, he would put her in that position where she wasn't even aware of this, you know. So that was part of the reason why she even wrote it in her journal. And he did mention in his journal about asking Danny Mason about shrooms, because apparently he had done them before. And Cedra had asked Danny Mason about it. And he said that David had asked him about his experience, and Danny told him, I don't think you should go that route. I didn't have a good experience with it. And honestly, he also said that, what else did she say? He said that once you get that high, you always want something, you know, more, like something more that'll give you that high. So that's not the route he should go. And Danny told her that David said that he was just tired. He wanted something more. You know, he wanted to feel something more. So, but Sidra asked him if he was the one who had given him the shrooms, and he said he had no idea about it. So I don't know if it was Chris Peck or who it was who gave him that.
Okay. But she didn't. Do you know if if Kamel ever experienced with any of that, or maybe that's not even relevant. Maybe that's.
She didn't talk about shrooms. She did talk about, you know, smoking weed. She did say that, you know, it helped her anxiety, and that is something she had told Sidra in the past too, that she did. It helped her her anxiety levels. But,
right, and she would know because she was in the medical field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so she didn't do it that often, but, you know, whenever her anxiety level was high, that is something that she would do. And she also suggested that for her mom's pain, you know, like medical marijuana, you know, for instead of the pills that she takes for her pain.
Sure. Yeah, they're giving my stepmom CBD oil, I think, for her bones or something like that, and it's definitely working.
It's very helpful. Yeah, it's actually helping with Mrs. Alam too. It helps her be a little more hungry, you know, since she's on feeding tube or TPN. You know, it helps her be a little more hungry and, you know, gain some weight and just not be as nauseous, and, you know, so yeah, I believe that helps.
Sure. Going back a little bit to what you said about when Kamel wanted to leave David, I'm trying to get a good timeline about when that first happened, when Kamel contacted her dad, and I know it's been mentioned, but just thinking here now, I'd like to have that so people can go back and say, okay, at this time. Don't quote me on this.
Sure. Don't quote me on this, but I think it was around 2012. It was summer 2012, I believe.
Okay.
Or no, actually, no.
I think it might have been later on.
No, it was actually before that. It was 2011, actually. Okay. Yeah, because when Kamel had came down for Sidra's graduation, high school graduation, that is something, Sidra didn't even know about this. Mr. Alam did not tell Sidra about this conversation at all. He kept it to himself and didn't tell his wife or Sidra that Kamel had called him. You know, he didn't, I guess that was their little secret. But Kamel had told Sidra about it, and in 2011 when she came down here, and when we were having lunch, it was brought up, and I was there too. It was a very weird lunch. That is where I saw the disconnect from Kamel.
Okay, so all three of you were kind of there?
Yeah, David was there too.
Who was there? Oh, David was there. Okay.
Yeah.
But there was something odd? You just felt something weird, or?
Kamel was a very perky person, you know. She has a lot of energy to herself, and, you know, I'm sure you guys can gauge that from the videos on how she is. The way she was talking and the way she would look at David for approval, that's something I've talked about before too, but that is something that struck out to me. I don't think Sidra had noticed that. I even brought it up to Sidra, and I said, Kamela's pretty different. She's talking a lot more like David, you know, and she's like, well, you know, they're married, you live with somebody, you start talking like them. And I was like, yeah, but, you know, any little thing we talk about, she always looks at David, like, is it okay? You know, I think I had mentioned that I had arranged a little get-together for the girls in her last visit in May. I asked if she could come spend the night, you know, just us girls have movie night and stuff, and her first instinct was to look at David and see if it was okay with him, which I don't see why it wouldn't be, you know. She was only down here for, like, not even 3-4 days. So, yeah, it's just, like, different things, like anything she said or thing that was talked about, that she would always look at him for his reaction. Is he okay? Like, you could tell, like, that was her main thing. Like, even with sitting with Mr. Alam, you know, Mr. Alam, I don't know if you know, he's very, he's a character. He's a very good person, and he's, you know, he'll speak his mind. So just, like, having him around David, like, her anxiety level was so high because she was holding David's hand, you know, and she would just always look at him every time Mr. Alam would talk, like, to make sure, is he okay? You know, it just didn't make sense. It was just a really awkward place to be in for myself.
So here I am looking for the official conclusion, and it's staring me in the face the whole time. I was going back through my notes and looking at the things I wanted to cover in my book, and I had this question of, what is the official conclusion? I know the official allegation, a double murder-suicide. We see that as early as the second press release from the Apple Valley Police Department at about 11:40 a.m. January 18th, less than 24 hours after they find these bodies. They are accusing David Crowley of a double murder-suicide. When does it end? Where is the end? What is the official conclusion? In the Philip Marshall case, we got this, I think, 15-page report from the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. I was kind of expecting something similar, something that would help everybody understand why the police, why the authorities, why the investigators came to the conclusion that David Crowley is guilty. I was expecting to see that there was something else out there. There was more out there, that they had documentation, that they had something that actually showed that David Crowley is guilty. I was expecting to see something, anything. And I looked and I looked and I went back through all of the documents that we had. Where's the official conclusion? When did this whole case end? When was it wrapped up? What is it? What do we have here? What do they have? And I'll tell you, I was really shocked. I was really shocked because at first I thought, okay, maybe I just missed it. But no, it was there. It was there in front of my face the whole time. It was there. Page 92. of 94 in the Apple Valley Police reports, it's right there. That's their conclusion. That is their final conclusion. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing more. Page 92 is it. I'm still a little shocked about it. I still find it hard to believe page 92 is the official conclusion. There's nothing else. This is it. This is supposed to solve the whole case here. This is the conclusion. I was shocked. I was shocked for two reasons. Well, first reason was kind of like it was already there. I had already assumed that page 92 was the unofficial conclusion. I had no idea that it is the official and final conclusion. That's it. That's all you get. So page 92 is written by Brian Bone. This is dated 10/7/2015, 1:08 p.m. The case is closed. It is exceptionally cleared. Okay, so the statement talks about the Dakota County Electronic Crime Task Force. They get all of this data, these terabytes of data. They go through these terabytes of data. Guess what they find? Big shock here. Nothing. They did not find any information on the related devices that showed motive or cause for what happened during this or up to this incident. With the conclusion of the review of the digital devices, there is no other information available for further investigation. At 10/6, that's it. The terabytes of data was the last thing. It was the last thing that they were waiting for. On October 6, 2015, the case is closed. It's done. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. And the status is changed to exceptionally cleared. So here is the real challenge. Here is the real question. What did they discover that shows that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? Because they're saying they have not discovered any information that shows that anybody but David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes. So the clear question is, and this is why I was expecting a final report, something that would answer the clear question, is what did the Apple Valley Police find that showed that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? If this is it, then there isn't anything. What do they have? One fingerprint? One fingerprint on David's left middle finger? Nothing that ties him to the bullet found in the attic 1 month later? Nothing. They found nothing. They have nothing. The case is built around nothing. And it brings us to the question of what really happened here. If the official theory is not true, and I believe that it's not true, then what really happened here? That is the logical question that I think a lot of people, a lot of my friends, a lot of people in the group are asking. Then what happened here? For me, I move a little slower, I guess, because my question here is still, why are they accusing David Crowley of being the perpetrator of these crimes? In these 94 pages, what shows that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? We know that they found nothing in the terabytes of data. We know that they have no motive. We know that they're guessing. We know that they're speculating. That's not their job. This is one more reason why the case needs to be reopened, because of the official conclusion. The official conclusion is not supported by evidence. It's not supported by facts. It's supported by the fact that they can't find evidence to show that anybody else did it. So it must be David. That's the way that I'm reading this. And if the way that I'm reading it is right, then we need to reopen this case. This case needs to be reopened. And we need to do what we can to help get this case reopened, within reason, to the best of your ability. And I believe this case will be reopened one day. It may take a while, but I got time.
discussed in prior conversations, in the DCA lab reports for the DNA, there are 3 bullets that have Kamel's DNA profile on it. And the bullets that were used, the .40 caliber hollow points, when they're fired, they become like a mushroom. And the parts that will travel, that part of the bullet that travels through you, when it becomes a mushroom, there's these little ridges around the top that come out that are like petals. And that's what rips through your skin, through your body, and bone. It will collect all that around those little ridges. And so the 3 bullets, 42, 43, and item 44, all had just Kamel's DNA on it, which would leave the assumption that all 3 had gone through Kamel's body. Most of her head was missing, and her hands were missing. So we honestly don't have an actual trajectory of where each single bullet went through. They were able to pick up some skull fragments, but I don't believe that they were able to pick up enough. The 3 bullets that you have photos of, 42, 43, and 44 that were right on the carpet, the ones that were actually fired, those belong to Kamel.
Okay. I'm just writing that down.
And those were the ones that were found the very first day. The bullet that was fired through the floor and into the basement wall, that was item 45.
Okay.
And there was no DNA profile on that bullet, which means it did not go through anybody at all.
Okay.
It would have, those type of bullets, they would have collected something if it went through somebody. It would have collected tissue, bone. I mean, they're wicked bullets.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos on YouTube, but the damage that they do, oh my goodness. There's a reason why some people use them.
Wow. How long would that DNA or anything, blood, all that stuff, flesh, how long would it stay on these bullets? Do we have any indication of that?
Well, they're inside a house, and so it's in a controlled environment. There's not rain or rushing water or anything like that coming down on them. Because I'm not an expert, it would be very hard for me to give you an actual time frame. It can corrode over time, DNA, but that's over a long period of time and exposed to elements. In a house where things are not actually, like the environment is not ruining it, in my opinion, it would last for an extremely long time. To give you an example, or to compare the bullets, the attic one, that one was found a month after the body was discovered. They only found touch DNA on that one. There was no blood detected. That would be on page 26 of the BCA report. So that would give the assumption that it's just touch DNA if there wasn't blood on there.
Meaning the bullet was just fired into the ceiling. It didn't. It's not the bullet that killed, like you've said many times already. And it's not the bullet that David killed himself with.
Yes, and it's the same type of bullet that was used in these killings, though. So David had handled that bullet in his hand as he put it into the clip magazine. So that DNA still stayed on that bullet, even after fired and gone through the ceiling and landed in the attic someplace.
On tonight's broadcast, providing updates with the Crowley case. Today is July 17th, 2019. How are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing awesome.
And how is Sophia doing?
I'm doing great. How's everybody else?
Very
It's
good.
summertime.
Very good.
It better be good for everybody.
Yeah. and Catherine, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Very good. Well, we haven't had a show or a discussion in a while, and we wanted to bring everyone up to speed. It's the end of July, so the update from the Crowley case from the private investigator was done. He came to his conclusion on May 30th, and for those listening, he was the person that I hired to take a look at the case, investigate the case. Someone who didn't know anything about the case, and then he came to his conclusion, basically agreeing with the Apple Valley Police Department, agreeing with the official narrative, going so far as to saying they did a tremendous job and did immaculate work and very good attention to detail. So I had sent off my notes of just today, actually. I finally sent off my notes that I accumulated of where I wanted clarification with Kenneth Maines. And so that was 15 items of clarification that I wanted to make sure we're on the same page, where he either described something that wasn't how we saw it, or he was analyzing something else and not on point from what we were focusing on. And then it followed up with 12 bullet points of questions, bullet points that I mentioned to him of things that I thought were pertinent to the case that he did not bring up at all in his investigation review. And so Kenneth will be responding back here, hopefully here within this week. And even if it's week to 10 days, it'll get us to the end of July to at least have an answer back from Kenneth to get his thoughts on some of these things. One option would be that I would call him and discuss his clarifications there over the phone or via email, or even do a conference call interview process to be recorded as a broadcast. But look for that in the upcoming days. And then we've had, another person come forward. They didn't want to provide their name yet, but an ex-girlfriend of Joseph Seaton came forward and mentioned that's David Crowley's mentor or sergeant in the U.S. military or something to that effect. I'm not sure what, but she came forward and said that she was a girlfriend of his at the time while he was living in Minneapolis. And the very interesting thing there is that if you look at his background, he grew up in basically was in Texas for many years, including in Harker Heights, Texas, about the same time in 2009 and 2010 that David was there and Comel was there. And then he moved to Minneapolis around the same time as the Gray State and David Crowley, and then has since left after the Gray State ended and the murders, and now is living back down in Texas near Austin. So it raises a couple of red flags there, and I'd like your guys' input as well. He was down in that area, moved up here, didn't really have friends or family, but was working on the project, and then moved out to Seattle to live with a couple of roommates for a few years, and now he's back down in Texas. So once again, we get another strange person in the mix. And the reason Joseph Seaton jumps out for me is that he's another one that the story really didn't match up. More questions were raised than answers when he was mentioned in that documentary, and it seems like another person that was inserted into this fiasco, much like how Sean Wright or Eric Sayward kind of were implanted into this or infiltrated into this group or into this movement, and then slithered away once this whole thing unfolded. And so he's down there now in Texas. Now we know Danny August Mason is in Texas, down in Austin, along with Joe Biggs. And Danny August Mason was the person who was going to try to get that script, start his new company, get a trademark, and then move forward with Gray State Universe LLC. And he was busy creating that 4 months after the bodies were discovered. So Joseph Seaton is down there. The girlfriend said he was very odd, very strange, and had a bunch of the same kind of background and strange stories as both Eric Sayward and Sean Wright. So this is another individual that really doesn't have much of a background, but yet has large stories of what he has all done and all accomplished in his career. And she left and broke it off with him when she realized that not all was what it was meant to be. The interesting thing is with this case is that she did attend that party with him as they were dating at the time in August of 2014, when Randy's birthday party was at the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota, which means that she was there. She saw the interaction with David and Kamel and Randy, the family, the friends, and how everything was going, and was very interested. So hopefully we'll hear more from her. But that's all I've got from the Crowley case as far as recent updates. Where should we start? Anyway, is there any comments on those first two articles, Catherine?
Why am I going first?
I just picked your name out of the hat.
I know you're. Sophia, you go first. I know, right? I just really don't know what. Yeah. You know, the whole thing is, and I know I always get everybody in trouble because I say what I think, and there is no filter. So I am, as far as having the investigator respond to your questions, I'm really looking forward to see if he is going to redeem himself. We already knew what the Apple Valley Police Department said, and I wanted an actual investigation. But it wasn't my money; it was your money. But still, it was like it would have been nice to have an actual investigation and not just a rehashing of what was written. However, I do want to say one thing: there is I have to see who's writing this is. I probably passed up the page now. Oh, I did. On one of the police officers in his writing on his handwritten notes, he actually was very thorough. And I think Bone actually wrote some pretty thorough stuff as well. Some of the other officers was just, they just wrote, well, I was there, I took a picture. It wasn't helpful at all, but there were a couple of the officers who were really very detailed in what they stated. And that's all I have to say.
Yes. Right. How about you, Sophia?
I am looking forward to actually hearing some responses to the questions that we had, whereas the very first report didn't have a lot of answers. Some of it was, I disagree. I personally, you paid $7,000. There should be more than an I disagree. There should be an in-depth answer to why he disagrees. So I would like to see more to his answers, more thought put into it. Okay, tell us why you disagree.
Yeah, I think, Sophia, that's a good point. And to be able to have him on the show and do a broadcast like that, I think would be very good. Or even maybe even have callers call in and do it a live broadcast or a live stream or something to that effect. I'll see if he's open to that. But we have to keep in mind that he does say when he does these investigations that they are not close-ended, they are open-ended. Anything that comes up along the way, he is interested in hearing and following up and pursuing. So hopefully if we could just keep a good relationship here over the next few months and see what he has to say, remember, we're not trying to convince anybody here, but I think the clarification is just that if he can just, I guess, get on the same page as what we're looking for, like Catherine said, we weren't looking for someone to rehash the already done report. We were looking for someone to take in all of the further evidence that we've gained over the last 4 years and put that together in a comprehensive investigation summary to come to his own conclusion. And that I don't know if it was necessarily done that way. There were several references to David not having a deal, and he was despondent and not happy about his financial situation when that was one of the best the interviews that I was able to do on this case was with Mike Boggio III, the actual president of MEG, saying on the record that there was a deal. There never was not a deal. It was never canceled. It was worth a lot of money, and they were just hashing out the small details. So that video I delivered to him specifically to say, please watch this. This is an actual interview, and then some of the comments on his investigative report was alluding to the fact that David didn't have a deal and was kind of down in the dumps about the prospects of this whole thing. So it leads me to wonder how much work was actually done in some of that.
And even David even makes a reference to the miniseries in his email to Jason Allen in December. So that even backs up what the Mikes had told you.
Yes, he said he was asking Jason Allen, that was in December, asking for him to be the executive producer of this, and asking if he wanted to do that. And Jason Allen did, respond back and write back. Too bad it was too late, and David Crowley never got it, but he was interested in that, and they were on good terms, and they were moving forward with these big plans. So. Like that too. I'm not sure if he saw the exchange between Jason Allen and some of those other things. One of my bullet points is that he didn't mention was the email back and forth between Danny August Mason and David Crowley in those months of October, November, and December. David going as far as setting a deadline, saying, you need to do something with that legal paperwork, with the releasing your rights, and the deadline will be December 16th. I'm moving forward without you. If not, then I'll consider you having a minor spot in maybe possibly as an actor, but the big stuff is out the window. I can't deal with this month after month after month without him responding. And then Danny August Mason says, I got to run it past my attorney. Well, he had 3 months to do that. So. Some of those, the exchange there is very powerful between those two that came out of those recent revelations with the Gmail account messages. So that is powerful stuff as far as proving and showing that there was animosity and I think people were getting anxious. That the time was running. Danny August Mason was on the clock. He knew that his time was running out, and with looking for someone who has the most to gain, you also have to look at who's got the most to lose. Danny August Mason in this entire scenario had the most to gain and also had the most to lose. So that would be your number one suspect in any situation like that. And he was the one going back and forth on these emails, and the deadline was set, and a week later the Crowleys were killed. So it really leads that to look further into to scrutinize some of those things. Danny Crowley, just for the newer listeners out there, was the one who went on record to the investigators to say that he had nothing more than was an actor in this production. He was nothing more than an actor, had no vested interest from a business standpoint, and had nothing to gain as an owner. So that was an outright lie. Why would you lie to the investigators? And so it's questions like that I don't know if Kenneth Maines looked into too heavily. The death of David's mother, the $50,000 cash withdrawal in the month of October by allegedly Dan Crowley Sr. when he was out of the country that he told police. We've got the Chris Klein telling detectives that they missed a bullet hole in the ceiling, and they get over there finally in February of 2015 and do find a bullet hole in the ceiling. But we've got problems with who was all in the house at what time, and were the cleaners there? Were the cleaners done yet? Did the cleaners complete their job? Why were they in the house? And so a whole load of questions like that.
And the question I would I'm sorry, can I interrupt here real quick? Sorry, Greg. But what I'm hoping, too, is that he will at least address the blunt force trauma, the multiple blunt force trauma. It's so obvious on that skull piece. And it's like, why is that always skimmed, and not even talked about, it's not even looked at, when that right there shows that David was murdered? I want him to explain it.
Yep, that's in one of the bullet points of what he did not address at all in his investigation. That piece of skull, and for the listeners out there, there's only one sizable piece of skull left in that room. Mm-hmm. There were small little bone fragments, but the largest piece of skull that you can see was attributable to David, and so after eliminating the fact that it was Comel or Rania's, we know that it was David. So if David's head was blown apart and something that did not relate to a gunshot but had hex imprints over 13 times on that flat piece of skull from a blunt force instrument, you can safely rule out that David didn't do it. And so we already know that. So the question is, why didn't he address it? That's the question.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Catherine. Anything else on that one?
No, that was it. I'm glad you included that, because I really want to hear. I want him to actually investigate that, not take our word for it, not take the police officer's report's word for it, but he needs to do an independent investigation into that skull piece.
Yeah, and I just thought of another note that I had too, is one of his answers, Kenneth Main's answers on the questions, was that we know that David received marijuana on December 19th because he went to Chris Peck's house to receive it. And he says that that's pretty obviously because David sent a text that morning saying to Chris Peck, asking him, do you have any? Chris Peck was the drug dealer, his recreational drug use dealer for David Crowley, allegedly. Mm-hmm. But keep in mind, and what I pointed out on the notes, is that according to the phone records, which we received via a FOIA request, phone records and text records, mm-hmm. It's easy enough to validate those things. And I think that detectives, that's part of their job, is to validate or confirm or deny these things that people say. And I don't think Kenneth Maines did that either, because we looked into those records on December 19th. There was no text from David Crowley's phone being sent or received that day at all. And so if there was no text on the 19th asking for weed, did David Crowley send a text at all asking for weed? Did David Crowley and Comel even drive to Minneapolis to pick up the weed? Was there a weed purchase at all? And so it really opens those questions, and that's the type of questions that we need, is for someone to vet this stuff, to someone to go through and verify and confirm or deny that the statements actually took place. And so
correct.
We know that because David Crowley did not send a text on the 19th, so it really opens up a lot of other doors. Why did Chris Peck now say that he did, and in fact David and Comel came to his house to pick it up before picking up Rania at school on the final day of school before the Christmas break? That opens up many doors. Chris Peck was involved in a couple other suspicious things, and that's just another thing there that we can add to the mix. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that we were talking about this via email earlier, and it's like everyone who said they had contact with David and David contacted them is not supported by the phone records and the evidence that the police used to make their determination. This isn't stuff just we're pulling out of thin air. This is stuff we received from the police department that they used, that they said proved to them, helped prove their case. And the evidence does not support that claim at all.
And the important things to note there, Catherine, thanks for bringing that up, is the Dan Crowley Sr. communication, whether it's phone calls or texts, that did not take place with David.
Correct.
Between David Crowley and his father, Dan Crowley Sr., and David's brother, Dan Crowley Jr., those texts and those phone calls did not take place. So the question here is, we've already got now 3 people, Dan Sr., Dan Jr., and Chris Peck, saying things that was later turned out to be, I'm going to say, cannot be supported by evidence. I'll put it that way.
Yes.
I'm not going to say they're lying. I'm just going to say I can't find any place that'll support evidence to support any of that stuff took place. So we've really got problems here, and that's the investigator's job, is to, for instance, you go to a murder scene and you ask your suspect, where was he that day, and he gives you an alibi. You have got to vet it. You have got to confirm or deny the alibi is even correct.
Yep.
My point here is, did the Apple Valley detectives do any kind of vetting on any of this stuff? We did it, and we're just armchair investigators. So the question is, if they didn't, did they not do their job, or did they not do something on purpose? But why all the lying going on is the main question behind all of this. Greg, what are your thoughts?
Wow, you guys covered a lot of ground.
I'm sorry.
I think you covered. Okay, well, let me go back a few things here. Let's go back a few steps here. I'd like to go back to Seaton. I'm very curious to hear more about Joseph Seaton. I know that we had his rank too, or I don't know if it was his rank, but I forget what he said, what his title was in Eric Nelson's film. But I do remember he had some type of title. Sophia, I think I sent it to you. Hopefully I sent it to you. I don't know if you still have it or not, but
I should have it.
Okay.
I think I still have it.
Maybe you can, because it was a weird title. I thought it was a title, but it wasn't a title. I think it just says like David's friend or something like that. But I do remember seeing it somewhere. Maybe because they did 2 different versions of it. Maybe they changed it or something. I don't know. But yeah, he's a very curious person. As far as the private eye, my biggest thing, 2 biggest things. I mean, even if he discounts everything else, Dan, I don't see how he didn't want to know more about this motive, the whole Hollywood deal that was going on, that David was actually working on. I thought he would focus more on that, and especially when you read the 94 pages, it makes it sound like David's deal is dying, right? Everything is coming crashing down. His world is crashing down, so he's going to kill himself and kill his family. So, but for me, the biggest problem that I have with Kenneth Maines is item 57, is his answer about item 57. That really bothers me. It really bothers me that he would just think that this happens more often than not, or it happens a lot, I think. Whatever he said. To me, I was very shocked by that answer. So I hope he can, I'm hoping at some point maybe he can follow up on that too. Doing a live show or something like that would be really good. He might feel pressured, he might feel like it's a bunch of people jumping on him, blah, 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 because he knows that, we don't believe that David Crowley is guilty. We don't believe that anybody can prove David Crowley is guilty. I don't see how he believes. How does Kenneth Maine think that anybody could prove David Crowley guilty? And maybe he can clarify that answer, and maybe that'll help me try to understand where he's coming from, because this guy does know what he's talking about.
Another good way to put this, Greg, and I specify this to people when they have a hard time talking about the proof, is that, and we've brought this up before, is if David was alive and was standing before a jury, and this whole thing went to trial, would the evidence support him, or would there be enough reasonable doubt to be acquitted? And I think everyone who's looked at this case from a trial perspective, is if he was sitting there in the docket, in the defendant's chair, I think everyone would say there's not enough proof to prove that he did this. There is huge reasonable doubt on all across the spectrum. So you'd have to find him not guilty. So if you find him not guilty on the trial because he's still alive because of the reasonable doubt, Why is it now so easy because he's dead just to rule that he is guilty? I think it's very easy for people to say, well, obviously a few things point to the fact that he did it, but if you switch it around, turn it on its head, and say, if David Crowley was in a court of law being tried for this with his lawyers against the other side lawyers, there's no way he'd be found guilty. So there's the difference. The detectives in the Apple Valley group quickly came to the conclusion that David did this, but I would like to ask them too, if this was a criminal case, you'd have to agree that there's no way you'd find someone guilty with this reasonable doubt. And that's one thing I did not ask Kenneth Maines, and I'd like to do that, just to spin that topic and put it that way, say, with your years of background in your investigation and homicide and cold cases, there would be no way you'd convict a David Crowley for this because there's just no evidence that points in that direction. So I didn't ask him, but I will do that.
Nice. The other thing is about Chris Peck. What I want to know about the whole Chris Peck thing, because you guys have brought up some really great points that just makes me feel like, wait a minute, okay, how do the cops tie this phone call to Chris Peck then? Like, where did that come from? Obviously it came from somebody. It came from somewhere. They got some type of a lead that said, hey, contact Chris Peck, because we have these text messages about do you have any, all of that. That came from somewhere. So I'm very curious to hear what this.
I agree with that, because if the officer there speaking with him would have to say, show me your phone to see this text so I could visually see it, that'd be the first thing, right?
Right.
You'd want to visually see it, and that would go back to the fact that text did come through from somebody, not David, but did that text come through? Do you have any? And if he took a screenshot of it and sent it to the police and says, here it is. But the question is, did it come from David's number, or did it come from someone else, and you change that contact number to David Crowley, and then you bring it up for police and say, see, look at this text that I received from David Crowley. Well, at the same time, you're not able to see that phone number behind it. My question to the detectives are, when they looked at that evidence, assuming they saw the screenshot or the actual phone itself, was it from that phone number of David Crowley? It may have said his name. Anyone could, change that, the contact list, to make it show up as a recent text message from somebody. Yeah. But the question is, how down the road research did they get to proving that took place?
Yeah, exactly, because the phone records that they gave us, that they said, meaning the Apple Valley Police Department, said that they used to verify what was going on, those same exact phone records do not support Chris Peck and his comments at all. Now, I agree with you. We can't say he's lying, but we can definitely say the evidence does not support his statement, because there is nothing in the phone records that even shows any communication between David and Chris Peck at that time frame at all.
Well, not only that, but the other case that I received from Apple Valley, and it was investigated by the same detective, they took photos of text messages sent back and forth from the victim and a friend. And on the audio of him having a discussion with the victim's friend, you can even hear him taking the photo. So there's proof. And Apple Valley goes as far to show emails and screenshots from Camel's emails and Facebook, and from David's emails and Facebook. Where is the proof that this message even took place?
Exactly.
Good point, Sophia. And for the listeners out there, mention to the listeners that you were doing what now? You were looking up a similar case also that Apple Valley did, and pulled a FOIA request just to see, for comparison purposes, how they to compare and contrast how they do things. Is that what you were attempting there?
Yes, and there was a text message exchange between the victim and his friend the night before the murder-suicide occurred. And in that particular case, the police took a photo of the friend's phone where the email exchange had, or the text message exchange had happened. So they had it for their records. And then they continued on. Oh, go ahead.
So their common practice, it sounds like their standard operating procedure is to do that when there's correspondence on a phone via text, to get pictures or snapshots of that. So the question now relates back to, why did they go out of sequence or out of bounds on this Crowley case and treat it differently? Correct?
Correct.
Very good point. Very, very interesting. And we don't know and we don't know yet if they visited Peck's house, or they just contacted him, or did they go there, or did they meet in person, or did Chris Peck come to the station? But that's the question. How did they see, or better yet, how do they verify that text came in? I'm hoping they didn't just take his word for it, but if they did verify it, did it track back to that phone number? And we already know the answer to that, is that it's no. We've got the AT&T cell phone numbers for David Crowley. That text did not take place. There was no text on December 19th.
Correct.
And so it really opens up a can of worms, because if he was not asking for marijuana, the next story that at 1 o'clock they went and picked it up, and then they picked up Rania at 3 p.m. And so that all helps push a certain narrative: asking for the marijuana, smoking the marijuana, killing the kids because you're killing the family because you're allegedly potentially high or hallucinating. They're pushing this whole marijuana angle, and Chris Peck was one of the key people in pushing that narrative. That would be my question for Kenneth Maines: is how would you solidify anything that he said was true for Chris Peck?
And just to be clear, there aren't any texts from Chris Peck at all in December. The last text message exchange happened November 16th, I believe. Do you seem to remember that, Catherine, that date?
Yeah, it's either the 16th or the 18th. I'd have to pull it up. But yes, there were no texts between them in December at all.
Okay.
And I don't even know if there's a phone call between them.
Is it possible that that's when the text happened, and then David got the weed 1 month later?
I don't think so. Because
there's no follow up.
Yeah, he clearly states that I'm trying to pull the file. Yeah, he clearly states that it was done in December. They're all trying to follow this timeline to prove that David did, killed him, and it all happened at this time, because all of this, justifies it, when in fact it's not true. I'm trying to pull up the phone logs right now. It's like, come on, computer. This is going to take me a minute, so you guys can go on, and I'll come back and revisit it once I get it pulled up.
So on the mobile cell phone usage, I've got the AT&T record pulled up here for David's phone. This isn't someone else's number. This is David's, and it is cell phone texts originating and terminating. And in the month of December, there's only 3 line items: 75, 76, and 77. First one was the 16th of December. That was the deadline David gave to Danny Mason to say, we need to move forward with this. And I don't know if that's who texted him, but that text came in on the 16th. The next day was the 17th. This is a Tuesday now and a Wednesday. Nothing was the Thursday, and nothing on the 19th, which was that Friday. And then the last final text on David's phone in December was the 24th, which was Christmas Eve. A text came in at about 10:30 maybe, 10:30 p.m. So he didn't send a text at all in the month of December. All the 3 that came in, there was only 3, all came in to David. He didn't respond or send any out. But his phone received 3 texts during that entire month.
Correct.
So the question is, how did investigators even tie that story, I'll call it, from Chris Peck how do they verify or vet that what I call alibi is even correct?
Right, because in the 94 pages on page 28, it clearly says that that the last time that Chris Peck saw him was on December 19th, 2014, around 1 p.m. So it is a big question, and I think it's definitely a big one that needs to be followed up on, based on those phone records.
Yeah, and the only text between Chris Peck to David, and I don't even show David texting him. It was something that Chris Peck initiated the call, or text. I'm sorry, excuse me. From the months of October, November, and December was one time, and that was on November 12th at 5:19 in the afternoon.
Okay, so they're told about this on January 19th, 2015. This is when the cops learn about this Chris Peck call. Then they're doing whatever, blah, blah, blah. They don't get the phone records until much later. So, I mean, maybe they figured there was no need to go back and check it. But I think you guys have proven that there really is. And this goes... Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say this.
I just want to jump in. I found it here.
Go ahead, Dan.
It was Detective Shane Klokanos had given Tommy Booth information about a text message that was sent from David Crowley's phone to a phone number of blank, which belonged to Christopher Peck. So this came from Klokanos. And
right,
Klokanos came to Tommy Booth and says, "Look what I've got. I've got some text message here." And this was Tommy Booth then on the 19th of January of 2015 contacted Mr. Peck to confirm with him about the questions concerning the text.
And yet it is not supported by the phone records.
So Klokanos, that guy is the one we need to talk.
Klokanos going out of his way to tell Tommy Booth information that I don't have anything to support where that's coming from. And I think Klokanos was the one working with the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit. And maybe he was a member of that unit. But that would make sense because that's phone, that's text, that's electronic, information there. Now then again, the AT&T phone records didn't come out till I think February of 2015, and so this was on the 19th. So Klokanos already knew about texts on the 19th, and we didn't get information back from AT&T records concerning any kind of text activity until February. Is that correct? And I'm kind of confused there. I remember seeing that the AT&T records took some time to come. So would that make... Oh, I got it up here. Hold on one second.
In February? Or might have been...
Yeah, because I have no idea what was in.
February 18th of 2015 is when AT&T looks like to me that they ran the report to pull all the data and then gave it to police. So this was February 18th, when I'm showing my records from AT&T that David didn't make a text. How would Shane Klokanos know on January 19th, the month before, of anything even taking place? So that I just stumbled upon now. I don't know how that could have taken place, but
yeah, you're right. I'm looking at that too, and yeah, they ran the reports on February 18th. Interesting.
So that would be nice to get, if we were to be able to contact Shane Klokanos and have him come forward with explaining how that kind of stuff takes place. That would be nice because the records I'm looking at looks like the police didn't even get it till the following month. But Klokanos comes running into Tommy Booth, raising his hand with papers in his hand, saying, "Look what I got! Look what I got!"
Right.
And I don't know if that's even verifiable.
So this might be something that they actually missed. This might be new information that they keep telling us unless there's something new, they don't even want to talk to us or whatever. This is new because obviously they didn't catch this, or if they did, then they can say no, this isn't new. Then that would show that they knew that these phone records don't show that Chris Peck and David Crowley talked during that time. So.
And the search warrants only showed 2 of the cell phones being removed from the house. The police did ask for 4 numbers.
Correct.
To
right.
From AT&T, but only 2 cell phones were removed. So the whole theory of a burner phone is just not likely.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we all think about, right? I mean, obviously, it's like, well, how do you make sense of anything? So you got to play it out. But
Of course.
yeah. But how likely? I think it's highly unlikely. But it's not impossible either. It's still not impossible.
Well, the police didn't have even a search warrant to get text messages for that phone, and they don't have it in their possession because it wasn't taken out of the house. So where are they still getting this information?
Right.
I think by the 19th they may have had it at that point, Sophia, right? 2 days later?
Had what information? I'm sorry.
They had the search warrants and everything to remove the stuff from the house, I think, already at that point.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Right. So they were like, okay, we're looking for everything, anything in that house. Yeah. But.
And I don't know if they went to, Chris Peck is the one that, he's also the one who didn't provide his address, his residential address to police. All that's given is a P.O. box. And he's the one providing this information. So Peck's story is not credible at this point. But my question now would be Shane Klokonos. How did this story originate about this nonsense?
That's right. And then didn't you also say that Peck claimed that he was somewhere and he wasn't? Right? There were some conflicting dates.
That's a very good point. We have debunked that. His comment to police was that he remembers the 19th because that was when David was on his way home, because he remembers saying have a good break because he was leaving in 2 days. Christopher Peck was to go visit his mother in Iowa, and the mother in Iowa would have been the 21st, and to visit her. And we had noticed on his Facebook page that he had checked in on Facebook, checked in at a location in Minneapolis, saying that he was working on a project in Minneapolis for some production company. And what that was probably the evening of the 19th, all day the 20th, and for the most part of the 21st, he must have been working on that production. And then left later that night to visit, ultimately, his mother on the 21st. So that does jive. He was in Minneapolis that weekend, but he visited his mother on the 21st, and I believe that to be true.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah. Well, I think at some point we should also talk about, does anybody else have any other things they want to bring up? Any pressing issues here?
Well, were we going to talk about item 57?
Yes. Shall we get into that? To the never-ending...
I think so.
The never-ending topic of item 57. I mean, where do you want to start? You could start anywhere with that one. Sophia sent me a bunch of photos here regarding item 57. Go ahead.
Why don't we start with the email or the exchange between Mason North?
Oh, yes.
And Justice for David Crowley's.
Let me see if I can make this bigger here. All right, there we go. January 28th, 2015. This is Hendricks, Mason Hendricks. He says, I was there. He was there with me. Dan, can you put this into proper context before I start reading?
Yes. So Mason, I think there was some... this is on the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook group, is it, or page? And so this was taking, this was I think, I was added as an editor on this page, but this wasn't my page. Mine is the Justice for David Crowley and Family. And so I was handling both pages at this point. So Mason was going back and forth as far as saying who had access to the house. We were trying to speculate who was in and out of that house and when. And so he came on this date, January 20th, to try to clarify. And so the questions were, was he there? For those who can't see the screen here, it says, Mason says that he was there with me, as well as, we're talking about Chris Klein now. He was there with me, as well as with Danny August Mason and Dan Crowley Jr. and David's best friend, Adam Shambor. We had the code to the lockbox. We were cleaning up the house and organizing stuff for the families so they didn't have to. He and I found the hole in the ceiling and went up to the attic to see if anything up there needs to be brought down.
Like a bullet?
God, you guys suck at being detectives. And so this is the 28th. This was 11 days after the murder. And so they were saying that we already had access to get into the house. In fact, we used the code of the lockbox to get in. And now Mason here is claiming that it was Danny Jr., Danny Mason Hendricks, this is, and Adam Shambor were in the house, and Chris Klein. So those were the five, 5 people in the house. Remember, Chris Klein in the police testimony says he gained access to the house was in the house with Dan Crowley Sr. when he went in there. Now, we don't see Dan Crowley Sr. here at all. In fact, all we say is these guys came in because they had access to the code of the lockbox, nothing to do with Dan Sr. And then he says that they were cleaning the house and organizing stuff for the families. Well, that's very strange. That's very odd. Remember, this is the 19th. This is January 19th that they were talking about. They were supposed to be grieving and going through the loss of one of their closest friends. And they were cleaning up the house and organizing stuff for the families. Chris Klein and Mason Hendricks found a hole in the ceiling, and then they proceeded to go up into the attic to see if anything up there needs to be brought down. God only knows what that means. What would need to be brought down? They weren't moving. The family wasn't moving. They were just organizing things. So I'm not sure what needed to be brought down. But the fact of the matter is, they were up in that attic, which led some to believe that maybe that bullet fragment was planted. But we do have the picture of the master bedroom with the ladder in that closet that leads up to that roof access. So they were up there. This is the 19th. And so the question is, he went on the record by saying that and didn't know that he was putting his foot in his mouth at the same time. Now, the bodies were found the 17th of January of 2015. That's a Saturday. Police and detectives and everything, investigators, were there all day Saturday through the night and into the morning on Sunday, the 18th. The bodies were removed, things were taken out, and cleaners came in sometime that following day, Saturday Sunday or Monday or Tuesday to do the cleaning. Judy Prochnow has a photo of the truck being there that did the cleaning, the restoration. And because the bodies were there, 3 bodies decomposing for 3 weeks allegedly, I had brought up in the next statement that it was a biohazard because of the smell and the stench and the potential biohazard. And so my next question was, who had what types of air masks did you wear? And why did Klein tell investigators that Dan Sr. was in the house? So that was my comment myself at January 28th, 1:26 p.m., directed toward Mason Hendricks. And then I also go on to say that, remember, this was 1/19, January 19th. The home was professionally cleaned. It says here between the 20th and the 22nd, but they were already there cleaning the house on the 18th, I think, and the 19th. But it didn't end until possibly the 20th or the 22nd. The 19th, already a call came into police for suspicious activity in the house that some neighbor called 911. Klein was in the house. I would still be considered a biohazard? What types of air masks were worn when you five were in there? So the question is, this was the last correspondence I received from Mason Hendricks at all. He shut up real quick when I backed him into the corner on this timing. They were in the house. 5 people at least were in the house while the house was, after it had become cleared as a crime scene, but before it was professionally cleaned and given the green light, and before family had a chance to even get there and do anything. They were supposed to be in the middle of grieving. So now we had 5 people there, none of which are Dan Crowley Sr., which was in the notes in the official police investigation. That's why Chris Klein was there. 2 people were in the attic, and the rest were organizing stuff, quote, for the families so they didn't, quote, have to. And that's when they found a ceiling hole right in front of that front door where the kill shot was. So that's the story. That place would have reeked and still smelled horribly after those bodies being removed. And this is 2 days after a large crime scene, like the likes of the city of Apple Valley does not see but once every few years. This is a random thing. And so friends were just hanging out there in the house on the 19th. Now, that was the night of I believe the 9th. Well, no, that was the call for 911 came in at 1 p.m. in the afternoon on that Monday. Neighbors heard suspicious activities in the house. Police got there. No one was there. A neighbor had saw a army-painted GMC truck in the driveway, which later proved via Instagram photos that that's Christopher Klein's army-painted Jeep or truck, whatever it was. So the question is, Klein later in his testimony to police admitted he was there. So now we've got him admitting to the police that he was in the house on the 19th. Neighbors call 911 because of all the commotion. 4 other people admit to being in the house. And they find a bullet hole. And they're in the attic. So cleaners found when did the bullet roll out of that fragment, Greg? Was it the 18th?
That was the 20th.
Or the 20th.
20th.
Okay, so this is how it ties together for the listeners out there. We've got Chris Klein admitting to being in the house on the 19th. Mason Hendricks saying him and 4 others were there on the house on the 19th. And we've got the cleaning crew cleaning the house on the 20th, which is a day later. Now, that scene would not be cleared to be even open, I think, to the public or even family or friends until the professional cleaners have finished cleaning the house. If they were there on the 20th, and that's what I think the message was, did they finish on the 20th or did they finish on the 21st or the 22nd? Not sure when, but whenever they finish, that should be the first time anybody would be in that house. We have a big problem with the cleaners rolling up the rug and finding a bullet fragment in that rug on the 20th, which also means that bullet fragment could have potentially been planted by those 5 individuals on the 19th, the day before. It's still not it's a contaminated crime scene by now because these guys are in the house. That's what I'm getting at.
That's right.
Yeah.
The question is, why were they in the house? They must have just very recently put that lockbox code after the bodies are found on Saturday. Police were in there all day Saturday. When did they put the lockbox code on there? Sunday sometime? Maybe for the cleaners to use or the family? And so what was the rush to get into that house the next day?
Yeah.
What were they doing? Why were they all there? And what were they doing? You know, some suspect, and I'm part of this group, that possibly that gunshot was fired on the 19th when they were there, causing the disturbance, resulting in the neighbor to call 911 if someone did fire an empty round, a hollow point round into the ceiling. That later would be used as a narrative to push that was there the whole time. That was the kill shot. Now we know no one was killed on that kill shot that was found in the attic because there was no blood, brain matter, hair, body tissue, brain tissue, or anything on that bullet fragment that was found in the attic. All that was on that bullet in the attic was David's touch DNA. like handling it from his hands, skin cells transferred off, something to that effect. And so there was no a kill shot to the head on a suicide shot using a hollow point bullet through your skull would have obviously brain matter, tissue, blood, all sorts of goodies collected on that way. So if they came in there on the 19th, accessed the code box from Dan Jr., he's the only one I believe who would even know the code, and Dan Sr., both the Crowleys, and they go over there and invite 4 other friends in. They fire a shot into the ceiling, resulting in a bullet being left in the ceiling that they eventually blame on David Crowley's kill shot. Who knows what they were doing? My question would be, why didn't this come up for police and detectives? At this point, I would have considered all of those 5 individuals as suspects. The fact that they were even in the house before the cleaning was completed. So it all leads back to item 57. And item 57 for the listeners out there is the very final item put into evidence in this case. That was a bullet found in the attic as labeled item 57. David's touch DNA was on it, but no blood. Not a single drop of microscopic blood was on that bullet. Someone probably just pointed it into the ceiling, fired a round off. But once again, it had to have been used for some sort of silencer or suppressor, because by this time it was 2 days after a large triple homicide took place in that house, and so the neighbor's antenna would certainly be raised with any strange noises going on.
Yeah, and I have a hard time believing
that's really the crux.
Okay, yeah, and I have a hard time believing that with as big as that bullet hole in that ceiling was in February, that nobody saw that bullet hole in the ceiling on the 17th, the 18th, or even the 19th. I mean, the cleaning crew didn't see it, the police department didn't see it, BCA didn't see it, friends and family didn't see it. Nobody saw it. And it's like, how could you miss? When I forget if it was Detective Bone that went, I think he was the one that went, and he writes in his notes, he says, obvious bullet hole in the ceiling. And it is. As soon as you look at that, it's like, yes, that's very obvious. How could so many people miss it for so long? There's no explanation for that either.
And that was Greg's good point by saying, how did that many people miss it? Now, by this time, it could be the case that the detectives now changed their story because they got a case of the embarrassment case here, and then they started to shove this thing down because they know people were looking into this, and they had themselves missed this bullet hole. Whereas in reality, I don't believe they missed the bullet hole because the bullet hole wasn't there in the opening day. Someone would have seen that. So right. The question is now, the Apple Valley Police are facing a conundrum. Do they admit that their entire staff of detectives did not see the bullet hole, which is also probably true, or do they come out and admit that they've been bamboozled by a bunch of guys in their 20s that actually pulled off this crime, and now they even look worse yet? So the Apple Valley Police detectives have found themselves between a rock and a hard place now, because worst case is that they were in on the cover-up. The best case scenario is that they were they just didn't know what they're doing. Now, either scenario there is bad. So, did Gummert, as the sergeant of this detective group, essentially the manager of this department, really feel bad about all the errors they made and kind of wanted this whole thing to go away? Well, and who could fault
them? I wanted to throw this in there. Who could fault the Apple if they? I could not fault them if they just decided from the get-go that these guys seemed so genuine that everybody was telling them the truth. It's like you can't fault them for believing them. Yes, it would have been an error of judgment on their part, but it would be understandable. But at this point where they have just completely shut down, they don't even try to backtrack on their answers anymore. They don't answer any questions. They are ignoring every piece of evidence given to them. and they just they are content with staying silent on something they messed up on. And that to me is not understandable, and that is not respectable behavior.
And it's not acceptable either.
That's right.
Yeah, not at all.
That's right. I thought it was kind of weird that they go out of their way to compare item 31 to item 57. And I was looking through and I was trying to see they never tested item 31 for blood or anything like that. It was just a fragment. So I always thought that was kind of weird how they came up with that. But and it's really odd. I mean, the only thing maybe stranger than them missing a bullet hole and them missing a bullet is that this bullet does not have blood on it. I think that's all of the other bullets do. Even 50.
And I would think
53.
I would compare 57 to the bullet found in the basement wall that was fired through the floor of the living room.
Okay.
Right.
That's what I've been calling those a warning shot. Just fired into the ground. That one probably had David's touch DNA on it as well, but it didn't have any human tissue. I think it would have looked exactly the same as the one from the attic.
Yeah, they couldn't find anything on the one that was in the basement wall. I mean, they couldn't even find touch DNA. They found nothing.
That's right.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and that's on page 28 of the 40-page BCA report. BCA lab
Greg,
analysis. Go ahead.
I sent you a screenshot, and that states anything that had human blood on it would state it in regards to this case.
Oh, okay. Is that one of the shots that you sent me here? Or did you just send me?
Yes,
okay.
I'm trying to find the actual photo that I sent you, so that it should be in that group that I sent you, though. And so when you're looking at...
Yeah, you're right. Here it is.
That one result, or actually it's not a result, is talking about item 57 and what they found on it. And it said no blood was found. However, 57A, they found something. It was a test sample, and they found something, but it wasn't blood.
Right. It was just DNA. They only stated DNA, but no blood. Even on their swabbing test, blood was not detected.
Oh, okay.
So there was no blood on 57 at all.
Right. They say blood was not detected on item 57. However, a sample was collected from item 57 as item 57-1.
57A.
Okay.
No, yeah.
So they're very clear.
And so that's why I included that one photo for you.
That is a great photo.
Because that's taken directly out of the BCA, the large file.
Yes, and this is on, if you're looking at the 40-page BCA lab document, it's on page 26. And let's see, what about 44? DNA profiling was performed on blood previously. Oh no, 45 is the one. That's the basement one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
And DNA profiling was also performed on that. Sample collected, blah, blah, blah. So, DNA profiling. So DNA profiling, was that what was done on item 57?
That's all. Yes, that's all, because that's all they could find. It did not test positive for blood at all. So then they went the next step and looked for the DNA.
Okay. So then I can assume 38, 45, 57, 50, 51, 52 are no blood. Of course, 50, 51, and 52 are not relevant.
Are known samples. Yeah.
38 is from the push keys. Okay, right. So there was no blood found on the gun safe in the master bedroom. Okay. And item 57 is, to me, it's still the biggest one that they can't explain it.
Nope.
That's what bothers me about Kenneth Maines is, I mean, he should see this. He should know this, right?
Yeah, and especially since, the trajectory of that bullet hole in the ceiling, and we've talked about this so many times, but it definitely does not add up with where David would have to have been standing for him to land the way his body landed according to their explanation. I mean, it exited his left parietal. So what did it do? Just do a mid-air turn before it hit the window and decide to go up into the ceiling? It just doesn't make any sense. And they won't explain it. They won't explain their stance. Of course, because it doesn't make sense and they can't explain it, but still, it would be nice if they try.
Well, Sophia, anything else? I know this has been a big issue with you here. What do you think about item 57?
I still believe that it was planted after the deaths to sell the story of murder-suicide.
It's a big risk. It's a big risk going in there.
It is, but there's no explanation, no decent explanation for all of them to be in that house before it's cleaned. And then they don't even tell the police about it until February. Here, they're bragging about being in the house and seeing the bullet hole, but they don't bother to tell the police about it. That's one of the first things that Klein tells the police when he talks to them in February, that there was a bullet hole in the floor and he saw a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Does he say?
Yeah, and what I find... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to look. Does he say bullet?
Well, and on page 95 of the 488-page document, at the bottom, it says item 57, white powder material in mushroomed end, apparent rifling on butt end. Now, if this had gone through anybody's head, I don't care who they were, you would not find white powder material. It would have mushroomed as soon as it hit the skull, not mushroomed once it hit the ceiling. So this didn't mushroom until it hit the ceiling. So what does that tell them? It should tell them, they should be able to logically go, whoa, wait a second. This isn't the bullet that killed David. We don't have the bullet that killed David. But instead, they dug their heels in, they stuck to the narrative, and they're saying everybody else is a crazy nut job. Why? Because we can look at this and go, your notes are telling us different from what you're saying.
And Dan and Greg, who was the one who bought Kamel's gun that was almost exactly like David's? Was it Adam?
There were some gifts and there were some purchases. There was a David Star.
I thought at one point it was Danny August Mason, but it's not him. It was, I think, Adam.
And Adam was in the house.
Yep.
It's at the very bottom, Greg, so keep scrolling down when you can.
How far down?
It's at the very bottom of that page you're on right now.
95. Okay, let me go.
And Kamel also had a Springfield.
Yes.
Interesting. So the bullet had similar features to 31, but they did not come out and say that it was exactly like a bullet that came out of the gun that they had in their possession.
Sophia, are you saying that the bullet itself, the fragment, was planted in the attic? They went up there and actually ruffled around some insulation and dropped it somewhere just randomly for the police to find?
I can't say as a fact, but I'm just saying that it's a high probability.
So then, in your
Isn't it? Poor Greg, he's trying.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sophia, then how did the hole get in the ceiling? Was that from a gunshot? In your estimation?
I'm sorry.
How did the hole get in the ceiling, in the living room ceiling? If the bullet was planted, was there still a round fired into that ceiling? Do you believe?
Well, I don't even know if a gun made that hole. They tested it for gunshot residue, but there was none.
Oh, I didn't think they tested it. I thought they said they did not test the hole for residue. Okay, you see right there, Greg, where it says item 57, white powder material in mushroomed end, apparent rifling on butt end, right there. So if it's, so that means the bullet did not mushroom until it hit that, hit the ceiling. So I think that the gun was shot into the ceiling, but not until later, because it has white powder material, which is what they describe, the ceiling powder everywhere else. And they found that same white powder material inside the attic where the bullet fragment landed. But yeah, so if it had hit anybody's head, it would have mushroomed on contact with the skull. So it would have picked up some type of skull or tissue material, not white powder.
Okay, but then how did they... But if you look at item 53, right, that kind of mushrooms. And that's the one that they say was shot through Rania.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It would mushroom upon impact with the skull. This item 50... Okay, let me start over. Item 57, white powder material in the mushroomed end. So that means that whatever that bullet, when it was fired, it came into contact with the ceiling. It did not come into contact with any body parts. Because if it had come in to contact with David's skull, like they're trying to allude to or pretend happened, then that bullet would have mushroomed upon impact with the skull. And there would be no white material in that mushroomed end. None at all.
Why wouldn't there be if it still goes through the ceiling?
Because it would have been mushroomed before it even hit the ceiling. What in that mushroomed end would have been the tissue, the blood, either hair, tissue, brain matter, something else would have been pulled into that mushroomed end. And now, not to say that there might not be any white powder on the fragment, but that's not what they write. They say white powder in the mushroomed end.
Right, but that's the mushroom end is that's how the bullet is found, right? So it's found in that upward way.
When it comes in, so when the bullet is fired and it hits something, that top, then mushrooms back on itself. So when whatever comes into contact with, it's going to cause that bullet to mushroom. So if it comes in contact with the skull, it will be, what's going to be in the mushroomed end will be hair, blood, tissue, skull, brain, something like that. Now, if it comes into contact with a ceiling first, what will be in that mushroomed end will be what is this stuff called? Like the stucco, whatever it is that they make ceilings out of. That white powder.
The drywall.
Drywall, thank you.
Drywall?
That is what is going to be inside the mushroomed end.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. And because if you look at the mushroom end of that one, it does look different. And you can look at the ceiling shots too, and you can see that it's clearly that there's white powder all over that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at some of those here. Can't believe I don't have them here. Should have that right here. What else do we have here with item 57? What other interesting notes here? I mean, to me, it's definitely the most interesting one, and the one that nobody really wants to talk about. People that made the Eric Nelson's film, they didn't want to talk about it. Everybody who tries to contact us to get some type of a quote or a statement or something, they don't want to talk about it. They brush it off. They act like this is no big deal, when this is, to me, I still think this is the smoking gun here.
Yeah, I mean, they have not presented in all of their evidence, they did not collect the bullet that killed David. And no casing to fit the fragment, and no fragment that goes along with his whatever killed him. And it's like, okay, you guys, really?
Yeah, that was a big thing too. How do they connect? I guess you can't really connect the shells to the, to the actual cartridge. But when you look at what they leave with, right? I think they left with like 4 or 5 shells. It did not match up. A lot of the stuff did not match up when they left that house. I don't understand why they. First of all, I don't get why then, because if nothing was lining up, if nothing was matching up, it doesn't make sense for them for one day later to come out and say that, David Crowley is they have their suspect and the public is not in any danger, which to me are quite clearly 2 lies, right?
I agree.
They don't have their suspect because they don't have David Crowley. They can't tie anything to him, even though they spend 1 whole year trying to actually do that. I don't see the tie. I don't understand. The item 31 compared to item 57 too is just another one that just does not make sense to me.
Yeah.
Now it does have matching features. That is true, and that's clear in the 488 page document. It's hard to really see because we have photocopies, but there are matching features between 57 and 31. But because they're bullets, I would think some of the features, they should be matching. Like I would not compare item 57 to 31. I would compare it to 42, to 43, and 44. Possibly 53 maybe, but I mean, if you can't tie it to 42, 43, or 44, what the hell are you doing trying to tie it to 31? Because it does tie. That's it. It's just all smoke and mirrors with a lot of this stuff. That's frustrating.
Yeah, a lot of double speak trying to throw people off, because most people just would gloss over that. Oh, I don't understand it, so they must know what they're talking about. Right. Yeah, well, what they write shows the complete opposite.
Yeah.
And wasn't 31 just a piece of a bullet?
Yeah.
Just a little fragment?
Just a fragment. Yeah,
so
it's a fragment.
How could they even say that there was matching features?
I don't know. It's a fragment from the living room, and I think it's in the corner. I think it's closest to the south wall.
Okay, and here's what I like to do, and I used to get paid good money for this. Okay, let me read this sentence and see if you pick up on it. Comparative examinations of item 31, a bullet fragment, against test-fired bullets from item 1 and item 57 were performed with the following results. Item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means that item 1 fired item 31. Wait, come back. Come back. You left my page I was reading. Okay, yeah, there we go. So have you noticed? Did you guys catch that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you don't sound too sure, Greg. So, they compared. They did not find matching matching features with item 31 and the known test-fired bullets from David's gun. But yet they somehow were able to find matching features against item 57.
Right. And somehow
and therefore,
that
means yeah, so that means that David's gun fired 31, although 31 didn't match anything with the test bullets from item 1.
Right.
So I'm like, really? Okay, you guys. Oh gosh, this is why I read these reports and I cringe. I'm like, do people really not catch what they're saying? It's so blatant. Oh.
It reminds me of that card game with 3 cards, and it's like find the lady, and they're flipping around and hoping that you don't catch the card. Oh gosh.
It's like a sleight of hand.
I'm not explaining it right. It's like a magic game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Sleight of hand.
Yeah, we see that a lot. I was trying to see.
Shell game. There you go.
Shell game?
That's a better
shell game.
Oh, shell game. Oh. Look at Dan with the big words. Right on.
So Dan knows the game. But I mean, seriously, it's like every time we turn around, and it's like we could spend so much more time just taking this apart line by line, going, okay, this is what you said, but yet your tests show this to be the exact opposite of what you're saying.
It's what I call carefully crafted words done a specific way to on purpose.
Yeah, it's so funny because,
but for what purpose? For what purpose?
To trick people. Well, it's doublespeak. Yeah.
So that is not a case, Greg, that's just done by mistake or poor work or sloppy work. That's an indication if it's carefully crafted words like that done on purpose. Is now you're in the realm of a cover-up. If
Correct.
They were done that specifically phrase that phrase to get them out of it, get them off the hook, to tell you something without saying it, that would be your indication. Because that's not something that they would do on purpose. That's too carefully crafted.
Right.
Too much. It's over the top.
It truly is. And this is why, you know what, if for any young people that are out there, whatever job you're doing today, even if it's not what you think you'll be doing or needing later in life, learn all you can from it. Because I learned how to read documents like that from attorneys that I worked for. Because legalese is known for its doublespeak, left and right. And so I had some really good bosses that were attorneys that taught me how to read between the lines of what is said versus what they really mean. And I had no idea back then in 1979, I'm dating myself, that what I would learn on one of my very first jobs is something I'm now using in 2019.
I was trying to find some of those good shots of the bullets where they do some comparisons. I think I skipped it.
Yeah, you need to go back.
Somewhere around here. So they have around page 176. Some of these comparisons are just ridiculous, but and some of the tests that we did too. I guess we should go through the screenshots that Sophia sent too. Kind of look at some of those as well. But let's see. Yeah, the test fired. A lot of those tests fired. I don't know. It's
kind of hard to see.
They are hard to see.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to get some color images. I believe these were color. Maybe these weren't color. I don't know. There's 53 though. Page 182 of 488. And from here, the test fired. So they're comparing a test fire bullet labeled as T2, comparing that to item 53, and they get some similar things. But when they do these test fires, what are they shooting at? How do you really accurately compare a test fired bullet into item 53?
Well, they just shoot into either a gelatin type mold or into a water tank, and then take the fragment out and compare it with what they have.
And they're basically looking at the ridges on the bullet that the gun barrel leaves.
Okay. So here's on page 183 of 488. This is another test fire. This test fire is against item 57, and I guess they're saying this matches. I don't know. It doesn't look that similar to me, but
yeah, it doesn't look like it matches at all.
If they moved it down a little bit,
yeah, maybe. Look at that. That does not match to me. Yeah, but then I don't know. I don't know how to read these, but if they're trying to prove that it matches up, it's like, yeah, no, it doesn't.
Well, and they always go for that line area, so I wonder where that correlates when the bullet is fired. Here's another one. Okay, so here's the comparison on page 184 of 488. This is where they compare item 57 to item 31, and you can see similar. It is very similar, but I don't understand how that proves that item.
Yeah, see, I don't, and I agree with what everybody else is saying. They're saying the striations don't match. Now, theirs a little bit closer on this one, but up above, yeah. Oh, look, so 57 and 31, they match. But 31 did not match item 1. So it's like, what? What? You guys are crazy.
And 31 didn't hit. 31 is part of the fragment that... No, is it part of the fragment that goes into the basement?
I don't remember where 31 was found.
I'm going to look that one.
It was over by the bookcase by the window.
Right,
oh, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Sophia.
And that's when they pulled the carpet up. Oh, look at that. Well, so far on our first simulcast here live on YouTube, we are live on YouTube. I haven't had any drops, so I love that. My internet issues appear to be fixed, as long as I'm not using Windows. I don't use a Mac. There is a third option, people. I think it's this. Can't be that. No, it can't be that. It's too small. I'll find it. $31. Where are you, 31? Must have passed it.
It's the one where it has a yoga map, or yoga mat. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, right by before they pulled the rug back.
Must be in this one here. Let's go find 31.
As a side note, do we know if Detective Gumbert is back on the force, or is he still on his leave of absence?
I think he's back.
He came back. He's been back for over a week.
Oh, really? Okay.
He's back in black.
Well, I'm glad he's back. I, just would hate to think something was wrong, Even though I don't think he's been very nice to me, but still, it's like I don't want him to be sick or anything. That would not be cool.
Of course.
He still owes me a phone call.
He does. He owes me one too.
Okay, here's.
So 31. Let's all go on the list.
Let's all go. Okay, so there's 31. This is where 31 is found here. Let's see. Come on.
Well, you have a super sensitive mouse, don't you?
I know. It's crazy. So that's 31. That is what they're comparing 53 to? I mean, look at that. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
There's 31.
Wow.
super tiny.
Yeah, and you're not kidding. It is teeny tiny.
It really is.
Oh, wow. It is. You're so right, Sophia. Look at that. It's just a fragment of a fragment.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Just a baby. All right, what else do we got to cover here? Let me go back to some.
Dan's been awfully quiet for a while. Dan.
I've got something. I'm here. I am in reviewing other cases. I just had notes here written down. In reviewing other cases, the one thing that stuck out for me now, in looking at homicides like this, murder homicides, is one thing I focus on when I look at cases like this is what is left for the survivors. As far as I always see, without fail, a vigil, flowers, candlelight vigil, outpouring of flowers on the front steps, something to commemorate. In this case, it would have been for Comel or Rania. Everyone assumed David did this, so there wouldn't, of course, be anything for him. But there was still none of that, and that still strikes me as odd that there was never an outpouring of the community, neighbor, family, and friends. It was all just quietly hushed under in this case. And that's my other tip-off. I think that there's something goofy here because we never did see mountains of bouquets of flowers for the young child, this young woman, this mother of one. We didn't see it. There's no big, piles of flowers and bouquets of flowers and, candles lit and people hanging out at the property looking for, answers. So that always stuck out for me. And then, Greg, like for you, you've got the item 57. For me, it's still Rania's arm missing, being pulled out of the socket. Yeah, that's our red flag.
Yeah, you're right.
An arm cannot be pulled out of its socket, even from a 5-year-old girl, by a dog, a mid-sized beagle mixed dog. How did the arm get pulled out? Why is there a fractured rib just below the armpit of that same arm that's missing? And if the dog didn't eat the humerus, the ulna, and the radius, the 3 major bones, even of a young girl, where are they? Where are those bones?
All right.
They weren't in the house.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? And that was something I did specifically ask Dr. Kelly, and I know we haven't talked about him for a while, but I did ask him if a dog could pull that arm out of the socket, and he emphatically stated no way.
Can you go
yank
back
on it, tug on it, and pull on it, but not pull an arm off?
Correct.
From
he
the
could not
socket.
take it. Correct.
Those strong ligaments and muscles, and there's just no way. So that's our question. That's one of those that I sent back to Kenneth Maines as well by saying, even you yourself in his report, he says that seems odd for him that the girl's arm was missing, and it's very strange that a fractured rib would be found as well. And so I'm going to have him go back and say the fact that it's pulled from the socket, it was removed from the socket itself. Impossible.
Yes. And that takes absolute brute force. Yes.
And the fact that it's missing. The dog didn't eat the humerus or the ulna or the radius, digest it, and it's not just missing; it has to be somewhere. So the entire thing is gone, and that broken rib, that fractured of a rib just beneath. Now, the pulling out of the arm from the socket could not have been something that would have been done while Rania was still alive, because those blood-curdling screams would have been very loud. So I think that was post-mortem. She was shot, she was killed, and then they yanked it out later, obviously. So the question is, if David did this, once again, picture David on the stand, committing the crime of murdering his wife and child, why would he take the time to pull an arm off a child and hide it or put it somewhere before killing her? After killing her, and then before killing, why would that take place if there was some pack theory and he was down and depressed about financial reasons? Pulled the arm off a child. And so that's my big thing. For Greg, it's more 57. And I think, Catherine, for you, it's more, what's your heavy hitter?
The absolute
Yours is
skull.
more- and how about that random jaw laying there on a blanket that's been cut into nice flat pieces? That
Well,
maxilla?
yeah, the maxilla. And I don't know what to think about that, because the deputy coroner I spoke with said that can happen when someone is trying to break apart the facial bones, that it can snap off cleanly like that. But I don't, I just have to take their word for it, because I don't know. But the reality is where's the rest of the skull? It's not there.
If someone did it, why was someone trying manually to tear apart the facial bones?
Right. Yeah.
So even if that is the case, that doesn't answer a despondent, depressed man who wants to take out his whole family.
Yeah.
So why was there any manipulation of that bone at all? Whether it was cut or pried apart, it's nice and flat, and that's not normal.
Right. And the other thing too is how white that bone is. I mean, it looks, and I don't know, this is just me throwing it out there, but it looks bleached. It looks too clean. There's no, there are no ligaments, there's no muscle left, there is nothing. It's a bright white, which just does not look right.
Very, very odd. Then we've got the strange knife found at the scene with random blood on it from people. And no fingerprints. The entire case is just goofy. Now, Sophia, what's the big thing for you that stands out in this Crowley case? The deleted Facebook posts?
Not only that, but the lying. The lying in regards to this case, to the police, to anybody looking into this case. Why lie?
What would be the motive to lie? Correct.
I mean, if a supposed good friend, his wife and his daughter are found dead, why are you going to be lying to the police about phone calls and text messages? I mean, why be that petty? Especially when it can be double checked.
Yeah. I also think that those Facebook posts that were deleted off is David Crowley's personal Facebook wall. While that laptop was in custody of the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit, also that's the Shane Klokonos connection. Was that deleted by someone in the police department? Was that deleted by someone who hacked into David's site? David's Facebook page. Now, Sean Wright has said several times that, he left his passwords out. Anyone could have seen them. Well, those passwords were not out, and the photos were not released till a year later, when the general public was able to see all those passwords.
Yeah.
Why would Sean Wright make a statement like that?
Yep.
So,
Only if he saw
was his
photos.
account hacked? And I mean hacked, even if it's by his brother Dan Jr. or his own father Dan Sr., that account was not their rights to get into that account. Someone hacked in or had access to that account, or it was the police themselves who deleted those posts while that laptop was in their custody and already logged into Facebook. I'm assuming that they wouldn't require a use of a username or a password. It would have been just logged in. And the posts that were deleted were all posts that were making shedding David in a positive light, and posts making him look to the future, forward to the future. Those are the only ones that were deleted.
Yeah. And can I want to jump in here real quick, and thank you, Greg, for showing this. I remembered the maxilla all wrong. In my memory, it was all white. Look at that. It's not all white. You clearly see it's not white.
Yeah,
but in my brain, it was white. So thank you for showing that photo.
It's very, those teeth are very, very...
Oh, the teeth are amazing.
They are amazing, yeah. Yeah. This whole image here is just, there's a lot of stuff here. This is BCA 4768, and you can clearly see that blanket. And it does, those spots on there. It looks like maybe some old blood. You see some of the.
I don't see any old blood.
Yeah, if you look down here, I don't know if my cursor, can you guys see you can probably see it. Oh, that's pretty cool.
I see shades and shadows. Oh, you mean
Right
like maybe
here.
on the light blue?
Yes. So on the
Yes,
light
okay,
blue, you can clearly see it there. But I do
Yes,
think
I
some
see
of
it
these
now.
other areas, like I'm gonna go to right here, so just maybe point to some of the other possible areas here that I think that there might be some blood, maybe old blood. I think the carpet really makes it difficult here. Any idea what these two bone pieces or whatever these are that are next to the teeth? Kind of in the upper corner there. And this is a lot of hair. A lot of hair.
Yeah. Well, when I talked to the deputy coroner, they said that those two pieces actually fit on that maxilla, and they do come off cleanly like that. Again, I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. I can only repeat what they said to me.
Yeah, I also think this might be David's leg here.
Right over.
Right
yes.
corner, right?
In the upper right. Correct.
Which is another weird thing because the blanket is over him.
It's under Kamel and over David. And then you see her brown sweater on top of him as well. But the dog did that, remember?
Oh, he also tucked bones and stuff underneath the blanket, too.
Yes.
So,
he did, yeah. And he also put the hair and the debris under the knife. So, hey, that's a really smart dog.
Yes. Very, very talented.
Right?
What this little blue thing is here in the corner there.
I hope people understand we're being facetious. We are not being serious.
Probably not, but that's okay. You never know. I'm going to look in some of the YouTube comments. We have a lot of people there right now. Thank you, everybody who is listening, who's watching this. This is our first time doing this like this, so yeah, there's a lot of good comments in there. A lot of good researchers. I think that's why that's been the biggest challenge is we have so many great researchers, and they, some of them take a couple looks at this case and are like, this case is toxic to the point where they don't even want to look at it. They don't want to talk about it. And I've had people get angry at me, family and friends for talking about this case. I didn't even know that they even knew about it, and it's just like they just don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear about the David Crowley. They don't want to hear that. And I just don't understand it when this is a slam dunk case. It's a clear cut case where you can see that there is something totally wrong here. There's just way too much. You can take out, so many different theories. You don't have to worry about rumors or anything. If you just look at these photos, look at these documents, you can clearly see there's no way that any of this proves that David Crowley did this. No way.
I agree. Can I address Patty Barbie's question?
Yeah,
that's in the chat. It says, what about dental exam references? Now, the coroner, supposedly, Dr. Lilinski, right? Mm-hmm. That was her name? Mm-hmm. Yeah. She supposedly compared dental charts of Kamel and David to the maxillas found in the house. And she said that they were able to identify them positively using the dental radiographs. So, but that's Correct. All we know.
Correct. Right. That's right. And for their tattoos, right? Tattoos and dental records.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's so funny. My friend who was a deputy coroner said tattoos are faked all the time, and I'm like, please don't give me any more ideas. I don't need more ideas in my head.
Yeah, we're trying to carve it down, right? We're trying to sculpt it down to whatever it is. Tear it down to its rawest form. To just say, look, we're not trying to tell you what happened. We're not trying to say that we know what happened. We know what didn't happen. And anybody with a brain can see what did not happen. David did not kill his wife and his child or himself. It's really clear. There's nothing wrong if people think that. If they want to create conspiracies on that, if they want to create in their own head that they truly think that happened, which I think sometimes family and friends do, because they don't want to have to deal with the fact that after everything that David was talking about, after all the stuff that David was researching, after the movie he was making, after all of that, if he was killed, this would make all of that true. And it's very hard for people to understand that these things do happen. It doesn't mean that the government killed David or anything like that, but things like that do happen. And I think it's, some people are they're scared. They're scared. And a lot of people who are involved in this case, I believe, they are scared too. And they're the ones that I pray for. I pray for them because if they're not willing to admit what really happened here, they're in danger. They can't talk about that. They're not gonna go and say, well, okay, maybe you guys are right. Okay, maybe we can't prove it. They won't even go that far. They're scared. And so I think we just got to keep pushing forward on this. I think we're on the right track.
Yeah, I think we are too.
And I don't care who gets there first. I don't care what gets us there. I do not care. I want to get to the truth. I want to get past phase 1. All right, this is 5 years now. I'm on phase 1 still. We got to get past that, and we can't do that until we can get somebody to really look at this and say, you know what, you guys are right. David can't be proven guilty. Okay, maybe we should change those records. Would that really hurt that much? People are still going to speculate. People are still going to think whatever they want to think. But the fact is, nobody can prove David Crowley guilty. So why is anybody acting like he's guilty? Why are we the bad ones for asking questions, for looking at all of these things and saying, wait a minute, you guys haven't looked at this, you haven't considered this. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because from the very start, we were told if we just had the information, that would show us everything. From everybody. Family, friends.
And then they give us the information and it doesn't tell us anything.
No.
Or it's secret knowledge.
Secret knowledge. Right.
My very favorite excuse in the book. Oh, we can't show you because out of respect for the family. Okay, then why are you touting it?
Right.
If you can't prove your point, then why are you harping it?
Right.
Exactly.
We're showing you the facts. We got the paperwork right here. We're showing it right here on the video.
Yeah.
Where's your secret knowledge?
It's a lie.
I know we need to do, I think Dan actually mentioned this once, but we need to do a talk on the Making a Murderer from the Netflix series. Dan and
I haven't
we're
seen
on
that.
opposite ends of that one.
Oh, that'd be great.
But here's the thing, if I was sitting on that jury, and we really should go into this more, but if I was sitting on that jury, even though I believe he's guilty, I could not say he's guilty because they don't have everything that they have is quote unquote proof was all staged. It was all planted. And so by how there are other things that don't necessarily tie that guy to the case. It's other issues in his other relationships that tell me he's guilty. But as far as their so-called evidence, it sucks. as a juror, I would have to go, you guys didn't convince me. I'm not convinced, even though I believe he's guilty, your evidence doesn't show me he's guilty. And so it's the same thing with David, but I don't believe David's guilty at all. There's nothing that shows me, not even the evidence, nothing they say, nothing that we've looked into that even remotely shows David is guilty. But yet, why do they hold on to it?
Yeah, and for the listeners out there, that's a Netflix documentary or a docu-series called "Making a Murderer." There's two seasons, I guess, of it, of 10 episodes each, I believe. It talks about the case in Minnesota, next to Minnesota here, in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
About a missing young woman, and later
photographer.
The photographer was allegedly murdered, killed, dumped in burned up, and the body fragments were found, and they tagged it on this individual who lived nearby and his younger nephew, and both are in prison to this day, as far as I know, for this. And they made a documentary about it, and they have various justice pages as well, trying to basically do what we're doing here, just having people open the door to see the light. Not convince anybody. We're not here to do a sales pitch. It's just, it's very similar circumstances where nothing makes sense. Things are just odd. Things are not normal. What I find with that Netflix series, Making a Murderer, it's very similar to the Crowley case. The first question when people watch it, they want to find out who did it. It's a big mystery, a whodunit mystery. If it wasn't these guys, and in this case, if it wasn't David, who did? And what I try to focus on when I watch shows like that or look at the David Crowley case is it really doesn't matter who did it. You have to narrow down who didn't do it, and then you can get yourself down the right track. David Crowley obviously did not perform this staging and the killings and the arm removal and the Facebook posts and whatnot, all of these ridiculous things. Obviously, he didn't do it. Do we care who did do it or which person or persons did it? Yeah, it'd be nice to know. But the purpose of the justice page is just to point out the facts that he obviously didn't, and therefore we've got a murderer or a killer or killers on the loose. And what they did to the Crowley family, if as horrendous as that is, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to do it again. And so the question is, those people are out there, and whether they're amateurs or professional killers, they probably wouldn't hesitate to do it again. That's the disgusting thing we have out there.
Right.
And then you watch that Netflix case, and you realize that if the wrong two people are in prison, and the real killer is out there, and what they did to that body, and how they desecrated her, we've really got problems. And in both cases, it's the police department that's backed up against a wall, fighting and digging their heels in, just to avoid the bad reputation. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about right or wrong or who did it. They are fighting for their lives so the department does not look bad. That's what we've got here with the Apple Valley Police Department.
Right.
They obviously know it doesn't add up, but the question is, why are they fighting so hard? Are they involved in a cover-up, or are they trying to save their reputation? Neither option is good enough for us, the people, the citizens. And I really feel for those who live in Apple Valley. Their taxpayer dollars are going to fund that police department, and they are more worried about their reputation than they are actually protecting and serving, which is their only job to do, is to protect and serve the community. They're not doing any of that, and that's what we're stuck with. That's what we're up against, is trying to shine the light and trying to educate and trying to wake people. We're trying to wake people up and look at the case, and hopefully one day a documentary will be made about the Crowley case to show us. None of us are big fans of David Crowley. We didn't necessarily watch or enjoy his work. This isn't a fan club of the Gray State. This isn't a fan club of David Crowley just trying to harp on the fact that we want to clear his name. Us following the case didn't even know the man.
Right.
Greg knew of him and wasn't even a fan. So I didn't know the man from Adam. So none of us have a stake or a dog in the game here. We're not doing this for our own pleasure. This is an extremely frustrating case to follow, and it's certainly not any fun to do. And it takes us all away from time that we'd rather be spending doing other things. But because it's so sickening, and for me in particular, sickening to my stomach to see what this did, it motivates me to get the word out, try to get people educated, to open up their eyes to what's really going on at some of these things. This isn't necessarily a federal case brought in with hitmen and the CIA and a secret government to do it, although it very well could be. All we know is that it's not some random murder-suicide, with all the overstaging, I'll say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dan. That was really, you were really on point.
To the point, yeah.
Yeah, and the first thing that people, when they first join on, they automatically think, oh, you must be a big fan, or must have liked the Gray State, or must have been a fan of the project, and it gets people when you say, I didn't know who he was, I wasn't even familiar with the project.
Well, I've gotten a lot of backlash because I wasn't a fan. So it's like, well, why do you care then?
Yeah, you got really hit because you're anti.
Yeah, I'm like anti-Crowley. So
you are damned if you do and damned if you don't, huh, Greg?
Story of my life. So we're good. I'm used to that.
And so we find ourselves up against the wall on various small things, and that's where the bickering all begins, is on the small things. One in particular is the name of the page or the group, Justice for David Crowley and Family. When I created that back in 2015, the word family was meant for David, Comel, and Rania only. Not David's siblings, or not his brother, not his sister, not his father. This is not a page to put them and shed that family in good light, his blood relatives. This is a family only for David, Comel, and Rania. This is not anything to, we're not trying to do something good here for the remaining surviving family. This is not to, make them a feel-good, warm, fuzzy feeling for the rest of the family. What we've got here for suspects and evidence leading back to who's our people of interest does certainly include members of David's family. His father and his brother are certainly included in the pool of suspects in my mind. Did they do it? I don't know. They may or may not have been, but they certainly would have been or should have been treated as suspects for what they did and their actions and their behavior before, during, and after the bodies were found. All right, guys, I got to jump off here in about 2 minutes. Anything else to go over for tonight?
I don't have anything else. Do you guys?
No, I don't have anything else.
What I posted on the Justice for David Crowley and Family page just now was a screenshot, a JPEG image of those last two emails, correspondence between Danny August Mason and David Crowley, one on December 9th and a response on December 16th. And we know a week later the bodies were found. December 9th, and I'll read it, David writes to Danny, who's still from August 1st refusing to sign that release statement. It says, in deference to your hesitation to sign the GS release document, I give you these verbal guarantees. You will have, number one, full producer credit on the film The Rise, unpaid. It's an unpaid, that's the Rise documentary that did come out later under Sean Wright. He was going to give him a full producer credit on The Rise. And then number two, guaranteed casting as lead role of John Wanick in Gray State series in a paid position. Now, two things are important here in him giving this verbal guarantee. He uses the phrase Gray State series. So we already know it was not going to be made a movie. It was going to be a web series or an internet series, or a television series, a series of some sort. And that's what Mike Boggio said from the producers of the Meg Entertainment Group, a series. So here on December 9th, 2014, for all of you out there who says there was no deal, David Crowley himself is going to guarantee a role for Danny August Mason playing character John Wannick in the Gray State series, and he's going to pay him, and it's a paid position. So he said after that, he says, you will have every opportunity to continue to collaborate, write, and produce episodes, plural, with an S, series, keep that in mind, and retaining your cherished position as a co-creator of the original concept in the public eye. But I will not be able to sign you into any contracted roles until I have your signed release document. I would like to have it by December 16th. There's the deadline, December 16th, after which we would be free to discuss a future with Gray State that's more respectful for your talents as a paid professional. That email was sent on December 9th, and that obviously has legalese written into it that had David, we can assume here, it was in working with his attorney, Adam Gislason, to get this out, saying, we want you to release your rights from the movie. This is not saying I'm pulling the plug on you and our friendship and our business association. He said, I'll still give you the full credit, producer credit in the documentary, and I'll cast you as the lead role in the Gray State series. You'll even be paid for it. All you have to do is sign the document. Danny August Mason refused to sign that document because of a misunderstanding. He thought David was pushing him aside, pushing him out, and cutting him off. And in retaliation, he refused to sign it. Then, December 16th, last email between these two, Danny Mason, buddy, please give me a call about moving forward before I sign the release form. Danny. And that was it. Bodies are found, killed possibly a week later, found 3 weeks after that. So these guys were going back and forth through August, September, October, November, and things coming to a head in December when Danny August Mason, I think, figured that he was being squeezed out. He was giving the short end of the stick, and he was being squashed down by his good buddy. And David once again goes out of his way to say, you will have roles. You will be paid. Just sign the document so we can move forward from the legal perspective of things.
Hey, Dan, can I ask you to clarify something real quick?
Danny August Mason is not the brightest bulb, and he just, I don't think, could figure it out. And David Crowley was the brightest person on that project. He did not surround himself with intelligent, articulate, smart people. And that's what ultimately paid the price. I think the snakes inside his inner circle ended up killing him because they didn't have a clue what was going on. Go ahead.
And you stated, and I just want to clarify and see where your stance is on that, but you just said that a week after December 16th was when they were killed and then the bodies found 3 weeks later. Okay. I don't buy into their narrative on that. Do you believe that?
I agree with you.
Okay.
I was just giving this as a point of reference to the official narrative. That according to the official narrative, only a week later, the killings took place. So this is, we're trying to look at a timeline to narrow in on when things happened. Now, I also believe that the bodies were probably killed in the month of January, closer to the 10th or 9th, 10th, or the 11th of January. But according to the narrative, yeah, the bodies were found or killed essentially Christmas Eve or Christmas Day is what they think.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
I find that very interesting because they keep saying that there's no deal. The Eric Nelson documentary, the man did a full documentary on this and said there was no deal. Kenneth Maines is a full-time investigator, says there was no deal. The Apple Valley Police says there was no deal. So the question is, if there was, did the investigators simply not do their homework?
What does Danny August Mason say about that? Does he say that there was a deal? Because obviously it's right here, and we do know that they did talk on the 16th of December. That is in the phone records.
Yep. So he says that the Danny August Mason is going down the official narrative. Everything I hear from him is that David was despondent, pulling away from others, looking gaunt, losing weight, not talking, and not engaging with the project, and went down the road of depression.
Okay, I have to say this, and anybody who's listening, do not take this out on Greg, Dan, and Sophia. Danny August Mason is an absolute dork. I mean, the guy, hello, he's right here putting it in writing. There's a telephone record of them speaking. So this means that this email is not forged, because after that, there was a phone call. So Danny knows that there was a deal. So he's just an absolute idiot to go on the record to say, I'm going to go with the official record. Or official narrative, I'm sorry. Wow, what an idiot.
And that's what he says when he's interviewed by Ben Swan, right? I think everybody needs to go watch it. If you have not seen Danny Mason being interviewed by Ben Swan, it raised so many eyebrows. I had so many people contact me like, what is wrong with Danny Mason? There's something wrong with him. He was scared. This guy is an actor. He's a trained actor. He would know.
Well, he's not even very good.
Well,
I've watched him, and the guy sucks.
I wouldn't. I might debate you.
No, he doesn't
on that.
convince.
I might debate you. On
Okay,
that.
yeah, we could do that because no, he is, like I said before, he is at best a D-list actor. He's not convincing at
harsh.
all. It is harsh because it's the truth. Nobody likes to hear the truth, and I'm telling you, I would never pay any money to see that dude in anything. Not at all. I mean, in his little skits throughout, and even when he's talking on the camera in the Netflix thing that the jocumentary or sloppumentary, as you call it.
Jocumentary, I like that.
The jocumentary. I mean, you can tell he's trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. He's not good at faking a lie.
Yeah, Greg, I agree with you that if anyone gets a chance to watch that Ben Swan interview with Danny August Mason, pull it up. It talks about the Gray State. It's one of the most uncomfortable, awkward things you'll ever see.
Yes.
Are you able to post it in the group?
Yeah.
Because I actually haven't seen it.
Oh, I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah, watch it, and
it's good.
Watch for the movements. The eye movements, the facial expressions, the body language, and it's take notes if you need to. It's very interesting, and I can't believe he's enough to do that, to put that out there. But he did that interview, and it got a lot of hits and a lot of views, and
that did not help them.
That would be suspect number one. After watching that, if I was the Apple Valley Police, I'd say we need to stop in and have a little visit with you after watching this.
Yeah,
he basically put a target on his back after doing that interview.
Yeah.
Now he's left the state, living in Austin, Texas, and subsequently shut down his business called Gray State Universe LLC that's no longer active, and he took off.
Yeah, when you watch it, Sophia,
so look for the people associated with Gray State Project. Yeah, look for those who have left the state, and our list is getting large. People who've taken off.
Yeah, and when you watch this, Sophia, it's definitely a must watch. Okay, Dan. Bye, Dan.
Bye, Dan.
See you soon, bro.
All right, see you guys.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye. But definitely watch his micro movements. Just how barely the eye will twitch, or the face, a slight smirk, or a slight tilt of his head. Sometimes it's imperceptible unless you're looking specifically for it. And when you start watching it, you'll start catching on to every time he does it, and you're going to go, wow, you suck as an actor. Suck.
I would say
he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. I found that very odd. For somebody who's an actor, you don't have a page for yourself,
right?
But he's got the IDBM, right? He's got the movie.
Yeah, but everybody has the IDBM.
I know. Apparently, I do. I didn't even know I had one.
Ooh, we know a superstar.
Well, I also found it interesting that David didn't even have a wiki page.
Yep. So, I mean, people can start those on their own, right? I really don't know how all that works. I've never put too much stock into it, but I have used them for sources because they will, they'll give you links to different sources that you can go and research. So, but it's just a public thing, right?
Yeah, I think it is, and you can update it too. But as an inspiring filmmaker, you would think that he had a wiki page. He doesn't.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked David doesn't have one. Actually, now that I think about it, but you know, when you watch Danny Mason, watch what he does when they ask him about that sliding door. When they start talking about the rear sliding door, oh, it's like it doesn't even want to go there. That was a big.
It's like admitting guilt right there.
There was so much. There was so much in that kept me going. Like that interview was a big reason why I'm still researching this case, because I had so many people tell me, "You've got to see this."
Yeah, and can I comment on Inside the Caves post that they just wrote?
Please do.
Now they write, it was so weird. It made me feel like I was watching the Chris Watts case.
Oh yeah.
Now, Sophia, you saw interviews with Chris Watts, right? That was the guy here in Colorado who killed his pregnant wife and 2 daughters.
No, I didn't. I'm not a big TV person.
Okay,
case.
well, it was a huge case out here, and I heard a lot about it because my son actually worked with, and not worked with, is friends with the crew that Chris Watts worked for, and knows the people who own that land where he dumped the bodies in the oil things. Like I can't speak today, but where they found the bodies. But anyway, I mean, when you watch Chris Watts, I mean, you could tell the guy's an absolute liar. I mean, he's just pulling stuff out of his butt and out of thin air. And that's how Danny August Mason is with oil tanks. Thank you, Laura Christensen. I'm telling you,
what is she saying?
It's oil tanks. I couldn't think of the word. So she's like, it was oil tanks. So thank you, Laura. But yes. So if you watch, you have to absolutely watch what they were talking about with Danny August Mason. Watch that, and then go back and watch the Chris Watts interviews, and you will see a very good comparison.
Okay. I think the only thing that I really know about Chris Watts is, didn't they catch him on video?
His neighbor caught him putting something, but they couldn't tell what it was, into the back of his truck. He'd backed his truck up into the house at like super early in the morning, which was not normal.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he took the police officer over to his house, he goes, the neighbor says, "Oh, I have video of that morning." And Chris Watts follows him. And then you watch his body movements, and he's like, "Oh God, I'm going to get busted. I'm going to get busted." Yeah. It was right there that the cops started to realize that he was guilty, but they didn't say anything. They played it really well. The police officers did. Yeah. They did a great job on that one.
Too bad we can't get them to look into this case.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's been weird. All the people who don't want to look into it, it's like it's a taboo case. I mean, even and the people that do, weird things happen to them. It's like they're being intimidated. After Ben Swan did this, I think that was pretty much it. You don't really hear that much from him now. I think he's doing his own thing, but and then with the Hagman, I don't know if you guys know about that, but that was the guy who actually interviewed David, and David told him that he was not prone to suicides. And recently, Hagman's son just died. So he overdosed. Not saying that it's tied or anything like that. I don't believe that it's tied, but I don't know. It's just there's just a lot of weird stuff like that. I think the biggest thing is that so many people just don't even talk about it, right? They don't even want to think about it. They'll talk about Cappy. They'll talk about other people, Seth Rich, other people that were probably killed or whatever. But for some reason, David Crowley is like a no-go. That worries me. That really worries me, because we shouldn't be here right now. We should not be
Right.
talking about
It's
this
almost,
case.
it's almost like a memo went out, and I'm just
Yeah, exactly.
making a broad statement. I'm not saying a memo went out.
Right.
I'm saying that
Yes, you are, Sophia.
We got proof.
It's recorded.
Your credibility is gone. No credibility for you.
oh please,
Now you're with me,
the one saying all that.
the uncredibles.
The Uncredibles.
There we go. I like
Welcome.
that.
Oh, Greg, you're too funny.
Their secret power is their superpowers.
Yeah.
Or their secret knowledge is their superpowers.
Yep.
No secret knowledge for you.
Okay, well, guys, I gotta jump off too. My brain obviously is shut down. It's quit working, so I
Join
can
the
even
club.
think of oil tanks. So it's time to get offline.
That's great. And
Well,
you're
I'm
gonna
glad
have
you're on
some.
the road for recovery.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. I am too, and I know I'm looking forward to it. I know many other people are looking forward to you putting out some more videos. I've been going
Yes,
through some
I'm-
of your old videos. I've been streaming some of your old videos too. So
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, I've been watching your new channel, and so I'm going to be promoting that on my next video. I do plan on getting one out within the next week because it's time. I think it's time to get back into it, and God willing, it'll happen.
Yep.
If
Okay, you
want
guys.
any help, just let me know.
Oh, absolutely. I will. Thank you.
You're
You guys
welcome.
have a great night.
All right. You
You
too.
too.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Well,
And then there
I
were
guess.
two.
yeah.
So
Well,
I need to really thank you because you had brought that back. I don't know how it came up. I have no idea how it came up, but you had made me go back and look at what Mason Hendricks was saying. Mason Hendricks is an interesting character too, and character is the right word. I really think it is, because a lot of the stuff that he told me was just. It seemed like it was led to lead me in circles. It was led to just get me to question and question and question, to doubt. It was never to really help me understand why he thought that David Crowley was guilty. It was never that. It was always about casting doubt. And we still see that. We still see where we have a lot of people that are just, they are consumed with just casting doubt. And the whole thing is that this is a program that began when as soon as David Crowley was accused of being guilty, this program started, and we're still seeing this same program. And I just want to let everybody know, and we are going to close down here soon, but I just want to let everybody know, if you do your own research, if you look at all of the documents, if you have the time, if you take the time to look at everything, that's all that I could ever ask. And that's all that I ever wanted. I had people contacting me, telling me that they had this stuff that we now have later on, that they had it way back when, before I had it, before we had it. And it goes back to this secret knowledge. Well, if you just calm down, stop asking questions, don't post on social media, everything, we'll tell you everything. Wait a minute. Why now you're holding the truth hostage? Now there's a ransom for truth. That's not how truth works. So, I definitely kept talking to those people, but at that point, I understood what they were really doing, who they really were, and that they did not want to help us find what the truth was. Their goal was to confuse us, was to cast doubt. It was never to find what the truth was, because we know what the truth is.
I would have to agree. And if you can't stand behind the supposed proof that you have, then why should we take your word for it?
Right.
And so at least we have people who are willing to research this case, and they do it without anything in return, which is, I just have to say that the time and effort that everybody puts into this case, we notice it and we appreciate it. And I just want to thank everybody who continues to look into this case, continues to look at the files and read them and think outside the box. Thank you. Because if only 4 people were doing it, I don't think anything would get done. Or if it did, it would just take us a long, long time. There's so much information to go through. So thank you to everybody for continuing to keep this case alive.
Yep, because they wanted this case to die. This case was supposed to die out within a couple days, move on to the next one, blah, 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 and everything is good. And there was no way that we were going to let that happen without some clear answers. I couldn't live with myself. I could not wake up every morning. I could not look myself in the mirror right now if I had just turned and just never looked at this case ever again. I would be ashamed. I would be the gray shame. That's what I would be right now. This case,
an innocent man is being blamed for the horrendous murder of his wife and his daughter. And I mean, she was a beautiful little girl, super, super smart. And his wife was so stunningly beautiful and extremely smart in her own right. And yet she's getting blamed for helping to plan this.
Right. Which was a big...
And I just don't think that's fair for any of them.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And if we could just get to the truth, hopefully they can rest in peace.
Right.
And that's about all I have. I would love for you to post that video, though, when you have a moment.
Oh, yeah, sure. Where do we have it? I think one of my videos has some of that, but you really need to hear you need to watch the whole video of Danny Mason in the proper context. So without me giving you too much, Okay. But yeah, I don't know. It really bothered me. I mean, at that time, I was trying to really figure out what alternative news media was really good, what alternative news media was bad, who I should waste my time on, who I shouldn't waste my time on, who I should spend my time on. And, God showed me very, very quickly, who I should not waste my time on. I'm not going to waste my time on people that are going to look at this clear-cut case that have stroke, that can get other people looking at this, that can help us reopen this case. And they did nothing. I'll never forgive them for that. So many people. Now, I mean, that's my own burden, and that's my own thing that I have to deal with. But it should have never come to this. We should not be here. We should not be talking about this. This case should be clearly, we don't know what happened. That's it. That's all we asked for. But so many people, for so many years, who were acting like when the police state was going to take over, when all this stuff was going to happen, they were going to stand up. They're not going to stand up. They're not going to do anything. They're chickens. They're chickens. They're not. I mean, this to me showed me a lot of their true colors. Now, I don't fault the people who just did not have time to really cover this. I don't fault them. I don't fault the people who are like, hey man, you know what, this is how I make my living, blah, blah, blah. I'm just not going to go there. I'm not going to fault those people. They have to deal with that. They have to live with that guilt. They are scarred. by this case. Anybody who has ever covered this case and thinks David Crowley is guilty, you are scarred by this case. That's a burden you have to carry for your whole life. I don't have to carry that burden. Sophia, you don't carry that burden. We don't carry that burden because we know that that's not what the truth is. They're lying to themselves. It is one thing to lie to everybody else. If you're lying to yourself and you're okay with that, you got some big, big problems. And that's not people that I want to be tied to. That's not people that I want to deal with. So I stay away from them.
And they have to answer to their conscience, and they have to answer to God eventually.
Amen. Amen.
Well,
all right.
This was a great conversation. Thank you so much.
Amen. Thanks for joining us here. And wow, we've gone about 2.5 hours. No drops, no nothing. I think we've solved all of the audio issues, so I'm hoping we can come back here and maybe the next time we do something like this will be a conference call where everybody can join in. We'll ask questions and we'll try to pay more attention to the chat room. There was a lot of good things in that chat room that was going on, so that will all show up in the live feed video that we will post very soon. Any final words here? You know what? I want to ask you one more question. I do need to go, and I know you need to go here too, but I do want to ask you one more question.
Okay.
When did you get involved with this case?
I got involved December 2016. Yes, at the end of 2016 when the documentary was on Netflix. I finished watching it and I was like, I never had this feeling before. But after watching it, I just said to myself, I was just lied to. And I saw, I don't know if it was mentioned. Yes, it was mentioned in the documentary because you and Dan were in there. I was like, I gotta find this group. And so I immediately got on Facebook and checked you guys out and asked to join the group. And gosh, I don't think I really started researching until maybe February. And that's when I started seeing so many things that were not even mentioned in the documentary. And I haven't been able to stop researching since. And it's not, I can't say it's exactly one thing that kept me involved. I mean, I really don't, I guess it's more difficult than I thought.
It is.
There's so many things when it comes to this case. And to me, it's more of a puzzle that you can't solve. And so when you're sitting there cooking or something, you're trying to say, I'm thinking to myself over and over, okay, trying to put the pieces that I can't put together. I'm trying to rearrange it so that it fits, or how to make it make sense, I guess. And so I don't really talk about it with my family and my friends on Facebook. I just don't.
Yeah.
And I might talk about it every now and then. Rant about it is the better word to my daughter, but she just rolls her eyes. And that's about it. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, I try not to talk about people that I know are going to be nervous about it, or if it's going to stress them out, like, or if it's people that I know don't want to hear about it, fine. Mm-hmm. I find that a lot of police, just local police and things like that, they're kind of fascinated by that. They're kind of fascinated by this case and by what the police did wrong, because they don't want to do that wrong either. So even if it's just, a case where it's like, hey, you guys, make sure you don't do this, make sure you look up, make sure you don't leave the house without as many bullets as possible, blah, blah, blah. Those simple things, I think, have kind of helped some of the local cops make sure that they don't do what the Apple Valley Police did. And, yeah, some of those things, I think, I mean, but I've never, ever come across any cop, any active duty cop or anything that has ever said that was normal, ever. So when Kenneth Main says that, I mean, it cuts me deep. It really does, because it's like, who trained you? Who trained you to think like that, to think that that's normal, that that's okay? That, this happens. Like, that should be a big, big deal. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I mean, you would think that you would want your best when you go into a crime scene, that you want to solve it for the family and to get justice for them.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to Kenneth Maines, I really see it as he doesn't want to burn his horses and his bridges, because he might need them for something else, so he doesn't want to go against that.
Right.
I mean, that's just how I see it. Somebody else might see it a different way.
Sure.
But I think he was just trying to
go
stay
with
in
the
the
flow.
good graces. Yeah, and not burn the bridges. And sadly, Dan is out of $7,000.
Well, yeah, and I keep hearing that, but I don't think he's out of $7,000. I see it as he invested $7,000 into the truth, and everybody who tried to help, they invested into finding what the truth was. Even people who could not ever give one penny but wanted to, they also helped. We all helped. We all helped, just making sure that we're still looking for the truth. And so I still see it as, I don't see it as money lost. That's easy for, I can say that because it's not my money.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't see it as money lost. I really see it as time spent to do the research, to do all of the things that we really need to actually do. And I think Dan has been leading that way. I mean, Dan started this group. He started a Facebook group and then ended up taking over a Facebook page because the guy who started that page didn't want to do it anymore. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
So Dan started a group and inherited a page, and he's still going forth, and he's doing all of these other things. Dan has his own podcast, and I've talked with him. I'm like, why don't you ever, tell people about your podcast? Why don't you ever tell people about all these other things? And he likes to keep them separate. He really wants to just make sure it's focused on those topics, which is great. But I'm like, man, I mean, Dan does a podcast every Friday live. I don't know how many people know that he does that, where they can listen in, where they can watch in. If I get home on time on Fridays, I'm going to try to stream it here so people can actually watch it and listen to it, because he's been a big help. He's been the lead researcher on this case since day one. So, okay, my rant is over.
Yeah, we tend to do that a lot, don't we?
There's more to come. But, okay, so I want to thank everybody here for joining us, and we're going to post this, and thank everybody in the chat. And I think we didn't have one drop. We didn't have any problems. The chat room seems pretty cool, pretty clean. Lots of great people there. So I hope everybody can come back next time. And thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate this. The next one we're going to do like this will probably be a conference call. So stay tuned for that. Any final words?
Okay. I just want to thank you and thank everybody else. And I hope that everybody has a great night.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I guess first let's go with your conversation that you actually had with the father and where everything got lost in translation after that.
Yeah, just to expand on that, it was the August of 2015, after the murders, I attempted to reach Anjum Alam, the father of Komel and Sidra. And later that afternoon, I got a call back, and certainly enough, it was Mr. Alam, confirmed that it was him, and it certainly was, and we spoke for 35 minutes. A nice guy, easy to talk to, was very pleasant. We had offered... he had made the comment that if money wasn't an issue, he would look into hiring an investigative team, and do some research to bring to what really happened here in this case. I had offered directly on the phone and said, at any time, if you want to do that and give us the green light, we'd help you with fundraising efforts or whatever would need to be done to do that. To bring the truth out, but he was very pleasant to deal with. I enjoyed talking with him, and he's very, very nice. Sidra, in communicating with her, the younger sister of Komel, also did reiterate that the family opened up their arms and accepted David in, and had good times with him. Sidra said David, in fact, taught her to drive. They had hung out and watched marathons of the television series The Office, and had a good time. When David and Komel came to visit in Texas, the mother, Nyla, would make Arabian food that David loved. She would cook for him, and David and Anjum, the father, would play pool and talk and hang out. And so they all got along just fine. There had been some rumors or discussion that the family in the media. Now, the media had always said, I guess from the day one, that David was at odds with the family. The Alams were not pleasant, not happy with their daughter marrying a white veteran Army military man from the United States. So I never got that perception myself. From what I heard firsthand from the family, is that they got along with David just fine. They may not have agreed on everything, but they had agreed to disagree if that was the case, and moved forward. So I'm not sure where the rest of this is necessarily coming from, but we have always on both of the Justice for David Crowley pages. One was the group, and one is the page. As Anjum, I think, would be a good, important key to this case if he were to come forward and express his views. But I'm not sure where it came into that anyone was slandering or going after the Alam family, or whether it be Nyla and her cancer treatments, Anjum with his background and what. How he's been involved in this entire thing, but he's been kind of out of the loop. But so far, we've been on good terms with him since day one. And the only thing that I remember when things went not bad, but when he started not trusting anyone, was Judy Prochnow, the neighbor of the Crowleys, contacted me and said that the rumor is that I made a personal phone call to Anjum Alam, under the guise of my name was Danny August Mason, from the Gray State Project. That's not the case. It's totally not the case. I've never done that. Now, if someone did call Alam, Mr. Alam, and say that they were Danny August Mason, or maybe it was him himself, and got Mr. Alam confused with that aspect, that certainly may be the case. But I've only spoken to him one time on the phone ever, and I clearly stated my name, and we had a good conversation that lasted 35 minutes. So I'm not sure where that is, but I think our group is still on the Alam's side with whatever help they may need in this case. But just want to clear the air on that. But I'm not sure where that's coming from. It might be misinformation. It may be deliberate disinformation as well.
So there's no problem. During your conversation, it started well with Mr. Alam and it ended well And the whole time, you believe that he understood exactly who he was talking to.
Yes, I mentioned that I set up the Justice for David Crowley webpage. Said my name is Dan Hennon. Created the page and would like his information on some things. And he said, "Sounds good. I'd like to, I'm interested in talking with you." And like I said, the conversation lasted 35 minutes. It was totally positive. It was good. We talked about the case and what we could do to help, and what I could do to help, but whatever we could do to get the truth out there. So,
okay.
Yeah, to me, there was no room for communication error, whether it be the name or trying to go after someone. No one's going after him, so I'm not sure where that all came from, but just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with that. What I've seen after the New Yorker article came out, and then what I've seen in the interviews relating to the documentary that Eric Nelson directed, called A Gray State, is the common theme that I'm seeing in both of these things is the concept that David Crowley came back from the war, started understanding how things work from the big picture, and then the theme that I'm seeing is that they're pushing that he saw a niche market that he could exploit. It sounds to me that the narrative they're going with is that he found this conspiracy theory group out there that he could exploit and make money off by making a movie about these crazy nut jobs. I don't buy that at all. In fact, I think that he was 100% following his heart with the script and everything that he was working on in the Gray State. He was not using it to exploit anybody, but he wanted the truth to be out there, and he would go so far as to release some of the stuff for free, the documentary. He was more, I would look at it as educating and giving people information that they could judge for themselves, but helping educate the American public, not something that he could exploit for a quick buck because he was trying to hustle someone. And that's the feeling I got after reading the article and watching the several of the interviews for the documentary, that they're trying to put a spin that he was trying to make a quick buck, is what it sounded like to me.
What do you think about the demonic angle that they're going to try to push?
Well, I think that it's with what happened in that house and what we've seen, it certainly seems plausible that if there was something behind that angle, it could have been the case. We know that David Crowley would not do this. Any normal person would not do this in their right mind if they were clearly thinking. Now, if he was under some kind of hold, under some kind of possession, perhaps he was, and perhaps he did this. But if that's the case, you still have to get around the angle that if a silencer was used to carry out the killings, why would you need a silencer if you were under this demonic possession of some entity so no one would hear the shots? That's the one thing people have to remember about this case. The homes are close together. In the wintertime, shots of that caliber weapon that David allegedly used without any kind of suppressor or silencer would have rang through that neighborhood. So if you want to play the demonic possession card in this situation, although it's plausible, you still have to get around that fact that a silencer or something was used as no one in the neighborhood heard anything. We've heard that neighbors heard something, but it didn't line up with the dates and times that this obviously happened in. So you still got to explain that scenario, because that still has to be dealt with, and that hasn't been yet to this day, a silencer or a suppressor.
Any final thoughts here before we go?
No, I think just to summarize, I think that once a documentary comes out, we'll be able to see that, whether it goes on to Netflix, whether it goes on to I think it's A&E Films owns it. They're going to try to, I think, submit it. Some other people have requested it for some various film festivals to get it entered here. But I think after 6 to 12 months, whether it gets accepted or not, they'll start airing that on Netflix, maybe free for download, free movie to view. It might be on cable release after that. But it would be interesting to see what was all contained in that video footage of David doing those home videos. And I believe all that was legit and true. But to tie it into why he allegedly did this, that's a pretty giant leap, I think. The video footage that he had obviously happened, but the Eric Nelson and the film crew here took that footage, those 1,300 hours or 1,300 photographs, along with hours of documentation, and they basically needled it down to certain things that happened, and then tried to then make the viewer of the movie make the leap that he indeed did carry out this crime.
Right, because that's what we keep hearing, all of these things. Oh, it was strange, but this is where they prove, this is how they're going to prove that David Crowley is guilty. To me, that always seemed very, very strange. Yet, at the same time, they're like, well, anybody else's theory is just as good as ours. So. Yeah,
and I agree 100% right there. This doesn't prove anything. If this is just homemade videos and pictures taken by David on his cell phone, the things that he did obviously happened because it was videotaped. But to make that giant leap that this was the reason he did it, and now this proves that he did it, is nothing less than I wouldn't say a joke, but you cannot make that conclusion.
Okay. All right. So we'll just wait for the documentary to come out, and then hopefully we'll do another show, maybe a few shows on it. Who knows, depending on how bad or how good it is.
Death of a Dystopian by Alec Wilkinson. He writes a 7-page article in the New Yorker, and I find it fascinating what was missed in this article, all the different things that were not covered, yet what he chose to actually cover in this. Now, in speaking with Alec Wilkinson, it took me probably about 30 seconds to realize that this guy did not know very much about this case. Didn't know about the bullet hole in the living room that the police missed for 1 month. In this article, you're pretty much given two choices, okay? You can either believe that David Crowley is guilty or that the government killed him. That's pretty much all of the choices we're given here. How a libertarian's film project and his fate fueled the alt-right's deepest fears. I don't know what this guy is talking about here. I don't know what this guy is talking about here when he's talking about this alt-right crap. What does the alt-right have to do with any of this? All right, this is not about alt-right. This is not about left. This is not about right. It's not about any of that. It's just about truth. First of all, has he read the police reports? Has he looked at the crime scene photos? Because I can tell you, when the people came out, when the documentary film came out to film me, the guy that I spoke with had no interest in looking at those photos. Well, if you're not going to look at those photos, if you're not going to look at the 94 pages, of course you're not going to understand where we're coming from. But if you're not willing to do that, don't write an article and don't make a fucking documentary. This is serious stuff. Now, if you have looked at these photos and if you have looked at the 94 pages and you still don't understand where a person like me is coming from, I don't know what to tell you. Here's what I can tell you. I don't know what happened. This article continually tells me what happened based on the documentary that I have yet to see. That also is going to tell me what happened. Well, I had many people from the very beginning trying to tell me what happened. And it all comes back to the same thing, the broken record of Greg Fernandez Jr. Where is your proof? So let's go through this article that fueled the alt-right deepest fears. I mean, what kind of crap is that? It all goes back to this secret knowledge that these people have, and this is why David Crowley is guilty. But we can't share it with you yet. First, we got to go and go to every film festival that we could possibly get it into. Then we got to sell it to somebody. So again, where does it come down to? It comes down to money. Yes, it is an interesting story. To me, the interesting thing is not just what David Crowley did. It's how the police reacted to what David Crowley did, to what they claim he did. So to me, there's many stories here. It isn't just, is David Crowley innocent or guilty? It's also, what did the police do to come to their theory? This article really doesn't cover that. Okay, it kind of glosses over that. Here's what I think really happened. I think Alec Wilkinson wrote a shitty article, 7-page article. I think there was a lot of things that he did not cover, and a lot of things he chose not to cover. Okay, but this alt-right crap is really bothering me, so I keep going back to that. All right, so the journal was a life report, since I suspect my feelings right now in nostalgia and reflection might be of value. The timing of this article matching up with the documentary is not a coincidence. It's not an accident. Like I told the people that showed up at the house when they interviewed me, I told the guy later on, man, you guys did not have to be so secretive. If you're going to try to set out to find the truth, then be truthful. We didn't know who was making this film. We didn't know what this film was for, and we didn't care, because that's how strongly we believe in what we say. But on Facebook, there is a page called Justice for David Crowley and Family, which says that its purpose is to, quote, help to clear the good name of David Crowley. The page is overseen by an accountant in Minnesota named Dan Hinnon. He and Greg Fernandez Jr., a tech worker in California, conduct long discussions on YouTube in which they find fault with the police investigation and ask why someone whose future seems so promising would kill himself. I don't know if that's what we're discussing. We discuss more of how the police messed this whole thing up and how certain people jumped to the conclusion that David Crowley was guilty and totally ignored or totally just glossed over all of the things that the police did wrong. That's what we're talking about. To say that the reason why the police missed the bullet hole is because of the Christmas tree, where the Christmas tree was, is bull. Because we can see exactly where the Christmas tree was. It was not that close to the ceiling. There is no way that the police would have missed it. The police moved the Christmas tree at least once, so there's no reason for them not to have seen this large bullet hole in the living room. Alec goes on to say the journal is dominated by Crowley's notes as he wrote Gray State. What he wished for it to be, his anxieties about whether he could manage it, and the audience he imagined it would reach. He also wrote about his ambitions in general, to have a screenplay produced by 2016, to be a millionaire by 2017, his feelings for Kamel. And here's a quote from David. God, I love that woman. Strong, beautiful, ferocious, and deadly intelligent. And his determination to be a good father. So he's writing about his determination to be a good father, and then he goes ahead and kills his daughter. So as the entries go on, I guess, it starts to get darker now, okay? Where David Crowley writes, I'm expecting to wake up somebody else. Vast personality changes are happening too fast to write about every day. I am being prepped for some slide into oblivion or destiny. This is what it comes down to. And this is what Alec Wilkinson says. David Crowley was losing his mind, and he didn't seem to know it. Somebody's feeding that to Alec. This guy does not know David Crowley, okay? This guy, I mean, that's a huge statement to really say. Somebody is feeding him information that will lead to that conclusion. Journals of people overtaken by psychosis are rare. That's the very next sentence. So David Crowley was losing his mind and he didn't seem to know it, and this is a rare case. It's pretty much what the guy is saying. I hope this guy's not a journalist. This guy cannot be a journalist. I mean, I took 2 high school journalism classes, and I know there's certain things you do and certain things that you don't do if you are a journalist. I'm not a journalist, but I don't know if I don't think this guy is either, so I guess we're in the same boat. He goes on to say David Crowley owned a number of self-hypnosis recordings meant to overcome his insecurities. Again, somebody's feeding him that. The reason I say that somebody's feeding Alec this is because the guy obviously has not done a lot of research on this case. He thought that the convulsive things that were happening to him were the result of his endeavor to become more confident, poised, and commanding. He thought he was developing a new self. Where are all of these strange things? And where are all of the conclusions, the rush to judgment? Where is that in this article? It's missing. The only one who knows for sure is God. And that's good enough for me. Okay, in 2007, David was transferred to Fort Hood in Texas, and in 2008, he met Kamel at a bar in Waco. The next day, he introduced her to another soldier as his girlfriend. Kamel, who was a senior at Baylor University, lived with her mother and father, Nyla and Anjamalam, and her younger sister, Sidra. 3 years earlier, they had come from Pakistan. There, the girls and their mother had each had a driver, and the house was run by servants. In the U.S., they had to learn to manage for themselves. Within weeks of meeting Kamel, David found out that he was being stop-lossed. That is, his service was being extended without his consent. Furthermore, he was being sent to Afghanistan. He immediately asked Kamel to marry him. Kamel told her father that she was serious about David. So this is what Anjamalam, Kamel's father, told Alec Wilkinson for this article. While I was talking to her, meaning Kamel, David comes to the house for the first time. He came in and he was ready to fight with me. So Kamel told Anjem that they were getting married in 2 days and that David was leaving in 2 weeks. Anjem said, I was completely in shock. Finally, I said, fine, if you guys love each other, who the hell am I to come between you? So even though David came in there ready to fight, Anjem goes on, and it seems like he and David eventually are on good terms. So David so resented being stop-loss that he told his commanding officer in Afghanistan that he couldn't be responsible for another soldier's life, and he was assigned to deliver mail. Kamel got pregnant in late 2008 during one of David's leaves. When he was finally discharged in June of 2009, he was disgruntled, and he told Kamel not to come to the ceremony for returning soldiers. Instead, he had her wait outside in the car. I don't want the army controlling how I reunite with my wife, he told another soldier. Rania was born in August of 2009. In September, the family moved from Waco to Minnesota, where Kamel knew no one. For the first 6 months, she was miserable, her sister said. She would call crying, "It's so depressing here and it's always cold." Okay, the gray state began in the summer of 2010 when Danny Mason, whom David had met through a professor at film school, sent David an email with links to websites devoted to conspiracies and suppressed information. Conspiracies and suppressed information is very similar to the case that we're dealing with now. How ironic. According to Mason, he came back in 36 hours, having stayed up for 24 hours, and said, "You're on to something. Let's see where this goes." Before writing a first draft, David and Danny Mason wrote scenes for the trailer, which they shot with Mitch Heil in 2011. It is 2 minutes, 40 seconds long, and it cost $6,000. Over the summer, Kamel's mother received a diagnosis of cervical cancer. Kamel and her father argued over the phone about treatments, and afterwards, she and David decided that her family was trying to manipulate her and that she could no longer speak to them. The following day, though, David heard Kamel on the phone talking heatedly in Urdu and became angry. After they argued, she wrote, "I expected him to show me a little more compassion." She told herself that she would feel better in the morning, but she had nightmares. "I started experiencing degrees of separation between David and I," she wrote. "I guess I forgot we were two different people in two different bodies." All right, now here we go. And Alec then goes on to say, a psychosis can overwhelm and disable a person, or it can appear episodically in the form of disordered thoughts that are themselves an attempt to ward off a collapse. At the end of July, David suffered a psychic crisis that involved a deep understanding, stretching my mind past what my body can tolerate. He went on to write that he had undergone, quote, a 20-minute physical episode of visions of pure deep horror, long insight stretching unbroken like a panorama. The vision subsided, however, and he returned to his regular life, taking Rania to their sitter, having family dinners, reading and writing, and working out in the backyard with Kamel. The moment of my purpose has arrived, and if the universe awaits my consent for the go-ahead, then I say, do your worst, you filthy, sticky bitch. I know you're going to reward and seduce me before killing off what I love and burying what I build and destroying me as awfully as possible in horrible retribution for having thrust my abilities so far into your black void that generations hence will still be expanding on what I started, settling the void, conquering the dark, until the greater objective is served. Very interesting quote there. It's as if the writing and making of the gray state were a means to containing the violent fantasies within him. I'm going to read that again. It is as if the writing and making of Gray State were a means of containing the violent fantasies within him. And when the project faltered, they swamped him. So again, very similar to what Mitch Heil said, the Gray State killed him. The mics reacted as producers do, by considering the script's merits and difficulties. My first pass from story content was, this is kind of a roadmap for the next American Revolution, Michael O'Donnell told Alec Wilkinson. My second pass was breaking it down to what it costs. When David finally heard from them on September 26th, he said the Gray State might be better as a TV series. They did not offer him a contract he had counted on. David was devastated. Making Gray State was his whole world, Sidra said. David began to have trouble sleeping, and for an hour one night he lay awake and cried. I guess the big weight created a lot of anxiety that needed a resolution the situation couldn't provide, he wrote. Hence the bad weather. I'm serious. Moment by moment for a long time the weather has been following my mood. He stopped saying that he was going to be famous. He didn't say that they were moving to California anymore either, a friend named Chris Peck told Alec Wilkinson. All he said was that was a pipe dream. As if to salvage years of work, David put aside Gray State for a documentary that he called Gray State: The Rise, which he assembled from interviews with himself, friends, and internet commentators, news footage, and a brief interview he had once filmed with Alex Jones. It expresses the belief that the Gray State has arrived. Working on it possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. And here we go. To further the brand, he planned to make the documentary available free. So working on this, quote, possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. So now David was possessed. He's possessed with, first he was possessed with making this film. Now he's possessed with a documentary. Possession, control, keywords, lots of keywords here. All right, so here we go. Meanwhile, he and Kamel stopped returning phone calls and texts and emails. Anjem sent Kamel a photograph of her mother, Nyla, in the hospital, hoping to provoke her into speaking to him. Immediately, he received a call from David, who said that he and Kamel wanted nothing more to do with him or the rest of the family. Sidra and her fiancé drove from Waco to Minnesota to check up on Kamel. A few months earlier, Anjem had lent David and Kamel a car as a pretext. Sidra planned to tell them that he needed it back. She would leave her own car for them. So Sidra and her boyfriend at the time, now her husband, drove from Waco to Minnesota on October 16th. They drove for 16 hours, and they arrived at around 7 that evening. They knocked on the door, and Sidra said, "I'm here to see my sister." David apparently told her, "We want nothing to do with you. I thought I made that clear," and he shut that door. She knocked again. David said, "Go sit in the car." Vincent, the boyfriend, saw a shadow on the wall behind David and felt sure that it was Kamel's. When David came out to the car, he said that there was no way Sidra could see her sister. Sidra said that they had come to exchange cars. Sidra said that he needed an hour to get the car ready, but he would return it only if they took both cars, which meant Sidra would have to drive 16 hours to Waco by herself. She said she couldn't. Fine, David said, deal's off. Then he went back in the house. Vinny and I looked at each other like, what now? Sidra told Alec Wilkinson. Vincent knocked on the door again, and David came out. Vincent extended his hand, and David hesitated, then shook it. Her mom needs her daughter, Vincent said. You said an hour, right? When they returned, Sidra saw David watching them from a picture window beside the front door. The car was on the street, and on the dashboard there was a photograph of Kamel, Sidra, and Nyla. Kamel had written on the back of it, "I have always loved you and Mom, and always will." Sidra and Vincent decided to leave their car for Kamel in case she ever needed to flee. Sidra wrote, "I love you too" on the back of the photograph and left it on the dashboard, and they drove away quickly. All right, so now we're going to get into the article where it talks about this pact, all right? You ready for this? A mania shared by two people, one of whom appears to be dominant, is called a delusion by proxy and is rare. Again, this is a rare case. But hey, let's not worry about too much facts. Let's just call it rare and create a story that we want to present to the public that will conveniently match the documentary film that's coming out that's going to say about the same thing. But hey, two different sources, right? Wrong. Okay, the treatment begins by separating the people sharing the delusions. David's entry for October 30th, 2014 cryptically says, Kamel got raptured today. She's still here. That morning he had gone to Home Depot, and when he returned, Kamel came into the kitchen and asked him to hold her. She said something was very wrong, something about "do not fear, sweet body, for we have felt this pain together," David said in a recording that he made immediately afterwards on his phone. He went on, paraphrasing her, quote, "Don't worry about the pain because you do not know how to feel pain. You will return to the dust in your dark slumber, and I will be gone. I have my mission," she had told David. She said she had heard a woman's scary voice and asked if he had heard it. Sounding distraught, she reproduced the voice. "I've warned you. I've warned you. Then I want you. Please come with me. Please come with me. Your place won't come to me. There's nothing left here." David went into his office and shut the door. This took a lot out of her, he said into his phone. He had held her while she began to shake and weep and howl, and then she said, "This is what rapture is." Kamel came into the room then and lay down on the couch. "You said you were Egyptian," David told her. "You said you'd come from very far to find me and Rainey, and I need to come with you, and there's not much time." The primary emotion was that of desperate love, like hopeless love, he continued. "And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're going to go somewhere, and Rainey is coming with." "Those were the last words," Kamel said, her voice pitched just high above a whisper. Demons don't just show up on your front door. You have to let them in. So that's where the occultist thing, where the spirituality thing, where the Bohemian Grove owl thing, that's where all that comes into play. And a very interesting quote where David mentions the Antichrist and having a soft spot for the Antichrist. These are not normal things. The week before Christmas, David and Kamel visited their friend Chris Peck. They were uncontrollably, zealously happy. David gave me some books, one about how to succeed in Hollywood, one about writing, and then he handed me a bunch of notes for a screenplay I was writing, and he gave me back video games I had lent him. He gave me back everything I had ever lent him. Kamel wished me Merry Christmas, and as quickly as they were in, they were out. High spirits, everything looks good, but somehow all of this is again leading to their downfall. This is 1 week before Christmas. They tell him Merry Christmas. They're celebrating Christmas. They're obviously celebrating Christmas. There's no doubt. All right, and Alec writes again, "High spirits are characteristic of people resolved on suicide. Even though they won't leave a suicide note, you won't leave any indication of a suicide. Here they are talking about a pact. Okay, this guy is being very sneaky about his writing here because they're talking about a pact. But he's very clear. He's very careful about what he says. But we know what he's saying. It is why so many stories of suicide include someone saying, 'We thought we had got better.' The decision often gives people a feeling of being released from their troubles. Dan Luttrell served with David in Afghanistan, but he hadn't spoken with him in a while. Then late one night, a few days before Christmas, quote, 'I was sitting on the computer,' Dan said, 'drinking, and I got a message from him. They discussed the Army and their lives in Gray State. Quote, he was drinking absinthe, and I was drinking whiskey and beer. After about 2 hours, Luttrell said that he was ready for bed, and David asked him to delete their exchange. His exact words, this is a quote from Dan Luttrell, his exact words were, 'If you are truly my brother and my friend, you'll do it. I promise you'll understand soon.' The last entry in the journal reads, 'I am no one. It is everyone else who is someone.' On Christmas morning, he makes a list of plans for the coming year. Christmas 6-day countdown meme. It will be a new year, he wrote, and he reminded himself that December 30th was the last day to crowdfund. Planning for the future. More planning for the future. How much evidence do we have that David was planning for the future and not necessarily planning to kill himself? Then with the pistol that he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Rainey. So all of a sudden, right? So here he is. He's talking about the last day for the crowdfunding on December 30th. Then he goes and he decides to shoot his wife, and his daughter as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. No mention of the bullet, no mention of anything. It's just, okay, that's it. So here we go from David writing his last entry. And all of a sudden, then with a pistol he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Renya as they lay on the living room floor. That's a quick jump. The next morning, Dan Jr. left presents for David and Kamel and Renya on the doorsteps. In the living room, David had done something that the police omitted from their incident report and waited months before telling the families. Months. In his hands, covered in his wife's blood, he stood on the couch and wrote on the wall, Allahu Akbar, which means God is great. On the floor by Kamel, he had placed a Quran open to a prayer of forgiveness. A few days after the bodies were discovered, David's father and sister went into the house. Apparently they went into that. Everybody goes into this house and nobody sees the bullet in the living room ceiling. Got it. Now, if it's a few days later that they go into this house, they obviously would see the writing on the wall, right? No, because the police had painted that wall white, so they painted over it. Cleaners had to cut out the floorboards where the blood had warped them, so it was clear where the bodies had lain. And then there was questions if some of that blood had seeped down into the basement walls, because on one of the basement walls, it does look like there is blood. There's a reason why Allahu Akbar was written in blood on that wall. And yes, it does make sense to me that it is a satanic angle, that it is a demonic angle, an occultist angle. But that doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it fact. Mason Hendricks was also in the house and when he looked up and saw that there was a bullet hole in the living room. Again, not mentioned in this article. I told Alec Wilkinson about that. He found it strange. I told his fact checker. She found it strange. Mason Hendricks found it strange. Everybody finds it strange, but nobody wants to talk about it. That's even more strange. Danny Mason maintains David's Gray State Facebook page, posting videos and remarks every few weeks, usually critical of the government. He and Dan Sr. own the rights to the concept, and while David Sr. is uncertain what outcome he prefers, Danny Mason still hopes to make Gray State. So even after the guy dies, even after the guy allegedly kills his family, you're really going to move forward with this movie? You must not be thinking clearly. Because if you really think you're going to make this movie and you're going to make money off of this, that's pretty sick to me. So I will debate Danny Mason on this anytime. All right, so there's the article there. Just wanted to cover that and get that off of my chest. Feel a lot better now. Might be one of the only times I ever am forced to read an article from the New Yorker. Hopefully I never have to do it again. See you next time.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is July 11th, 2017. I'll be joined with guest host Greg Fernandez Jr. And between the both of us, we're going to review the movie documentary called A Gray State by Eric Nelson. This is the documentary that Eric Nelson and his team put together relating to the David Crowley and the family murders and the project called The Gray State. It was premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. The film, once again, is a documentary called A Gray State, not to be confused with the Gray State project that David Crowley was working on, or Gray State: The Rise, the documentary that David Crowley did. But this is called A Gray State, which is really just a documentary based on this whole events of the deaths of the family of 3 in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Is that a good way to summarize it, Greg?
Yeah, it's basically a documentary of the documentary and of the life of David Crowley, and more so, not really his life, but his death is kind of what it seems to really be focused on. And this whole alt-right thing, the key word that I keep hearing is alt-right, right-wing, you know? It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's really pushing the envelope there on some of these reviews of the movie.
Yeah, and there's no facts to really back up any of this alt-right crap. So
And the movie was the documentary that Eric Nelson directed was taking, I think it was up to 13,000 hours of different footage and audio and home movies and selfies, and David awfully seemed to film a lot at home all the time. Anything that came up, it seemed to film. So once they got a hold of all of this footage and video and photographs and video. They really went to town on making this movie, and it really brought out some new things. Now, I haven't seen it myself, and neither have you, but it just came out. It was previewed in the Tribeca Film Festival. Now, lately, it was shown in the Nantucket Film Festival, and then I think next month it makes its premiere in the Australian Film Festival. Now, tonight's show topic will really be the reviews that we're seeing on this website called the Rotten Tomatoes movie review website, and the reason that we're dedicating this section tonight for this episode is there's only 5 reviews out there on this movie, and all I think were added in a 1 week time period, and they all say basically the same thing with a little different verbiage, and then nothing's been added since, and all the 5 reviewers give it 2 thumbs up, or in this case 100% really on the tomato meter. As this great documentary, but yet there's no poster on the movie, there's no information on it, the audience has it written in, there's no other comments, there's just 5 critics, and they say what a great movie it is. So tonight's episode will be basically on this, and what I'll do is I'll pull this up, Greg, and there's only the 5 reviews, and we're going to go through one at a time and basically bring them up. How does that sound for you?
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, I think people should, check out this site, and if they want to, start leaving comments. I think I might just leave a comment here in a day or two.
Yes, good idea. And the other thing too is reviewing these comments and reviewing these reviews. Keep in mind too, as many of us talk about the compromised media and the mass media as tools and slaves and basically working for the man. These reviews, as I read them, do not seem to be authentic reviews. They're still seem to be pushing a narrative. So, for the listeners out there, when you watch this, leave comments yourself below this video when we publish it, because hopefully it'll open your eyes and ears when you read reviews in the future. Right off the bat, we'll start with Frank Scheck. Frank Scheck wrote a Gray State film review for the Tribeca Film Festival. Although several self-identified citizen investigators, he's referring to us here, by the way, attempted to prove that the family was murdered, the quote, credibility means nothing to me, one of them ironically comments. And that's a shot towards you, Greg, there. I believe
I was wondering who that was about.
That was exactly, and I'll get to that too, because this is a good one to start with, because I know exactly what you meant when you said that, but he obviously took it the wrong way. It goes on to say the film makes its case methodically and persuasively. Nelson, who's produced such Werner Herzog documentaries such as Grizzly Man, Herzog returns the favor by serving as this film's executive producer, clearly knows his way around obsessive personalities, and in Crowley he's found a compelling textbook example of obsession descending into madness. And so right off the bat, Frank Scheck goes in and makes a couple